Chapter 980. Looking at the little fatty in front of him who was in a daze, the burly man had a fierce expression on his face, but he was cursing in his heart. His superiors didn't give him any tasks, but they gave him such a lousy task. He couldn't hit, touch, or knock into anything, and he had to teach him like a son. He had never received such a task before. This was even more frustrating than having him carry a big rock. Are you going to drink it or not? If you don't, go back and carry a rock. The burly man shouted in a rough voice and glared at him. Ning Lang bit his lip with tears in his eyes. He punched the bowl with a missing corner with both hands, feeling very wronged. His servants didn't even use such a broken bowl, nor did they drink such thin porridge. However, he was doing heavy work, and this was the only thing he could eat. Do you have steamed buns or something like that? I won't be full if I eat like this. No. It's up to you whether you want to eat or not. The burly man glared and shouted. If it were any other time, he would have lashed out with the whip. His stomach growled. Ning Lang looked at the bowl in his hand and could only drink it with his eyes closed. After drinking the bowl, he felt as if he had drunk a bowl of water. He licked the corner of his mouth and stared at the bucket. I want more. Although it wasn't delicious, it was better than being hungry. More? What do you think this is? No more, go to work. The burly man snatched the bowl from his hand and put it behind him. He pushed him forward. Go to work. Ning Lang glared at him. Why can't you let me have enough of this thin porridge? Huffed. Don't think about it. It's fine as long as you don't starve to death. You want to drink enough? Do you think this is your home? The big man gave him a shove, and the whip in his hand lashed at his side. Go. Ning Lang gritted his teeth and glared at him. He thought to himself, just you wait. Why get out of here? I'll teach you a lesson. At a place not far away, Feng Jiu and Duan Yi were watching, and the two of them had different expressions when they saw this scene. The former was teasing, while the latter was shocked. How long do you plan to keep him here? Duan Yi looked at Feng Jiu and asked. When he can't take it anymore. She curled her lips. It seems that he still has some strength now. The corners of Duan Yi's mouth twitched when he heard that. He looked at Ning Lang, who was being ordered to move rocks. He was wearing tattered clothes and a pair of broken shoes. His hair was disheveled, and his face was bruised and swollen. Who told him to sell out his identity as the ghost doctor the moment he saw Feng Jiu? From the moment he found out about that matter, he knew that this brat would suffer. He didn't expect that this brat would be waiting for him here. Let's go. Let's find a place to drink. Feng Jiu called Duan Yi and turned to leave. They came and left quietly, and Ning Lang, who was not far away, did not know anything. 3 days later, in the morning, Ning Lang, who was still sleeping, was woken up by the two of them. They dragged him to the bathroom, changed him into a set of luxurious clothes, and dressed him from head to toe. Ning Lang was shocked from beginning to end. When he saw someone putting powder on his pale face that was thinner than a few days ago, he couldn't help but cry out. What do you want? What do we want? There are people coming to the brothel to pick young people. They like people like you who are 15 or 16 years old. Just right. We can sell you at a high price. The manager who walked in said with a smile, but his heart was weak. Chapter 981. You don't want it? Even if you don't want it, you still have to take it. The steward gestured for someone to escort him to the front, while he wiped off his sweat and hurriedly followed behind. No, I don't want to be sold to a brothel. I want to go home. I want to go home. He struggled and shouted, but he had not eaten for a few days, and his cultivation was sealed, so he appeared to be weak and powerless, and was forcefully escorted forward by 2 cultivators. When he reached the front of the field, he was once again locked into a metal cage. In this metal cage, there were 5 to 6 youths who were 15 to 16 years old, and their appearances were more outstanding than the average youths. Furthermore, they were all dressed up, all wearing new clothes, and looked neat and tidy. He looked at the few youths and could not help but have a worried expression. Don't tell me I really have to be sold to those places? Just as he was feeling uneasy, he suddenly saw 2 familiar figures. Seeing them, his eyes immediately surged with joy, and both his hands tightly grasped the door of the metal cage, shouting outside, Feng Jiu! Feng Jiu! Duan Yi! Duan Yi! Save me! Save me! I'm here! I'm here! The two people who were talking seemed to have inadvertently heard him and turned around to look. When their gazes landed on the figure locked in the metal cage, Duan Yi took large strides forward, and Fengjiu slowed down by half a step. "Little fatty, why are you here?" Duan Yi looked at the person locked in the cage with a face full of astonishment, as if he did not know anything, and asked in confusion and astonishment. "Whoa, Duan Yi, I've been sold." His eyes reddened, and looked at Fengjiu, who was slowly walking over. "Fengjiu, I shouldn't have snuck away. These people aren't good people. They didn't even give me food to eat, and even made me do heavy work. Look at my blisters." Fengjiu stopped in front of the metal cage, and looked at the youth who had obviously lost weight in the past few days, and asked with a smile, "Why didn't you tell them that you have money, and ask them to let you go?" "I did, but they didn't believe me," he said in grievance. "Don't you also have a certain level of cultivation to protect yourself? Why didn't you escape?" "I can't escape. My cultivation has been sealed." Seeing that he was clearly smiling, but there was no smile in his eyes, and seeing that he did not say that he would save him, he could not help but feel fearful. "Fengjiu, you'll save me, right? From the moment you escaped, I had nothing to do with you. Perhaps you can escape with your own abilities." "No, I can't get out." He slightly lowered his head, somewhat not daring to meet his eyes. "Save me and get me out." Are you obedient now?" She raised her eyebrows and asked. "Teet teet test teet. Where? Why are you still here? Are you looking for me?" Ninglang looked at Duan Yi, who was standing outside, and asked. Duan Yi glanced at him and said, "No, Fengjiu said that there's no need to look for you since you've left. We heard that there's a local market here today, so we came to take a look." Ninglang was silent and lowered his head. Not long after, Ninglang saw the manager, who was as skinny as a monkey, bending over with a fawning expression as he followed Fengjiu. Seeing this completely different attitude, he sighed in his heart. Chapter 982. They brought him to the restaurant and ordered 12 dishes. Before all the dishes were served, they saw Ninglang sitting down with a starving look on his face. He scooped a spoonful of rice and began to eat in big mouthfuls, not even bothering to speak to the other two. Fengjiu and Duan Yi looked at each other and also sat down at the table. The two only drank wine and didn't eat much. An hour later, Ninglang took a breath and finally put down his chopsticks. "Are you full?" Fengjiu asked with a smile. "I'm full." He rubbed his stomach and burped. "This is the fullest and most delicious meal I've ever had." As soon as he finished speaking, he paused for a moment and looked at the two of them. "I thought you guys had left. I thought you guys were really going to be sold to a brothel." "Those people, I told them I was from the Ning family and that my family's wealth was comparable to a country's, but they didn't believe me." As he spoke, his face turned gloomy. "Everything I have on me has been stolen by those people." Hearing this, Fengjiu glanced at him, then threw a Chinquan bag to him. "Your things are all here. All right, let's go if you're full. We've already been delayed here for a few days." Ninglang was stunned. He opened it and couldn't help but be astonished. "It's really my treasures. Why are they in your debt?" He wanted to ask, but he saw that Fengjiu and Duan Yi had already walked out. Even the white ball pet had already followed them. At that moment, he hurriedly put away the Chinquan bag and followed them down. After the three of them left the city gate, they directly threw out their magic tools and flew towards the next second-class country. About 2 days later, they arrived at a town in another country that was adjacent to the Song country. "Aren't we going to the Hell Mountain Range? Why are we here?" Ninglang followed beside Fengjiu. Looking at the red-clothed man walking leisurely, he was a little confused. For the past 2 days, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was not quite right. However, he could not figure out what was wrong. It was true that he had saved him, but how did his things end up with him? They had arrived at the inn together. He also knew that Fengjiu and Duan Yi had not gone out at that time, so it was naturally impossible for them to find someone to deal with him in that short period of time. But after thinking about it, he still felt that he had been tricked. However, due to his coldness, he did not dare to ask about this matter again. "I'm here to find someone, Song Ming," Fengjiu said, and entered the city with them. Looking at the bustling city, her gaze fell on a tea stall in front of them. "Let's go have a cup of tea first." Little Tunyon obediently followed behind her, with the other two following behind her. When they arrived at the tea stall, other than tea, there were also some snacks to eat. Why are you looking for Song Ming? He's a wastrel. He doesn't do his job all day long, but he likes beauties. Ning Lang curled his lips. He did not have a deep relationship with Song Ming, but he had heard of his reputation. It could be said that he was a local ruffian born in a wealthy family. Duan Yi knew the identity of Feng Jiu's mentor. He also knew that they were going to look for Song Ming, so he did not feel anything. He did not have a deep relationship with Song Ming, but in the past, he often heard of his reputation as a wastrel in the academy. He paid attention to him only because he, Ning Lang, Song Ming, and Luo Fei were listed as the 4 big thorns in the academy. No mentor dared to teach them, and no one dared to offend them. Chapter 983. He was actually very repulsed by the 8 great empires. His family was the royal family here, but it was said that they were only a small family there. He didn't want to go there, so he didn't pay much attention to his cultivation and didn't return to the academy. He didn't plan to be chosen by the nebulous sect in the future. If he was chosen, then he had to go there. He could be called a little tyrant here, but if he went to those places, he would have to be humble. He didn't want to do that. Quick, quick! Song Ming is gambling in front again. He lost a lot of money yesterday. Let's go and take a look, a few men said and went forward together. Feng Jiu and the other 2 who were sitting at the tea stall heard this, and their expressions changed slightly. It was said that Song Ming, in addition to his love for beauties and debauchery, was also very good at gambling. How could he lose? Let's go and take a look too. Ning Lang looked at the other 2 and asked. Yes. Feng Jiu nodded. After paying for the tea, he got up and followed the crowd. Some distance ahead, an alley was crowded with people. There was a square table in the middle of the crowd. A young man in embroidered clothes sat there with his legs crossed. There was a servant behind him. There was a dice cup in front of him. There were 2 words written on the table, big and small. There was also a lot of money on it. Quick, 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 place your bets. He shouted and knocked on the table with one hand. Many people placed their bets again. Most of them bet on the big side. After everyone settled down, he opened the dice cup. When they saw the numbers inside, everyone was shocked. How can it be small? I've already opened many small games. I've already lost a lot of money on the big side. I'll definitely open big this time. Hee, I'm sorry everyone. My luck is still pretty good today. I won again. He laughed. The servant behind him went forward to take the money and stood behind him obediently. Song Ming picked up the dice on the table and shook it. After putting it down, he shouted again, Place your bets. Place your bets. I'll bet on big. I'll bet on big too. I'll definitely open big. I don't believe I won't open this side. Everyone gambled and their eyes turned red. They didn't believe in heresy and took out their money to bet on the bigger side. Feng Jiu and the other 2 watched from where they were. They saw those people shouting and hollering, but when it was time to open the first round, they would open smaller rounds. After a few rounds, it was obvious that they had lost until their eyes were red. Finally, someone believed him and shouted, Keep opening small. I'll buy small for this round. I'll buy a small one too. Another person followed, and in the blink of an eye, he saw a pile of gold and silver coins on the small side. However, when the plate was opened, the surroundings fell silent, and then people started cursing. Song Ming, are you trying to cheat? If we buy a big one, we will open a small one. If we buy a small one, we will open a big one. You must be cheating. Yes, you must have cheated. Give us back our money. All of them were angry and went forward to snatch the money. However, at this moment, Song Ming snorted heavily and slammed his hands on the table. The aura of a cultivator in the late stage of foundation establishment swept out and instantly pushed the people around him away. He stood up with a sullen face and stared at the people who had fallen to the ground. He snorted coldly. How dare you steal my money? I think you've got guts. As soon as he finished speaking, he motioned for the servant behind him to put away the money on the table. Chapter 984. Right after he said that, his gaze fell on the 3 people at the side. One of them was wearing red clothes that fluttered in the wind. He had a handsome face and an outstanding temperament. The corners of his good-looking lips held an indescribable smile. For some reason, he looked a bit strange in Mo Tinga's eyes. Next to him was a purple-clothed youth and a finely clothed youth. The former had a baby face and his chin was slightly raised, revealing a bit of arrogance. The latter had a round figure and a pleasant face. His small eyes were narrowed into a line. Seeing that the three people's gazes were on him, he crossed his arms and asked, "What are you guys staring at me for?" Song Ming. Feng Jiu's gaze fell on him, sizing him up thoroughly. He was in the late stage of the foundation building realm and was about 18 or 19 years old. His clothes were loose, and he was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and his legs slightly trembling. He looked like a slovenly ruffian. According to the information given to her by the academy, Mo Tinga knew that Song Ming's family was a bit complicated. His mother died of illness when he was 5 years old. In the same year, she found out that his father had another woman and 2 sons. One was the same age as him, and the other was a year younger. The year his mother passed away, his father married that woman. He was just a 5-year-old child, but he was able to stop his mother's clansmen from inciting his father to marry that woman and become Madame Song. Under the pressure of the clan elders and his mother's relatives, in the end, that woman could only be accepted as a second wife and was called Second Madam. Even his 2 sons could only be born of concubines. Perhaps it was because of his family's environment, but his behavior had been unruly since he was a child. Fighting, gambling, and beauties were all involved. However, his talent was outstanding since he was a child. In addition, he had the support of his mother's clansmen and the protection of the clan elders. It could be said that even in his family, he was a tyrant. No one could discipline him. Mo Tinga looked at him, but didn't say anything. That was because when Song Ming caught a glimpse of a few people coming from not far away, he immediately took the chinquan bag that contained money from the attendant's hand and ran away. "You go back first. I'm going to have a chat with the beauties." "Young master, don't run. Clan head wants you to go back." When those people saw him running away, they hurriedly shouted and chased after him. Feng Jiu glanced at those people. 2 of them were golden core cultivators, and the few behind them were great spirit masters. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for them to catch Song Ming. "I've seen Song Ming from afar for a day or 2, but it looks like he doesn't remember us." As Duan Yi spoke, he looked at Feng Jiu and asked, "How do you plan to take him away?" His family's affairs were troublesome. He probably wants to stay here and cause trouble for his dissolute father, and won't follow us to the Hell Mountain Range. Feng Jiu glanced at him and said leisurely, "You also know that all of you are troublesome." Hearing this, Duan Yi snorted and looked away. How were they not worrisome? They just didn't want to be restrained. "Let's find a place to stay. Since we're already here, why don't we find a time to visit the Song family?" Ninglang said as he walked outside to take a look. "Let's go to the front and have a look. There should be an inn up ahead." "Let's go." As she spoke, she walked forward with them, planning to find an inn to stay in first. However, after entering the inn, they booked 3 rooms and were led upstairs by the innkeeper. Just as they were about to go upstairs, they heard a young man's surprised voice behind them. Chapter 985. Feng Jiu looked back and saw a young man in embroidered robes standing in front of Tun Yun. He looked at the little white ball of Tun Yun in surprise. If Tun Yun had not been glaring at him unkindly, he probably would have reached out to carry Tun Yun. "I'm not selling," Feng Jiu called out, and Tun Yun leaped to her feet. "I'll pay a high price. Sell it to me," the young man said, and came to Feng Jiu's side. Feng Jiu could not help but smile when she heard that. She glanced at the young man. "Do I look like I'm in need of people?" The young man looked him up and down. Only then did he notice this person's extraordinary aura. He saw that his clothes were all of high quality, especially the rainbow-colored feather at his waist that was half covered by his outer robes. It was even more dazzling. "Then I'll give you something in exchange," he said in a different way. Feng Jiu ignored him. She glanced at him coldly and walked up the stairs with Tun Yun. When the youth was swept by that gaze, he felt a chill run up from the soles of his feet to his heart. However, when he saw Duan Yi go upstairs, he wanted to say something, but Duan Yi reached out and pushed him impolitely. "What are you doing? Are you asking for a beating? Why are you pushing me?" The young man was furious and glared at the baby-faced Duan Yi. Compared to the young man in Red's cold gaze, the baby-faced young man did not have that kind of frightening aura. Hence, he was not afraid. "Stay away from us." Duan Yi snorted coldly and left behind a warning before turning around and walking upstairs. However, at this moment, his robes were stepped on, almost causing him to fall forward. "Ah, I'm sorry, I accidentally stepped on your robes," the young man said apologetically. However, his face was full of provocation. Duan Yi was not one to be taken advantage of. When he saw that the young man dared to step on his robes, his baby-faced face immediately darkened. He raised his leg and gave the young man a kick without warning. Bang! Hiss! The kick landed on the young man's chest and sent him flying. He fell to the ground in pain and could not stand up for a long time. Third young master. The guards outside quickly walked in and helped him up. Two of them pulled out the long swords at their waists and attacked Duan Yi and Ning Lang. "How dare you hit my young master? You're courting death." Ning Lang was staring at Duan Ye's robe that had been stepped on. Seeing that there was a footprint on it, he was about to laugh out loud when he saw Duan Yi turn around and kick the young man out. He opened his mouth in shock. While he was in a daze, a few guards rushed in from outside. Some helped the young man up, while some drew their swords and slashed at them. He was so shocked that he suddenly came back to his senses. "Why are you slashing me? I didn't kick your young master," he shouted as he dodged. At the same time, he threw out a punch and hit one of the guards in the eye. My eyes. Damn it. You two brats." The other two guards also rushed forward and attacked with their long swords. The light of the blade and the shadow of the sword flashed and landed in the inn. Some of the ordinary guests were so shocked that they quickly dodged. However, some cultivators remained seated and watched the fight with interest. The innkeeper of the inn hid behind the counter and looked at the messy first floor. His face was pale with worry as he shouted, "Masters, masters, stop fighting. Stop fighting. If you continue fighting, my little inn will be destroyed." Chapter 986. Fengjiu, who was in the guest room upstairs, couldn't help but shake her head when she heard the commotion and cries downstairs. It wasn't peaceful anywhere, especially when she brought along a few troublemakers. Ning Lang wasn't very strong, but he was smart and had many thoughts. Duan Yi could fight against a golden core cultivator, so she didn't have to worry about the two of them being at a disadvantage. Thus, she rubbed her neck and ordered Tun Yin to watch the door while she went inside to rest on the bed. Downstairs, a few great spirit master guards were unable to gain an advantage over Duan Yi and Ning Lang, so they could only dejectedly help their third young master, who had been beaten black and blue, slip away. However, before they could leave the inn, they were blocked by Ning Lang, who was smiling and squinting his eyes. "Hee, you can leave, but shouldn't you deal with the compensation first before leaving? You guys broke it." The young man glared at him, gritting his teeth in anger. "What do you mean we broke it? You guys are the ones who broke it. Don't you think so, shopkeeper?" Ning Lang smiled and looked at the shopkeeper, who had just popped his head out from a corner. The shopkeeper wiped his cold sweat and looked at Duan Yi and Ning Lang, then at the young man and the guards. He didn't know where the former came from, but his skills were extraordinary. The latter was the third young master of the Song family in the city, so he didn't dare to offend him. After hesitating for a while, he said carefully, Then why don't both of you compensate me a little? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ning Lang's voice. "What? You want me to compensate you? Shopkeeper, are you kidding me? Are you sure your eyes aren't under your feet? They were clearly the ones who brought people here to cause trouble, using knives and swords to break your tables and chairs, and you actually want this young master to compensate as well? In your dreams. It's good enough that I didn't ask you to compensate me for the shock, but you actually want me to compensate you? Do you think it's easy to earn my money? Huh?" The chubby young man glared at the door, blocking the young man and the others from leaving. At the same time, he glared at the shopkeeper and lectured him. His expression seemed to say that if you dare to make me pay, I will fight you to the death. Seeing this, the shopkeeper felt guilty and didn't know what to do. It was true that the people from the Song clan had used their weapons, but if the two of them hadn't lifted the chair and table and smashed it at him, they wouldn't have been chopped into pieces, and the first floor wouldn't have been destroyed like this. The shopkeeper couldn't help but look at the people from the Song clan, and for a moment, he was very nervous. "What are you waiting for? Pay up." Ning Lang glared at the people in front of him. Or do you think you haven't beaten me enough? You want another fight? The young man clenched his teeth. The pain on his face made him swallow his anger. He said to a guard, "Pay up." When a guard saw this, he hurriedly took out some money to compensate the shopkeeper. Only then did he support his young master and leave. "Little guy, you're talking about money with your lordning? You should be thankful that I didn't make you pay with your underwear facing the sky." Ning Lang snorted and said to the shopkeeper, "Prepare a few dishes for us and send them upstairs." "Yes, yes." The shopkeeper hurriedly responded and watched as the two of them walked upstairs. On the first floor, some cultivators sitting in the corner couldn't help but feel a little surprised when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that the two young men could actually beat the guards and that young man, and even make them pay. Chapter 987. However, the people on the first floor guessed wrong. The youth did indeed complain after returning home. However, Master Song was having a headache about his eldest son, Song Ming, and had no time to care about his youngest son. Therefore, after hearing the guard's words, he only told his son not to cause trouble and did not say anything else. In the west courtyard, a beautiful woman was looking at the jewelry sent by the jewelry shop in the courtyard. She picked up a necklace and asked a maid to put it on her. After looking at the effect, she heard the sound of kicking and cursing outside. "Go and see what's going on," the beautiful woman said slowly. Her voice was soft and gentle, like a gentle and delicate beauty. Her appearance and figure were indeed so. Even though she was already in her 30s, she looked like a woman in her 20s. This beautiful woman was the second madam of the Song family. "Madam, the third young master is sulking outside. I don't know who hit him, but his face is full of injuries. This servant wanted to apply medicine for him, but he didn't let me." "Hit by someone?" The second madam was startled. She put down the jewelry in her hand and walked out. When she came to the courtyard, she saw her son's face covered in bruises. She couldn't help but feel distressed. "Who dared to hit you like this? Quick, get the medicine for the third young master to apply." "I don't want it." He pushed the second madam away and said angrily, "I don't want it. If you're hurt, you have to apply medicine. How can you not apply medicine? Don't throw a tantrum. Quick, mother will apply it for you." She looked at her son with distress. She took the medicine from the maid and was about to apply it for him. I won't. He angrily pushed the medicine in the second madam's hand to the ground and broke it. Seeing this, a trace of worry appeared on the second madam's delicate face. She asked, "Then tell mother, who hit you? Don't tell me it was your eldest brother who dragged you to the martial arts field and beat you like this again?" "It wasn't him. It was those two stinky brats. They beat me up and even made me pay for the tavern. I couldn't take this lying down, but father said he was busy with big brother's matter and told me not to cause trouble. He wouldn't stand up for me," he said hatefully, his eyes filled with unwillingness. No matter how much his father doted on him, he couldn't compare to his elder brother. His matters would never be as important as his elder brother's. Just because he was born of a concubine, just because his mother wasn't the wife of the head of the Song family. Hearing this, the second madam's eyes flickered, and she said softly, "Since your father has said so, don't think about it anymore, lest you make your father unhappy. Big brother is always causing trouble outside. When his father ever said anything about him? If big brother was bullied outside, father would help him out." He said angrily, his fists clenched tightly. The more he thought about it, the harder it was for him to get over it. Don't always compare yourself with your big brother. Your big brother is the son of the first wife. Your father has his reasons for valuing him. Just say these words here. Don't say it outside and let others hear it. Otherwise, your father and big brother will be unhappy if they know. She patted his hand and said, "All right, you can go back first. Don't mention it again. But, go." She gestured and called two people to send him back to the courtyard. After he left, she sat in the courtyard. A faint light flashed through her eyes as she said, "Call the guards who went out with the third young master today." "Yes." The maid replied and went out to call them. Chapter 988. Light footsteps brushed past the roof of the inn. In the pitch-black room, Fengjiu, who was sound asleep on the bed, opened her eyes when she heard movement on the roof. Her clear eyes were as dazzling as the stars in the night. "Tun Yun, who was lying at the door, straightened up and walked to the bedside to look at its master, who had already woken up. Fengjiu only waved her hand gently, indicating for it to lie down. It then lay back down on the ground and closed its eyes. She did not get up. Instead, she closed her eyes and listened. She wanted to see how vigilant Duan Yi and Ning Lang were. These two brats had fought with someone during the day. Were they sleeping soundly at night, or were they still vigilant? In the other two rooms, Duan Yi and Ning Lang both woke up when someone landed on the roof. Duan Yi was already vigilant, while Ning Lang had suffered a loss once. He no longer dared to be careless. The movement was extremely small, and the aura was hidden very well. It was obvious that the person who came was not a Foundation Establishment cultivator, but a Golden Core cultivator. Was it someone sent by the Song clan? Such sneakiness was truly despicable. During the day, they had fought with someone from the Song clan. Tonight, they came to deal with them. Even a fool would know that it was someone from the Song clan. However, it was one thing to come out in the open, but to come out in the dark like this really made people look down on them. However, as they lay quietly on the bed with their eyes closed, they realized that there was no movement for a long time. They could not help but feel strange. Could it be that they were not from the Song clan? Just as they were thinking, they smelled a faint fragrance. When they smelled that fragrance, the two of them cursed inwardly. Just as they were about to jump up, their vision turned black and they lost consciousness. Just as the two of them lost consciousness, a figure came in from outside the door. The person stabbed a needle dipped in medicine into their arm and then left. In the other room, Fengjiu was also listening for the commotion. Nothing happened for a long time until a faint scent permeated the room. Her heart skipped a beat. She used her spiritual sense to instruct Tun Yun to behave like a defenseless pet and act according to the situation. Not long after, the door opened from the outside. Two black figures walked in. One of them picked up Tun Yun, who was lying on the ground, while the other went forward. Just as he was about to stab Tun Yun with a needle dipped in medicine, Fengjiu, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. He reached out and bent the needle. Crack! Ah! The sound of bones breaking rang out in the pitch-black room. The cultivator's cry of pain suddenly stopped, as if his voice was stuck in his throat. He only felt the needle pierce into his body. Soon after, he collapsed powerlessly. This sudden scene startled the other black-clothed man who was holding the little beast. Just as he was about to retreat quickly, the little beast in his arms suddenly growled. With a flash of light, it transformed from a small pet into a huge and powerful mythological beast. With a claw, it pressed down on the shocked gold core stage cultivator, making him unable to move. Hiss! You! The golden core cultivator, who had been pressed to the ground by Tun Yun, who had returned to his original form, sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at Fengjiu and the divine beast in shock. His voice stopped at the same time, and after a moment of movement, the room returned to normal. It was as if the movement just now was an illusion. Chapter 989. Is this Patriarch Song's idea? She raised her eyebrows and stared at the cultivator who was being pressed to the ground by Tun Yun. The cultivator was trembling all over and had no strength to get up. He didn't say anything and just looked at the red-clothed youth in front of him in horror. You don't want to talk? It's okay. I can take you back to the Song family to ask for an explanation. Don't even think about dying. If you die, I'll feed you to my little beast. She spoke unhurriedly and glanced at the person on the ground. She wasn't afraid that he would kill himself because she had already seen that this person was afraid of death. Otherwise, he would have killed himself the moment he was caught. He wouldn't have waited until now. Watch them. Fengjiu ordered Tun Yun to watch over the two of them while he walked out. He first went to Duan Ye's room to check on his condition. This idiot. She couldn't help but curse in a low voice. He had really fallen into a trap. She immediately took out a silver needle and pierced Duan Ye's acupuncture points to wake him up. Unexpectedly, as soon as he woke up, his fist, which contained a fierce hidden force, was swung towards her face. She quickly blocked it and said angrily, "It's me." When he came back to his senses and heard Fengjiu's voice, Duan Yi was surprised. "Why are you here?" As he spoke, He quickly sat up and felt that there was nothing wrong with his body. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're fine. I thought I had fallen into a trap. You're fine? Fengjiu glanced at him with a strange expression. He stood up and flicked his robe. You think you're fine? Hearing this, Duan Ye's heart sank. He had a bad feeling. He said, I seem to have smelled something and fainted. Now that I've woken up, I'm really fine. Am I not? Let's go next door and check on Ninglang first. As she spoke, she turned and walked out. Duan Yi hurriedly followed behind her. When they arrived next door, he saw that Ninglang was also unconscious on the bed. He watched as Fengjiu stepped forward. After taking his pulse, he pierced his acupuncture points with a silver needle to wake him up. Ninglang slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Fengjiu sitting by the bed, he was stunned. Fengjiu, why are you in my room? He sat up. Seeing that Duan Yi was also there, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. You're all here. That's good. Let me tell you, have you heard the sound of it? Since you already knew, why did you still allow yourself to fall into the trap and put yourself in danger? Are you tired of living? Why didn't you know how to react in the first place? She looked at the two of them, her voice cold and sharp. The two of them were silent for a while. They looked at each other and then at Feng Nine, waiting for him to continue. From the moment she woke up, she saw the anger on his face. It was obvious that something was wrong. Two. She crossed her arms and leaned against the bed. Her handsome expression was cold, and a chill flashed across her eyes. She suddenly felt her hands itch for this kind of vicious person who easily took people's lives. Hearing her words, Duan Ye's face darkened. His whole body exuded a bloodthirsty, killing intent. Ninglang's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Chapter 990. I also want to know who did this. Duan Ye's voice was cold and murderous. His doll-like face was filled with a bloodthirsty expression. Fengjiu's gaze swept past the two of them. The two golden core cultivators are still in my room. Let's go. Let's go and ask them. As she spoke, she turned and walked out, heading towards her guest room. When the two of them heard this, they were stunned. Two golden core cultivators had been defeated by him. Puzzled, they followed him out to his room. As soon as they entered, the two of them jumped in fright and nearly cried out in alarm. In the room, a ferocious beast that looked like a tiger and a lion exuded a powerful aura. It made them unable to take a step forward for a long time. That was a divine beast. It was actually a divine beast. And they actually sensed a trace of little Tun Yun's aura from this terrifyingly powerful divine beast. The beast's eyes were even more frightening than Tun Yun's when he was shrunk. The bloodthirsty and ferocious eyes were filled with a terrifying murderous intent. Just one look was enough to make the two of them tremble, especially when they saw a golden core cultivator lying on the ground under the divine beast's claws. He seemed to be gasping for breath. His face was pale and his aura was weak, as if he would die at any moment. As for the other side, he was lying unconscious on the ground. The two golden core cultivators were being guarded by the divine beast. Even if two more people came, they would not be able to escape, let alone just the two of them. He's over there. You can interrogate him. She gestured. She did not go forward, but sat down at the table and poured herself a cup of tea. Duan Yi and Ninglang looked at each other as their lives were at stake. They walked forward and looked at the golden core cultivator who was being stepped on by Tun Yun. They asked coldly, "Who ordered you to use such a despicable method?" The golden core cultivator was panting as if he could not breathe. He looked at the two of them, but did not speak. Tun Yun saw the two of them and retreated. At the same time, he shrank into a small ball like a small pet without any attack power. He came to Fengjiu and sat down beside her. "You won't speak." Duan Yi took out his long sword and pointed it at his crotch. "Are you going to speak or not?" As soon as the voice came out, his long sword went in a little deeper. With just a light stroke, a hole was cut in the pants. Fear and nervousness appeared in the eyes of the golden core cultivator, who had been pressed to the ground by Tun Yun. "No, don't. I'll talk. Without a doubt, compared to the golden core cultivator who was afraid of death and kept his secret tightly, he was more afraid of becoming an androgynous person. Hence, when he felt a sudden sense of danger When he felt a chill in his pants and cold sweat broke out all over his body, he chose to speak of the mastermind. "It's its second madam. We're second madam's people. Third young master was beaten up by you, and the master was dealing with first young master's matter. He only told the third young master not to cause trouble. Third young master could not take this lying down and begged second madam. Second madam asked us to drug you. She did not want others to suspect the Song family, so she gave us a slow-acting poison that will only take effect after 3 days. By then, even if you die, no one will suspect the Song family. This is what we know. I've told you everything. Please let me live." Chapter 991. Hearing this, Duan Yi and Ning Lang's expressions changed. "Second madam? The woman that Master Ning had outside?" It was said that that woman could only be considered the second madam in the Song family, and her son could only be the son of a concubine. However, it was said that this woman had always been very gentle and weak. After many years, her status in the Song family had also risen. Unexpectedly, she was a two-faced person with such a vicious mind. Well, if she didn't have some tricks, how could she give birth to a son of the same age as Song Ming? How could she be brought into the family after Song Ming's mother died? If it weren't for Song Ming's mother's family stopping her, she would have been the madam of the Song family now. It was reasonable for such a scheming woman to say that she was the one who sent people to do tonight's matter, because the young man who was beaten up by them today was her biological son. If Master Song didn't show up, how could she, as his mother, remain calm? However, before she made her move, she had not inquired about their origins. How could they be so easily taken by anyone who wanted to take their lives? Since she couldn't take their lives silently, they had to think about how to repay her. Fengjiu, who was sitting at the table, supported her chin with one hand as she listened to the Golden Core cultivator's words. She didn't show any reaction on her face, but she was already thinking about how to deal with this second madam. She had never been soft-hearted towards people who came to bully her, especially when it was just a fight between young people. Why should she interfere? She even used such a shameful and insidious method. It was really shameless. Duan Yi glanced at the two people on the ground, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. The next moment, he raised the sharp sword in his hand, and as the cold light flashed, blood splashed out. The conscious person was killed before he could even beg for mercy. As for the other person, he breathed his last in a coma. "Ning Lang, take care of the bodies," Duan Yi said, then walked to Fengjiu and asked, "Can you cure our poison?" Fengjiu glanced at the two of them and said, "Come and get the antidote tomorrow morning." Hearing this, the two of them were relieved. Duan Yi asked again, "What do you think about that woman? Thoughts?" "I don't have any thoughts about such a vicious woman, but since we've already formed a grudge tonight, it doesn't seem right if I don't return the favor." She sneered as she tapped her fingers on the table, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Seeing this, Duan Yi and Ning Lang exchanged glances. They knew that there was no need for them to do anything, as he would handle it himself. Moreover, they believed that Fengjiu would definitely be more effective than them. Thus, the two of them dealt with the corpse and cleaned up the bloodstains on the ground. They went back to their rooms to rest and waited for dawn to come back to collect the antidote. With the ghost doctor by their side, even if they were poisoned, the two of them were not that worried. The second madam of the Song family had suddenly made a move because she hadn't investigated the identities of the three of them. They only knew that she would soon regret her evil scheme tonight. When the two of them returned to their room, Fengjiu began to concoct the antidote for them. Even though it was highly toxic, it was not difficult for her. With one bottle of antidote, the poison in their bodies would be cured by tomorrow. Chapter 992. In the black market, deep in the night, when he heard that someone had arrived with a level 1 black token, the black market president, who was sound asleep, could only quickly get up. After getting dressed, he quickly went to the front living room, accompanied by two black market elders. Once they entered the living room, they saw a handsome youth in red sitting inside. When they saw the youth's face, the three couldn't help but be startled. Then they were pleasantly surprised. "We didn't know it was the ghost doctor. Please forgive us for not welcoming you." The president stepped in, smiling as he apologized. Fengjiu, who had taken a sip of tea, put down the teacup in his hand and looked at the newcomers. The middle-aged man and the two elders stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. President, two elders. When the two elders saw this, they also smiled and hurriedly returned the greeting. Ghost Doctor, please sit. Everyone sat down and dismissed the attendants. The president and the two elders looked at each other, then asked, I wonder why the ghost doctor has come to visit so late at night? As the saying goes, one doesn't visit a temple without a cause, let alone the ghost doctor who had always been low-key. If she didn't have something to ask of them, she probably wouldn't have come to the black market. I need information on the second wife of the Song family head. She directly stated her purpose, looking at them meaningfully, some information that outsiders can't find. Hearing this, the three were startled. The second wife of the Song family head? Could it be that that woman offended the ghost doctor? Thinking of this, the three looked at each other, then nodded. Since the ghost doctor has asked, we naturally won't hide it. I won't hide it from the ghost doctor. In the places where the black market is located, there will be information on the local families and some important people. It can be said that we can gather information on 3 generations of their ancestors. Otherwise, our black market wouldn't have such a large area of influence in each place. The president smiled and said, naturally, we can't take out the information in the depths of the black market, but to our own people, it doesn't matter. He stood up and said to Fengjiu, Ghost Doctor, please wait for a moment. I'll go get it. Saying this, he bowed to Fengjiu and turned to leave. Ghost Doctor, how did the second madam of the Song clan offend you? The two elders asked. Seeing this, Fengjiu briefly explained the situation. I see. The two of them nodded and said, this second madam of the Song clan has some tricks up her sleeves. She has also raised quite a number of people in secret. This is something that even the Song clan head doesn't know about. If she hadn't offended me, I wouldn't have bothered with her. It's just a pity that she secretly used a vicious move because of a fight between a few youths. If I don't teach her an unforgettable lesson, she'll really think that everyone can be bullied. Fengjiu's expression was cold. Originally, she wanted to only take Song Ming away from the Song family. Who would have thought that someone would dare to poison the people around her in front of her? Did they really think that she, Fengjiu, was a pushover? Ha ha. Actually, the ghost doctor doesn't have to do it herself. One of the elders smiled and stroked his beard. Looking at Fengjiu, he said, there are plenty of people who want her life. It's just that they can't get hold of that woman's weakness. They're here. I've kept the ghost doctor waiting. Chapter 993. Fengjiu received it and opened it to take a look. Page after page of information recorded what the second madam of the Song clan had done. The information was so accurate that it even recorded the time and date of the incident. She looked through the pages, and the more she looked, the brighter her eyes became. With this thing, she didn't need to do anything, and it would be enough to consign the second madam of the Song clan to eternal damnation. She kept the information in her hands and handed it to the president, saying, President, can I trouble you to send this information to Song Ming's mother's clan? If Song Ming's mother's clan received this information, they wouldn't give the second madam any time to breathe. Their daughter had died, but not from an illness, but from a hidden poison. This poison came from the hands of the second madam. She believed that if they knew the truth, even the Song clan's patriarch wouldn't be able to protect the second madam. Of course, the president replied with a smile and took the document. Don't worry, Ghost Doctor. I'll send someone to handle this matter now. I believe you'll see a reaction by daybreak. As he spoke, he called out to someone outside and instructed them to hand over the document. All right, then I'll have to trouble you. She nodded and got up to leave. The three of them sent her out of the black market. Watching the red figure disappear into the night, one of the elders shook his head and sighed. This second madam of the Song clan is too blind. Who could she have offended? Offending the ghost doctor? The ghost doctor's whereabouts have always been a mystery. She also keeps a low profile and doesn't let anyone know her identity. It's normal that the Song clan woman doesn't know. I can only say that her luck has run out. Otherwise, why would she choose to make a move on the ghost doctor? That's right. Even if she didn't have this information, if the ghost doctor wanted to deal with her, she could have killed her in 100 different ways. At this point, one of the elders coughed lightly and said, "Some time ago, news came from a star cloud black market. It said that an alchemist from the School of Stars and Clouds went to steal his beauty pill. The ghost doctor stuffed the beauty pill into that alchemist's mouth. That alchemist immediately turned from a man to a woman. Until now, he hasn't recovered. Hee. Only the ghost doctor can be so willful. After a beauty-nourishing pill was consumed by an imperial concubine of a first-tier country, the news spread like wildfire. Right now, the price on the market has increased by who knows how many times. If those people knew that the ghost doctor once so willfully stuffed a beauty-nourishing pill into the mouth of the pill master, their hearts would probably ache to death. The Empire's headquarters are paying a lot of attention to the ghost doctor. Some time ago, they even issued a black order saying that anyone who disrespects the ghost doctor will be punished severely. Moreover, it said that the higher-ups are already looking forward to when the ghost doctor will go to the Empire. She advanced to become a golden core cultivator in a 2-star academy. This news has already spread within our star cloud black market. I believe that it won't be long before she can go to the Empire. Moreover, she is not an ordinary person. In these small countries, she can't be trapped." The three people chatted at the entrance until, after a while, they turned around and walked inside. As for Fengjiu, she did not directly return to the inn. Instead, she took advantage of the night to quietly come to the Song residence. She hid her aura, and her whole person blended into the night. Silently, like a ghost, she swept through the night and easily entered the inner courtyard of the Song residence. Chapter 994. The second madam of the Song mansion was the only mistress in the mansion. However, because she was not the madam of the master, she could only be considered a concubine at best. Therefore, she did not have the qualifications to stay in the East Courtyard. In the Song Mansion, the master of the Song Mansion lived in the East Courtyard, which was also the main courtyard. The South Courtyard was the second largest courtyard after the East Courtyard and was lived by Song Ming. As for the West Courtyard, it was divided into 2 parts. One side was occupied by the second madam and the other by her 2 sons. The North Courtyard was used to entertain guests. Therefore, it was easy for her to find the second madam's courtyard. Perhaps the second madam was not worried about the guards of the Song Mansion, or perhaps she thought that no one would dare to come to the Song Mansion. Therefore, other than the 2 teams of night guards, there were only 2 guards guarding the courtyard door. Seeing this, she entered from the back and quietly snuck into the room through the window. Her body was as light as a cat. After landing steadily, she leaned slightly to the side and hid in the dark. Looking at the figure on the bed, she thought to herself, "This woman is proficient in poisons. How should I deal with her?" Just as she was thinking, she saw the woman turn over and a sleepy voice came from the gauze curtain. "Rui, pour me a cup of water." Hearing this, Fengjiu's eyes moved slightly. She flashed to the outer room and took out a pill. She crushed it into powder and sprinkled it into the water bottle. This pill was colorless and odorless. Even if she was proficient in poisons, she would not be able to detect anything. The maid who waited outside at night pushed the door open and lit the lamp. She poured the water and brought it forward. "Madam, water." From inside the gauze curtain, a pair of soft, snow-white hands reached out. After receiving the water, she drank it in a few mouthfuls. Then, she handed the cup back and asked with a lazy and sleepy voice, "What time is it?" "Madam, it's just past midnight." The maid respectfully replied, You may leave." She waved her hand, indicating for the maid to leave. Just as she was about to go back to sleep, she heard a voice from outside. "Greetings, family head." The 2 guards bowed respectfully. When the woman in the room heard this, she was startled and hurriedly said, "Master is here." As she spoke, she had already stood up to greet him. After hiding in the dark and seeing her drink the water, she went outside and put the antidote in the water bottle to prevent others from discovering it. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a voice coming from outside. He couldn't help but be startled. He immediately hid in the dark again. "Master, why are you here so late?" Second madam's black hair hung loosely over her shoulders. She was only wearing a doo-doo and a light muslin covering her body. Her snow-white skin and alluring spring scenery were faintly discernible. Her slender waist and exquisite and graceful figure were even more seductive and charming in the night. Her bare feet were like jade as she lightly walked forward with a bit of surprise and a bit of young girl's posture. Seeing this, Song family head's eyes darkened. There seemed to be a ball of fire dancing in his eyes, and his eyes became deep. He waved his hand to signal the maidservant to leave and reached out to embrace the delicate woman who was walking towards him. His big hand embraced that slender, jade-like skin that was warm and soft like a piece of beautiful jade, making him reluctant to let go. His big hand tightened and squeezed the woman's ample bosom into his embrace. His big hand slowly moved down and caressed. Lien, or why did you get off the bed barefoot? The cold air on the ground is not good for the body. His deep voice was hoarse. The moment he spoke, he had already picked her up by the waist and walked towards the bed. Second Madame's face was filled with shyness. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her head in his chest. Chapter 995. She had originally planned to leave, but now that Song family head had come in, she couldn't leave even if she wanted to. Then should she stay and watch their erotic show? Thinking of this, her eyes moved, but she decided to forget about it. A middle-aged man with a bit of weight wasn't much to look at. It was better for her to hide here and look for an opportunity to leave. In the room, the woman's delicate voice sounded, accompanied by the man's panting. She narrowed her eyes and glanced at the tent. She could faintly see two figures overlapping in the tent, and the sound of their panting was filled with ecstasy. After waiting in the room for nearly an hour, she couldn't help but rub her chin. She looked at the bed that was creaking from the shaking, as well as the panting and moaning coming from their bodies. She couldn't help but think to herself, it's the middle of the night, but these two people are playing quite intensely. Taking advantage of the fact that the two were too busy to pay attention to anything else, she quietly slipped out and lightly jumped out of the room. After a few breaths, she hid herself in the shadows outside, avoiding the night patrols, and lightly leaped out of the Song residence. Outside, she turned around to look at the Song residence, and the corners of her lips curled up. She wanted to know what Song family head's expression would be when he woke up and saw that the beautiful woman in his arms had turned into an old woman with a face full of wrinkles. She walked towards the inn. There were very few people on the road, and the sky was hazy, but some small stalls had already begun to open, preparing for business at dawn. When she passed by a small stall, she smelled the strong scent of soy milk and couldn't help but stop. "Is this soy milk?" She looked at a middle-aged couple and asked. "It's tofu pudding. The water is still boiling, and it's not ready yet." The woman replied, "How long will it take before we can eat?" She rubbed her stomach and sat down at their table. "It'll be ready in another hour. Young master can sit for a while, drink some tea, or eat some snacks. These are all homemade snacks," the woman said as she brought some snacks and tea to Fungio. Seeing this, Fungio sat there and ate. In any case, she couldn't go back to sleep now, so she might as well wait until dawn to call the two of them and go to the Song residence to watch the show. After making up her mind, she sat there with her chin in her hand. When the sky gradually brightened, she brought back 2 portions of tofu pudding for the 2 people in the inn. Other than the tofu pudding, she also brought back some snacks made by the couple from the stall. When she returned to the inn, she happened to see the 2 people coming down from upstairs. "You didn't come back last night?" The 2 of them looked at Fungio, who had just entered, and asked in surprise. "Drink the antidote." She looked at the 2 of them and asked. Because it was still early, there was almost no one on the first floor of the inn. "Yes, Tunyon told us." The 2 nodded and came to Fungio's side. They looked him up and down and asked, "You didn't secretly go to the Song family, did you? Come and go as he pleases? No one would have noticed." The Song clan master was a nascent soul stage cultivator, and there were also nascent soul stage cultivators in their residence. He was only at the Oris core stage. If he went there, he would definitely be noticed. However, if he didn't go to the Song clan, they really couldn't figure out where he had run off to for the entire night. "I brought breakfast for the 2 of you on the way back. Here, hurry up and eat. After that, we'll go and watch the show." She placed the food in her hand on the table, and gestured for the two of them to hurry up and eat. At the same time, she called upstairs, "Tanya, and come down." Chapter 996. After Duan Yi and Ning Lang glanced at Fengjiu, they sat down at the table and ate the breakfast he brought back for them. As they ate, the two of them pondered. Did he go to the Song family to watch the show? Why did he go to the Song family? Curious, they ate their breakfast much faster. After hastily finishing their food, they wiped their mouths and stood up. "We're done eating. Let's go." Feng Jiu was patting Tun Yun's head and stroking its soft fur when he heard their voices. He turned his head slightly and saw that the two of them had stood up and were looking at him. Seeing this, he smiled and said, "Don't be in such a hurry. Sit down. I'll take your pulse and see how your bodies are doing after taking the medicine." Hearing this, the two of them sat down and placed their hands on the table. He reached out and placed his fingers on their pulses. Looking at his fair and slender fingers, the two of them felt their hearts skip a beat. Why were his hands so thin, so fair? Moreover, his fingers were so sharp, just like a woman's slender hands. They thought to themselves, but didn't dare to show it on their faces. If they said that he had a pair of women's hands, he would probably be angry. After all, no man would be willing to be treated as a woman. After Fengjiu took their pulses, he retracted his hand after a long while and nodded. Yes, the poison is dormant. It won't erupt all at once. Therefore, it's easier to remove the poison. His sleeves moved slightly and took out a medicine bottle from his space. He poured out 2 pills. "There are 2 blood-cleansing pills here. Take them before you go to bed tonight." The two of them reached out to take the pills. "Duan, you put the pills away." Ning Lang held the pills in his hand and asked, "Can't we take them now? Want to be faster if we take them now? You just took the antidote this morning. You can't take this with them in case the medicinal effects repel each other. Take them before you go to bed at night." As she spoke, she looked at the sky outside and smiled. "Let's go. It should be about time to go there now." Thus, the 3 people and 1 beast followed him to the Song Mansion. At the same time, in the west courtyard of the Song Mansion, Patriarch Song, who had just woken up in the morning, instinctively touched the person in his arms. With a warm and fragrant jade in his arms, it should have been very comfortable. However, when he touched it, it felt a little dry and rough. He was startled and opened his eyes with some doubts. He slightly lowered his head to look at the person in his arms. "Ah!" As he screamed, he instinctively jumped up from the bed. With a piece of cloth wrapped around his waist, he jumped off the bed. His face was filled with fear and shock. His usually dignified face was now filled with shame and anger. "Who are you? Get out!" The woman on the bed woke up from her daze and looked at the person standing in front of the bed, glaring at her in confusion. Her voice was filled with confusion and doubt. "Master, what's wrong?" However, the moment she spoke, even she was stunned. She opened her mouth in a daze and instinctively lowered her head. When she saw the wrinkled skin on her hand, she immediately screamed. "Ah!" Her sharp voice was filled with panic and fear, as well as disbelief. Her eyes were wide open and her body couldn't stop trembling. She looked at her hands and then stretched out her trembling hands to touch her face, as well as the strand of white hair that fell on her cheek. Chapter 997. When the naked figure in the mirror was reflected in her eyes, she stepped back in disbelief. Her legs went soft and she fell to the ground. The person in the mirror was like an old woman. Her sexy and plump body had become old and shriveled at this time. Her face was skinny and she was no longer as beautiful as before. Her white hair made her look like an old woman who was nearly 100 years old. There was nothing familiar about her. How could this be? How could this be? How could I become like this? How could this be? Her hands tightly wrapped around her ugly naked body as she muttered uncontrollably. Her expression carried a trace of absent-mindedness, unable to believe that when she woke up, she had become neither a human nor a ghost. In a trance, she seemed to have thought of something. Helplessly and in a panic, she looked at the Song family head who was standing at the side and glaring at her angrily. She cried, "Master, master, how could this be? How could I become like this?" Song family head was still furious a moment ago, but when he woke up, the enchanting beauty in his arms had turned into an old woman who was over 100 years old. Just as he was about to put on his clothes and order people to drag her out, he heard a hoarse and unpleasant sobbing voice. She even called him master, which made him furious. He was angry and embarrassed. He stepped forward and kicked the naked old woman who was sitting on the ground. "Bastard! Who the hell are you?" Second madam, who was in a state of panic and helplessness, was kicked in the chest by him. Her whole body fell backward, rolled twice, and hit a cabinet in the corner. Her head hit the ground, and the skin on it was broken. Blood seeped out, and she cried out in pain because of the internal force contained in that kick. She screamed and struggled to get up. With tears streaming down her face, she looked at Song Family Head, who was already putting on his clothes, and cried, "Master, it's me, I'm Lian. Song Family Head, who was putting on his clothes, was shocked when he heard this. He stopped putting on his clothes and looked like he'd seen a ghost. You're Lian, He took a breath of cold air. How could it be? Obviously, he didn't believe that a delicate and beautiful beauty had become an old woman when she woke up. No one could bear this psychological change and visual impact. "Patriarch? What's the matter with the patriarch? Do you need us to go in?" Because of the screams and cries in a room, the guards outside were alerted. At this moment, a few guards were shouting outside and asking questions. As soon as they heard the order to come in, they would rush in. Upon hearing the conversation outside, second madam, who was lying on the ground, endured the pain of being kicked and struggled to get up. She hurriedly put on her clothes, but at the thought of her inhuman appearance, she couldn't help but burst into tears. However, when she cried when she was young and beautiful, it was like a pear blossom with tears. She was so delicate and beautiful that it made people feel pity for her. At this moment, she had turned into an old woman. Her body and appearance had changed. Her hair was white and her face was wrinkled. When she cried again, it would only make people feel disgusted. They wouldn't even want to take a second look at her. "You are Liana?" Song Family Head calmed down. He also felt that it was impossible for an outsider to sleep in his arms after he fell asleep. Then, was this old woman really Liana? However, if it really was her, how did she suddenly become like this overnight? Chapter 998. Song Family Head frowned and looked at her. He paused for a moment and then said, "I'll ask the doctor to come and take a look at you." While speaking, he walked out of the outer room and ordered someone to quickly ask the doctor in the mansion to come over. The second madam was crying in a low voice in the inner room. Master Song frowned and looked inside from time to time, but he did not go in again. Perhaps he did not want to face the old woman. Not long after, the doctor hurried in under the lead of the guards and entered. Under the master's instructions, he came to the inner room to diagnose the second madam. However, after seeing the second madam's condition, the doctor was surprised and shocked. "How is it?" Master Song asked in a deep voice and looked at the doctor in the mansion. "Master, I've never seen or heard of the second madam's situation." The old man's face was full of surprise. He sighed and said, "I've only heard of people whose hair turned white overnight, but I've never heard of people who aged overnight. I've checked madam's pulse and checked her body, but I couldn't find anything wrong. This old man is really helpless in this case of aging overnight. I don't know how to treat it." Hearing this, the crying sound came out again. However, this time, Song Family had only felt irritated when he heard it. "Mother? Mother?" Outside, a worried voice came. It was the third young master of the Song family, the youngest son of the second madam. Because the guard went to find the doctor in the mansion, and he was also in the western courtyard, he heard that there seemed to be something wrong here. The crying came out early in the morning, so he hurried over. He ran in quickly. As soon as he entered, he saw his father was also there. He could not help but slow down and salute in a regular way. "Father, why are you here?" Master Song looked at his youngest son and calmed down. "I heard from the servant that there was crying early in the morning, so I came to have a look." He looked at his father, who was sitting steadily, and asked carefully, "Father, what's wrong with my mother?" Hearing this, Song Family Head frowned, sighed, stood up, and said to him, "You go and have a look." As soon as his voice fell, he didn't comfort the people inside, but strode out. Seeing this, the crying sound came again. When third young master saw this, he couldn't help but be startled. He stopped the doctor who was about to leave and asked, "What happened to my mother?" The doctor stopped in his tracks and glanced at him before saying, "Third young master, second madam has contracted the disease of aging and turned into an old woman overnight. You should go in and take a look." As he spoke, he shook his head and walked out. The third young master's eyes widened in astonishment when he heard his words. Aging disease? What was that? He strode inside and saw his mother curled up in bed with the quilt. He couldn't help but go forward. "Mother? What's wrong with you? What's going on? Let me have a look." As he spoke, he pulled down her blanket with one hand, but when the person under the blanket was revealed, it gave him a fright. "Ah!" he exclaimed and instinctively took a few steps back. His heart was thumping wildly, and he looked at the person on the bed in disbelief with a frightened expression. That was his mother? How could this be? Chapter 999. Seeing this scene and hearing her words, third young master was also a loss. I had someone send a message to second brother yesterday. He should be home today. Second brother has always had a lot of ideas. He must have a way. Here, he was comforting his mother in the room. Seeing this sudden change, he didn't know how to deal with it. Originally, he had asked someone to bring his brother back because he had suffered outside. He hoped that his brother could help him think of a way to vent his anger. He didn't expect that he would be beaten up yesterday, and today, something like this would happen to his mother. The sound of crying continued in the west courtyard, and the atmosphere was gloomy. In another place, in another family in the same city, Song Ming's mother's family, his grandfather, and the others received the information from the black market. When they saw the information, they were all furious and called people to go to the Song family. Song Ming's mother's family was also a big family in the city. Although their foundation couldn't compare to the Song family, who had the support of other families in the 8 great empires, their power and status in the city weren't low. Otherwise, the second madam wouldn't have been unable to become the official wife for more than 10 years. And her son could only be born of a concubine. Now that they knew the inside story of that year, they were extremely furious. Full of anger, they brought people to the Song family's mansion. Because they were from the eldest young Master Song Ming's mother's family and were relatives of the Song family. Even if they brought people with them in anger, the gatekeepers couldn't stop them. "Where's that woman? Drag her out." The old man in the lead was Song Ming's mother's father, who was also his grandfather, the Liu family's great master. Ever since he abdicated, it had been a long time since he was this angry. Almost as soon as they entered the Song family's mansion, Song Ming's servant quickly ran to the south courtyard to tell the eldest young master, who was grounded. At the same time, the Song family's housekeeper and some other people saw that the situation wasn't good and quickly went to inform the master, great master, and the elders. After all, even the great master of the Liu family had come out. It was obvious that the situation wasn't good. However, in the end, the eldest young master didn't cause any trouble that was too excessive. Why did they come in anger? They even looked like they wanted to kill someone. What was the reason? Go to the west courtyard and bring that woman here. The Liu family patriarch sat in the front hall, giving orders to his son, the Liu family patriarch, 2 nascent soul cultivators, and 4 family elders. After hearing the news, Song family head hurried over and saw his father-in-law and brother-in-law sitting in the hall angrily. Even the elders of the Liu family had come. Song family head couldn't help but be a little surprised. He hurried over and bowed to the Liu family's old man, his father-in-law. "Father-in-law, what's going on?" he asked, his face full of confusion. Bang! Elder Liu's face was gloomy. He slammed his hand on the table and stared at him with sharp eyes and anger. "You raised a good woman." Song family head was startled by the heavy slap on the table. Before he could recover, he heard his father's words. He felt even more strange and asked, "What does father-in-law mean by this? Did something happen? What is it? Don't you know what's happened?" "That's right, if it wasn't for someone sending the information to us, I wouldn't know what happened more than 10 years ago." Chapter 1000. "Grandpa, Uncle, why are you here?" At this moment, Song Ming's surprised voice came from outside. He ignored the anger of the people in the hall and walked forward. He just happened to see his grandfather throw something at his father, so he went forward and took out a piece of paper to have a look. With this look, his originally somewhat lazy expression suddenly sank, and his usual ruffian look also disappeared from his face. He picked up the other papers and looked at them one by one. The more he looked, the darker his face became, and the more murderous his body became. In the end, he even took a piece of information that his father picked up from the ground and looked at it. After reading the information, he threw it on the table, turned around, and strode out without saying a word. Seeing that, Patriarch Song was stunned and couldn't help but call out, "Ming, where are you going?" However, Song Ming didn't answer him. Instead, he disappeared in front of him in a few moments. Seeing this, Patriarch Song lowered his head and looked at the information. At first, he didn't think much of it, but who knew that the things recorded on it made his heart tremble and he was in disbelief. How is this possible? This is impossible. Impossible? It's so accurate that the time and date are recorded. How is it impossible? How many people's handprints are in here? You say it's impossible? Do you think this thing can be forged? Do you think that today, who would still make things difficult for that delicate woman of yours? Patriarch Song opened his mouth and looked at the information in his hand. He only felt a little confused and couldn't believe the things recorded on the information in front of him. Could those things be true? How could it be? What happened? Why did I hear that Old Man Lu is here? Patriarch Song and a few elders also came to the hall. Because Patriarch Song and Patriarch Lu had been friends for many years, their relationship was very good. After becoming in-laws, their relationship was even better. Therefore, when he heard that the people of Lu family came in anger, he was really a little surprised. The old ancestor of the Song clan walked in with a few elders. Not long after he sat down, he ordered people to pick up the scattered documents and handed them to the old ancestor. Looking at the records, the old ancestor of the Song clan released his aura, which was filled with terrifying killing intent and anger. He took a breath and looked at Patriarch Lu, saying, "You don't have to worry. If this is true, I will definitely give your Lu family an explanation." As soon as he finished speaking, the panicked voice of the steward came from outside. "Not good, not good. First young master went to the west courtyard with a sword to kill second madam. He's fighting with third young master." When everyone in the hall heard this, they rushed out one by one and rushed to the west courtyard. At the same time, Feng Jiao, Duan Yi, and Ning Lang were drinking tea at a tea stall in the alley outside the Song clan as they listened to the commotion within the clan. Even though there was still some distance between them, with their cultivation, they could still vaguely hear it if they listened carefully. Therefore, it could be said that even though they were sitting there, the sounds coming from inside still faintly reached their ears. "Didn't you say you were going to go in? Are you going to drink tea here?" Duan Yi glanced at Feng Jiao and didn't know what he wanted to do. Chapter 1001. At this time, the west courtyard of the Song mansion was in a mess. Song Ming rushed into the courtyard of the second madam of the west courtyard with a long sword in his hand. However, before he could get close to the inner room, he was stopped by his half-brother. He had never had a good impression of this half-brother of his, because their existence was only telling him, reminding him of how his father had betrayed his mother. "Come out! Bai Lian, come out!" Song Ming waved away the people who stopped him and shouted, "Third brother, you'd better get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame my sword for being blind." "Big brother, what are you doing?" He was no match for Song Ming. With a wave of his hand, he was sent flying. However, he felt that even if Song Ming did not like him, he would not kill him because there was no brotherhood between them, because the blood of the same father flowed in their veins. However, he underestimated Song Ming's fierceness in his rage. When Song Ming strode forward and stepped through the door, he saw Bai Lian pouncing to block him again. Enraged, Bai Lian stabbed the sharp sword in his hand towards Bai Lian. "If you don't come out, I'll kill your son." "Hiss, big brother." The sharp blade cut his arm and blood oozed out. He gasped and cried out in pain. He couldn't believe it. A faint smell of blood filled the air. Not only was the third young master shocked, but even the guards who didn't know how to stop him were shocked. They thought that the eldest young master wouldn't attack the third young master. Who knew that the eldest young master's sword really stabbed the third young master? Perhaps it was because of Song Ming's threatening words outside, or perhaps it was because she heard her son's cry of pain, but the second madam ran out from inside. However, when she appeared, everyone outside couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Hiss. This is the second madam? That's right, that's right. When Master woke up this morning, he was shocked. He even asked someone to call a doctor over. The doctor in a manner said that second madam had an aging disease and became like this overnight. Hiss. It's unbelievable. The second madam is such a beautiful person, but she became an old woman overnight? Is this an illness? Or is she poisoned? Can it be cured? I heard that it's probably an illness. The doctors didn't find any poison in second madam's body. It's hard to say if she'll be cured. Song Ming was also shocked by the old woman who ran out. He glared angrily at the person in front of him. She was dressed in a simple and elegant dress, but her hair was white and her face was full of wrinkles. She was so old that she looked like she was over 100 years old. If he hadn't heard the whispers and discussions of the guards behind him, he wouldn't have believed that the person in front of him was actually that woman, Ba Yan. Ba Yan, you have viciously poisoned my mother. This is what the heavens can't stand and want to punish you. Ha ha! In just one night, you've turned into something that doesn't look like a human or a ghost. Ba Yan, do you think the old man still wants you? Ha ha ha! Song Ming raised his head and laughed loudly. His voice was filled with ruthlessness and schadenfreude. He pointed the sword in his hand at her. From the moment you entered the door, I've already found you an eyesore. A vixen who only knows how to seduce people still wants to be the mistress of our Song family? Humph! With me, Song Ming, around, you'll never have this chance. Hearing those words, the third young master was stunned. He didn't care about his injured hand and looked at Song Ming in shock. Big brother, what are you talking about? What do you mean my mother harmed your mother? How is this possible? Chapter 1002. How could this be? How could this be? That incident happened more than 10 years ago. How could it suddenly be dug up? How could Song Ming suddenly know? What was going on? First, she became an old woman overnight. Even the old master did not dare to look at her and left. Now, Song Ming came to say these words and dug up this incident. She vaguely felt that something was not right. She suddenly felt that these two incidents should be related. If Song Ming and the others had the information and knew about that incident, they would not have waited until now. However, it just had to be dug up today. Did that mean that he only knew about it today? Who told him about it? A series of questions floated in her heart. Her mind spun rapidly as she thought about how to deal with it next. However, before she could think of a way, she saw a group of people striding in from outside. Seeing those people, she only felt her vision go black, and she felt like fainting. At that moment, it was as if the sky had collapsed. In addition to the patriarch, there was also the Song clan's patriarch, as well as several clan elders. These people had never had a good impression of her. Even though she had done many things to please them, they still did not take her seriously. They had never stood on her side and spoke a word for her. They were even more unwilling to let her two sons become legitimate sons and could only be listed as illegitimate sons. Usually, even if there were no major events, they would not appear. Now, one by one, they were here. Moreover, even the people of the Liu family were here. When she saw the Liu family's eyes that wanted to eat her alive, she could not help but step back. What did these people want to do? On the way here, they had heard the master of the Song family mention that the second madam had aged overnight. Even if they were mentally prepared, they were still slightly shocked when they saw it now. Why would a person suddenly age out of nowhere? However, at this time, they did not want to care about how she became like this. They only wanted to confirm that this old woman was the second madam. Today, they came to settle the debt with her for his daughter, not to care about how she became like this. Song Hong, the Liu family's ancestor, called out in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he glanced at the second madam. He then looked at the Song family's head and called out his name. He asked, "What kind of explanation do you plan to give us for this woman?" Song clan leader hesitated and said, "Father-in-law, please give me some time. I will definitely give the Liu clan a satisfactory explanation. After all, she was the mother of his other two sons. Could he really kill her just like that? We'll wait here and watch. If you want to stall for time, we don't mind taking her life ourselves." The Liu family's patriarch said in a gloomy voice. In an instant, he attacked. A gust of wind surged from his palm. In the next moment, as he raised his hand. The second madam, who was hiding behind him, was ruthlessly thrown out without being able to resist. "Ah, mother!" A blood-curdling scream rang out, along with the third young master's worried and alarmed cries. He quickly went forward to help her up. He was very angry in his heart. "Why did you treat my mother like this? You want to kill my mother without any evidence? I won't allow it." He stood protectively by her side and glared at the Liu family. Chapter 1003. The evidence is here. How do you want to interrogate her? The Liu family's patriarch snorted. "Don't even think about protecting this woman. We can let her 2 sons go because they have the blood of your Song family. But if this woman doesn't die today, my Liu family will not let this go." "No. Where did this evidence come from? Is it reliable? How did this evidence appear now? Didn't we investigate it before?" Song family head asked, his heart full of doubts. If Bai Lian was still that delicate and soft beauty, he would not leave her alone and watch her suffer there, helplessly hiding in a corner. Song family head's heart was full of pity for her, as well as his many years of affection for her. But the current her had white hair and a face full of wrinkles. She was like an old woman without the slightest bit of beauty. Even if there was some reluctance in his heart, at this moment, he couldn't feel any pity for such an old woman. However, he was puzzled. Where did the evidence in the Liu family's hands come from? The evidence was so detailed that it shocked them. Everything she had done was not left out. Among them, there were some that he knew, and some that he did not know. But where did this evidence come from? Who would send this evidence to the Liu family at this time? Where could it come from? "Woman, you must have offended some big shot. Otherwise, how could they have so easily produced the evidence that even our 2 families couldn't find?" As the Liu family patriarch spoke, he stared at the bewildered woman. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was that it was true. Almost at the same time that the Liu family's patriarch said this, everyone in the Song family also thought of this. They could tell at a glance whether the evidence was fake or not. And those things, even their Song family and Liu family could not find out. How could someone else have it so easily? This Bai Lian must have offended some big shot. Otherwise, the other party would not have pushed all the things about her to the stage. Moreover, this evidence was not sent to the Song family, but to the Liu family. Only the Liu family would mercilessly kill Bai Lian after knowing these things. None of the people present were fools. In an instant, everyone thought of this point. While they were shocked, they were even more horrified. Who was that person? How could he have such great magical power? If they became enemies with such a person, the consequences would be too terrible. No, I didn't. Bai Lian shook her head and cried. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. She was so shocked that she couldn't say anything else. Her body was trembling, and her eyes were wide open in disbelief. Was it those 3 people? Those 3 youths? Over the years, even if she had some small tricks, they were only internal and not external. She rarely made enemies with people outside. Only after hearing her sons crying yesterday did she send people to deal with the 3 people. She poisoned them and let them die silently. Today, due to the sudden change in her appearance when she woke up early in the morning, her mind was in a mess and she was unable to calm down. Now, the people of the Liu clan came to her door with evidence to kill her. After their reminder, she remembered that the 2 Jindan cultivators she sent out last night had yet to return. Chapter 1004. She muttered in disbelief. Her expression showed a trace of absent-mindedness and fear. Seeing this scene, how could the crowd not know that she had really offended some big shot outside? Therefore, Song family head asked, "Did you really offend someone outside? When was it? Who did you offend?" Now is not the time to talk about who she offended, but about how she poisoned my daughter, your wife. You don't ask about it, and you don't deal with it. Instead, you care about something unrelated. Liu family head's face was gloomy as he shouted, "Since your Song family won't deal with it, then our Liu family will make her pay with her life. Bring her back," he shouted. The 2 people behind him were about to step forward, but at this moment, a figure rushed in. Grandfather Liu, a young man, suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The young man's aura was steady, and his face was 60% similar to Song family head's. This person was Bai Lian's eldest son, and also the second son of the Song family. He rushed back because he heard that his brother sent someone to deliver a message, but he didn't expect to hear that something had happened to his mother. He rushed all the way here and heard about it from the guards of the Song family. This matter shocked him, and, at the same time, he quickly thought of a solution. Even if it was true that Bai Lian poisoned the first madam, at this time, he could only deny it. Otherwise, he would only end up dead. While he was thinking of a solution, he was also thinking about who wanted to deal with his mother. Was the evidence in the Liu family's hands true? Why couldn't the Song family and the Liu family find it, but others could? It's you, kid? Get out of the way. Liu family head's eyes were cold. He waved his sleeve and ordered people to take Bai Lian away. Seeing that he couldn't stop the Liu family, he quickly turned to his grandfather. Grandfather, this matter hasn't been investigated clearly. How can you let them treat my mother like this? The Liu family came to take people away like this, completely disregarding our Song family's face. This is slapping our Song family's face. Grandfather, shut up. Liu family head coldly shouted. His sharp eyes contained pressure as he stared at him. You're so young, yet you're so scheming. The moment you open your mouth, you want to sow discord between our Liu and Song family. What a vicious mind. A son of a concubine is a son of a concubine. That woman's son is not presentable. Being reprimanded in public, the second young master's face turned red, and his fists were tightly clenched under his sleeves. A sinister light flashed through his slightly lowered eyes, but he did not speak again. The Song clan ancestor, who had been silent all this while, frowned and ordered, "Lock Bai Lian up first." He then looked at the Liu clan ancestor and said, "Let's go to the front and talk." After that, he added, "Don't worry, I'll definitely get justice for my dead daughter-in-law." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a shrill scream suddenly sounded in the courtyard. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly turned their heads to look. They saw Song Ming, who had been ignored by everyone earlier, standing in an inconspicuous corner with a long sword in his hand. At this moment, the long sword in his hand was dripping with blood. His cold and sinister gaze was fixed on Bai Lian, who was twitching and screaming on the ground. The tendons in Bai Lian's hands and feet were all broken, and blood seeped out from his hands and feet as he fell to the ground. Song Ming's sudden attack caught everyone off guard, but it wasn't unexpected. Facing the enemy who killed his mother, how could he remain calm? However, when the other two brothers saw this scene, they were stunned and involuntarily cried out. Chapter 1005. Supporting their mother, whose hands and feet had been cut off, the two brothers glared at Song Ming with hatred. Anger grew in their hearts and surged in their hearts. The third brother couldn't help but rush forward and slash at Song Ming with his sword. "You dare to hurt my mother, I'll kill you." However, before he could get close to Song Ming, he was pushed away by the Liu family's ancestor. The Liu family's ancestor protected his grandson and stared at them coldly. "You're really out of control. Since when did a bastard dare to brandish a sword at a son of the first wife?" "Enough," Song ancestor shouted in a deep voice. "Take him away. Everyone else, go to the front hall." As he spoke, he turned and walked forward. Seeing this, two guards came forward and took away Bai Lian, who was twitching on the ground, and locked her up in the dungeon to await punishment. The others went to the front hall. After everyone left, only the two brothers were left in the courtyard. The second brother asked, "How did this happen? Did mother offend someone recently?" Today's matter was obviously a trick played by someone behind the scenes. They wanted to kill his mother. "Brother, mother usually doesn't go out. How could she make enemies?" "Brother, they said mother killed the first madam. Is it true?" He was a bit worried. If this was true, could his mother still live? The second brother thought for a while and said, "Someone wants mother dead, and it's not an ordinary person. I'm afraid mother won't be able to escape this calamity." But mother didn't offend anyone. "Yesterday, I was beaten up and came to find mother to help me vent my anger. She also told me not to cause trouble so father wouldn't be unhappy. How could she make enemies?" Hearing this, the second brother was stunned. He hurriedly grabbed his shoulder and asked anxiously, "You told me to come back yesterday and said you were bullied. Did you go find mother before that?" "I told father. Father told me not to cause trouble, so I told Mother. But she didn't help me. Second brother's thoughts ran deeper than his. When he heard these words and thought of the various unforeseen events today, he had already faintly guessed something. Thinking about it, third brother must have offended someone with an extraordinary status. Otherwise, how could he have gotten into such a disaster for no reason? Let us go into the anteroom, and you will tell me about it as we go. He drew him into the anteroom and made him explain the events of the day. After listening to his words, second brother faintly guessed that their mother had asked third brother to bear with it, but she must have secretly sent someone to teach those three people a lesson. Otherwise, it was impossible for such a thing to happen today. However, speaking of these three people, he vaguely remembered that when he came back earlier, he saw the three people that old third had described drinking tea at a tea stall not far from home. In the front hall, after a discussion between Song and Lu, the Song family decided to execute Bai Lian because the evidence was real and could not be refuted. The truth was in front of them, and no one could protect her or save her. All right, as long as she's dead, I'll let this matter go. He patted Song Ming beside him and said, Ming, once that vicious woman dies, I will accompany you to pay respects to your mother. Song Ming nodded. He pursed his lips and did not speak. He only found out that his mother was killed after so many years. If he had known earlier, perhaps his mother would not have been killed when he was 5 years old. Chapter 1006. When the people in the hall heard this, they were slightly surprised and looked at the two people who ran in. In fact, it was not true that Bai Lian was harmed. This was because Bai Lian had indeed done those things. It was just that she had been exposed. To the Lu family and Song Ming, they had to be grateful to the person who exposed her. Otherwise, they might continue to believe that the daughter of the Lu family, Song Ming's mother, had really died of illness back then. Bai Lian had to pay the price for what she did, and this would be her life. No matter who said it, no matter what, the Lu family would not let a person who killed their daughter live to see the sun tomorrow. However, they were really curious. Who could it be that they couldn't find out the information? Was there such a great ability? After receiving his father's signal, Patriarch Song coughed and asked, What are you talking about? What do you mean by knowing who harmed your mother? What's going on? Father, I was beaten yesterday. I told you, but you only cared about Big Brother's matter. You didn't even ask me a word. You just asked me to endure and not cause trouble. The third son looked at his father and said sadly, I went to find Mother and told her. She must have sent someone to help me vent my anger. It must be those three people who did something. Otherwise, Mother wouldn't have aged overnight, and she wouldn't have been framed for killing the first madam. Hearing this, everyone in the hall had different thoughts. You mean you were beaten outside yesterday? Patriarch Song's eyes moved slightly as he stared at his youngest son and asked. Because they were born of a concubine, their mother had no background. Therefore, he had never cared about his two sons as much as his eldest son, Song Ming. Yes, it must be them. It must be, he emphasized with certainty. After his brother's reminder, he felt that this matter must have something to do with them. Father, when I came back earlier, I saw those three people outside the house. They were at a small tea stall not far from here, the second son said. In his heart, he actually hoped to catch those three people and explain it clearly. In this way, they would know that his mother was actually framed. When everyone present heard their words, their expressions changed slightly. After receiving his father's signal, Patriarch Song said to his eldest son, Ming-er, go and invite those three young masters in. Hearing this, the two brothers standing in the hall couldn't help but be stunned. Why didn't he ask them to go? Why invite? Instead of catching them? Yes, Song Ming responded. Just as he was about to walk out, he saw the butler hurrying in and standing outside the hall to report. Patriarch, there are three young masters outside who have come to visit. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall was stunned. Song family head was also a little stunned. Three young masters? But one of them is dressed in red, and all three of them are outstanding? Yes, one of the three young masters is dressed in red, and the other two have extraordinary auras. The housekeeper hurriedly said, They still dare to come to our door? Third brother's angry voice rang out. Hatred surged in his heart. It was because of them that his mother became like this. Under such circumstances, they actually dared to come. Everyone in the hall was slightly surprised and felt strange, but they didn't say anything. Song family head said to his eldest son, Minger, go invite the 3 young masters in. Chapter 1007. After Song Ming heard those words, he strode out. No matter who these 3 people were, since they helped him find his mother's murderer, they were Song Ming's benefactors. As for the other 2 brothers, after hearing their father's words, they could only grit their teeth and retreat to the side, not daring to say anything more. Many times, the children of concubines did not have the right to speak and were not valued. This was something they had known for a long time. When Song Ming came outside and saw the 3 people, he could not help but be startled. He looked at them with a strange expression. It's you guys? That day, when he was gambling in the alley, he saw the 3 of them standing in the crowd. He did not expect to see them again, and it was them who came to visit. Of course it's us. Ning Lang grinned and strode inside. Song Ming, is your house lively? Hearing this, Song Ming's expression changed slightly, and he asked, Did you guys give the information in my grandfather's hands? What information? Ning Lang was slightly startled and turned to look at Feng Jiao. What information did you give them? What's the use of it? At the side, Duan Yi also looked at Feng Jiao. Feng Jiao only told them that they did not need to interfere and that he would take care of it himself. Hence, when they came out early this morning and drank a few cups of tea at a tea stall outside, he said that he wanted to see Song Ming. As for what he did, they had no idea. Aren't you going to invite us in for a cup of tea? Or do you plan to just stand here and chat? Feng Jiao glanced at Song Ming and said. Hearing this, Song Ming turned slightly. Please, my grandfather and the others are waiting for you inside. Feng Jiao strode in with Duan Yi and Ning Lang by his side. The group walked in. The people who were waiting in the hall saw Song Ming come in with 3 youths. The youth in the lead was dressed in red. His face was handsome and unrestrained, and his aura was incomparably noble. When their gazes fell on the youth in red, they almost did not look away. The heads of the Liu family and the Song family, as well as the 4 elders, looked at the handsome face of the youth in red with astonishment in their eyes. They, who were originally sitting, could not help but stand up and personally went forward to welcome him. You are young Master Feng? The Song family patriarch looked at the red-clothed youth in shock and surprise. It could be said that the ghost doctor's portrait was in the hands of almost every family. They had originally thought that they would not see the ghost doctor here, but the youth in front of them looked exactly the same as the portrait and was dressed in red. Who else could it be but the ghost doctor? Seeing their patriarchs and patriarchs lose their composure like this, the patriarchs of the 2 clans couldn't help but be surprised. Their gazes fell on the red-clothed youth as they sized him up. They saw that besides his noble bearing and handsome appearance, there wasn't anything else about him that could make them so shocked and pleasantly surprised. However, young Master Feng? What young Master Feng? Could it be that the patriarch and the others knew this young man? Duan Yi and Ning Lang were already aware of Feng Jiao's identity as the ghost doctor. They had seen many similar things along the way, so they were calm. The 2 of them stood quietly beside Feng Jiao. Even the neglected pet, Tun Yun, was squatting beside Feng Jiao, looking at everyone in the hall with narrowed eyes. I hope that Patriarch Song will forgive me for taking the liberty to come and disturb you. Chapter 1008. No matter how much dignity he had, after seeing such a scene, it was all gone. Fortunately, he didn't know that she had seen his debauchery last night. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to maintain his dignity as the head of the family in front of her. No, it is our Song clan's honor to welcome such a distinguished guest like young Master Feng. Song clan head said with a smile. Looking at the 2 people standing beside Feng Jiao, he asked, I wonder who these 2 are. My father is the richest man in the Song Empire, Ning City's Lord Ning Yuan. I am his son, Ning Lang. Ning Lang slightly raised his chin and introduced himself with a proud face. When everyone in the hall heard this, they were stunned for a moment. This was the first time they had seen someone introduce his father first. I am Duan Yi. Compared to Ning Lang, Duan Yi simply reported his name and did not continue. So it is young Master Ning and young Master Duan. Song clan head smiled and said to the three people, "Please sit down." After the two people reported their names, a strange look appeared on Song Ming's face. Ning Lang and Duan Yi? Weren't they the other two troublemakers of the Two-Star Academy? It was said that these two people were the same as him. They did not like to go to the academy to cultivate. The former liked to make money and was a complete money grubber, while the latter was arrogant and often acted recklessly. After sitting down, Fengjiu looked around at the people in the hall and showed an apologetic smile. "It is really abrupt. I came uninvited. It seems that I have disturbed everyone. How about we come again another day?" Hearing this, Duan Yi, who was sitting below Fengjiu, slightly twitched the corner of his mouth. He took a sip of the tea served by the servant to hide the expression on his face. Ning Lang was drinking tea. When he heard this, he could not help but choke and cough twice. Cough, cough. He glanced at Fengjiu and saw that his expression was indifferent, his manners natural and unrestrained, carrying the appearance of a gentleman. He could not help but secretly mutter in his heart, pretending, really pretending. "Ha ha, no, it is just some trivial matters in the house that have been dealt with." Song family head glanced at the people in the hall, and then his eyes fell on Fengjiu. He asked, "I wonder what brings young Master Feng here today." "Oh, I'm here to take Song Ming away." Her gaze fell on Song Ming. At the same time, she moved her hand and took out a token, asking someone to pass it to Patriarch Song. "Today, I came here as an instructor of the Two-Star Academy, and Song Ming is the same as the two people beside me. For the next year, he will be under my care." Hearing this, Song Ming stared at him in shock. Even the other people in the hall were astonished. The Liu clan's patriarch and the Liu clan's old ancestor, as well as the two people from the Song clan, all knew about Fengjiu's identity as the ghost doctor, but they did not think that today he would come here as a mentor. When did the Two-Star Academy become so capable? Even the ghost doctor could be invited as a teacher? After looking at the identity jade token, Patriarch Song looked at his father and the two people from the Liu clan and nodded. This is indeed the identity jade token of a Two-Star Academy's instructor. His voice paused for a moment as he looked at Fengjiu and smiled. "Ming-er can be taught by young Master Feng. This is exactly what we want. How about this? Young Master Feng can stay in the house and rest for a day or two so that we can properly take care of him." Chapter 1009. Seeing this, the Song family head didn't force him. He smiled and said, "All right, I'll have him come as soon as possible. I won't let young Master Feng wait too long." At the same time, he returned the jade token to Fengjiu. At this moment, the Song family's ancestor stood up and cupped his hands. "Young Master Feng, I'll have to trouble you to teach my naughty grandson. You're too kind." She stood up and looked at the third brother. Her lips curled up as she said to everyone, "We won't stay for long. Please." At this moment, the Liu family's ancestor pulled his son forward and smiled at the dazzling red-clothed youth. He bowed and said gratefully, "This old man represents the Liu family in thanking young Master Feng." He didn't say it clearly, but everyone in the hall understood what he meant. He wasn't thanking him for teaching Song Ming, but for sending by Lian's information and evidence to the Liu family. He wanted them to know that their daughter's death wasn't simple. When Fengjiu saw this, his eyes flashed. He didn't avoid the bow and said, "I didn't do anything. There's no need to be like this." With that, he looked at Duan Yi and the others. The two of them also stood up and said their goodbyes. "We'll send young Master Feng off." As they spoke, they personally escorted them out. After watching them leave through the main gate of the Song mansion, the four of them looked at each other, then walked back into the mansion and returned to the main hall. "Ancestor, who is this young Master Feng?" one of the elders asked in confusion. Seeing the four of them treat him like this, that youth status wasn't ordinary. "We'll talk about this later. First, have someone bring Miss Bai here." The Song family's ancestor said in a deep voice and ordered two people to bring her to the dungeon. Everyone in the hall looked at each other. After a while, Bai Lian, whose hands and feet were covered in blood, was brought in by two cultivators. After the cultivators left, aside from the Song family's ancestor, the family head, the elders, and Bai Lian's two sons, there was only Song Ming. On the Liu family side were the Liu family's ancestor, patriarch, and a few elders. At this moment, all of their gazes landed on Bai Lian. When they looked at his old face, their hearts were filled with shock, and they felt even more solemn. Madam Bai, what evil things have you done these past few days? Hurry up and tell the truth. The Song clan's patriarch bellowed, his sharp gaze fixed on Bai Lian below. It was almost certain that this Bai Lian had offended the ghost doctor. However, what had she done? That was why the ghost doctor was so angry. She had to vent her anger? I did not. Her voice was weak as she lay on the ground, unable to even get up. Seeing the ruthless eyes of the Song family head, her heart became even colder. She had long known that men were unreliable. She had long known that men were all like this. However, it was only when she personally experienced it that her heart ached. Only then did she know what kind of despair was like. Bang! Still not going to say it? Do you think you can hide what you did? If you hadn't offended someone you shouldn't have, would you have aged overnight? The ancestor angrily slammed the table, making a loud sound. His angry voice was filled with thunder and fire. He wanted to kill her with one palm so that she would not be disgraced. Chapter 10:10. However, as soon as she spoke, she was slapped. Still not going to speak? Or do you want to drag your 2 sons down with you? Let them lose their footing in the Song family? The ancestor's face darkened as he shouted sternly. He stared at the crying Bai Lian and said, If you don't tell us the whole story, even your 2 sons will be implicated by you. Hearing this, Bai Lian's crying stopped. She looked up at the ancestor in horror and said, This has nothing to do with them. Nothing to do with them. Then tell us in detail. The ancestor snorted and stared at her sharply. I'll speak, she cried and shouted, her heart filled with regret. She told him about how her youngest son was bullied and no one stood up for him. In the end, she cried and said, I had people poison them. It's just a latent poison that won't take effect for a while. I thought that after they left here, even if they died somewhere else, they wouldn't suspect us. But I didn't expect that the people I sent out still haven't returned. Hearing this, everyone in the hall was speechless. Just because of a fight between a few youths, she wanted to take their lives. How vicious was her heart? You brought this upon yourself. The Liu family's old man stared at her and said, Do you know who that person is? You poison him? You're courting death. But if you didn't court death, how would we know the truth of that year? Speaking of which, you brought this upon yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the ancestor of the Song family and said, Now that we know the truth, how should we deal with this woman? Tell us. The ancestor of the Song family looked at his son and said, She's your woman. You deal with her yourself. Hearing this, the Song family's head pondered. He looked at the old woman below. On that wrinkled face, he couldn't find the slightest bit of familiarity from the past. He sighed and said, Madam Bai's heart is vicious. She even poisoned the madam. Her crime is unforgivable. Since she gave birth to 2 sons for the Song family, let's leave her corpse intact and give her a cup of poison wine. Don't, father, don't kill my mother, don't. The 3rd son begged in horror. He kowtowed to the ground one by one, and the sound of the kowtowing echoed clearly in the hall. When she killed my mother, I was only 5 years old. She made my mother suffer so much pain and suffering before she died. A cup of poison wine is too easy for her. Song Ming said in a gloomy voice, not feeling pity for them at all. Who caused him to lose his mother when he was young? Who wanted to occupy his mother's position? Who was it that had enjoyed the glory and wealth of the Song family for so many years? The word death was too light. It was not enough to vent the hatred in his heart. Bai Lian was startled by Song family head's words and looked at him absent-mindedly. Under her gaze, Song family head thought of the sweet words between the 2 of them. His eyes flashed, and he looked away. Seeing this, Bai Lian smiled in despair. If a man abandons you, then he really abandons you. All these years, even though she had raised some people by her side, at a time like this, they were still unable to save her. She knew that she was going to die without a doubt. However, in her despair, she felt even more unwillingness. She stopped crying and asked in a hoarse voice, Who are those people? Even if you want me to die, you should at least let me know the reason behind my death. Let me know who I was defeated by. Chapter 10:11. Hearing this, the eyes of the other people in the hall also fell on the Lu clan ancestor and the Song clan ancestor. It seems that only the four of them knew the identity of the red-robed youth. Seeing their eyes looking at them, waiting for their answer, the Lu clan ancestor did not speak, but picked up his tea and drank it. Who is this person? Let the Song clan people tell them. You have heard of his reputation. He is the famous ghost Dr. Fengjiu. Song clan head said, looking at Bai Lian on the ground. You were destroyed in his hands. You are not wronged. Ghost doctor, he is actually a ghost doctor. She muttered in disbelief. The ghost doctor was good at treating poisons. For her to end up like this, who could she blame? She can only blame herself. After hearing the clan head's words, the other people in the hall were also shocked. That red-robed youth was actually a ghost doctor. They had heard of the ghost doctor's name, and also knew that in the clans of the major forces, the people in charge had a portrait of the ghost doctor. It was no wonder that their clan head and the Lu clan ancestor recognized the ghost doctor. However, if he was a ghost doctor, he was also an instructor of the Two-Star Academy. Did he come here because of Songming? For a time, everyone's heart was different. They were shocked and surprised, especially the Song clan people. They felt that this was a good opportunity to build a friendship with the ghost doctor. Song clan head called out, and two shadow guards flashed out from the dark. He took out a bottle of medicine and handed it over. His voice was cold and ruthless. Give this to the second madam. Yes. The two shadow guards replied, and after receiving the medicine, they saw the second and third madam rushing over and hugging the Song clan head's thigh. Father, father, don't kill mother. Don't kill my mother, father, don't. The two of them cried and begged, but Patriarch Song remained indifferent. He put his hands behind his back and looked outside. He shouted, Men, take the second young master and the third young master back to the west courtyard. Without my order, they're not allowed to leave the west courtyard even half a step. Yes, several guards outside answered, and came in to take the two away and brought them to the west courtyard. No, father, don't. The cries of the two gradually faded away until they could no longer be heard. At this time, the two shadow guards in the hall had already poured the poison into Bai Lian's mouth. In front of the people of the Lu clan and the Song clan, they poured the poison down her throat. Song family had looked at him. His eyes were dark, and no one could see his emotions. There was no need to mention the others. All of them had indifferent expressions and didn't care about this life at all. Bai Lian was just a woman. In a large family, there were many ways to make a person disappear. Every method could shut the mouths of the people outside. Song Ming watched as Bai Lian was forced to drink the poison. He watched as she convulsed on the ground in pain. He watched as blood seeped out of her 7 orifices. He watched as she wailed and breathed her last. Poison. It was a highly toxic poison. The poison took effect very quickly. It took less than half an incense stick to burn. Even if the medicine was somewhat torturous, half an incense stick's time passed in the blink of an eye. She could not say that she had suffered much. Take her down and bury her, Song family head said in a deep voice. He waved his hand and motioned for the guards to carry her out. After the guards carried the person on the ground out, everyone in the hall turned their gazes to Song Ming. They looked at him with anticipation, excitement, and agitation. Chapter 10:12. Hearing his father's words, Song Ming only glanced at him, then said to the people beside him, Grandfather, uncle, I'll go with you to pay respects to mother. All right, let's go. The two nodded in response, revealing joyful expressions. They cupped their hands to the Song family. We'll take our leave first. As they spoke, they left together with Song Ming. When the Song family saw this, they all looked at each other, but did not stop them because they knew that Song Ming had never been close to the family head since he was young. Moreover, how did he find out about this matter? The relationship between father and son would become even more strained. Forget it, let him be. With old man Lu and the others watching over him, nothing will happen. When he leaves with the ghost doctor, we'll just have to explain it to them. As the Song family's ancestor spoke, he shook his head and walked out with his hands behind his back. The rest of the matters will be left to them. He had already retired for many years and no longer wanted to care about the matters of the family. Seeing that everyone had left, The Song family head pursed his lips and stood quietly for a while before walking out. This matter seemed to be over, but it was not yet. If it was not handled properly, the Song family would never have a day of peace. Bai Yin was already dead, and he still had to think about the most appropriate arrangements for his second and third sons. As for his eldest son, Song Ming, he had the Liu family to protect him, his father to protect him, and now there was the ghost doctor. He could not interfere, even if he wanted to. However, with the ghost doctor, Duan Yi, and Ning Lang, he did not have to worry. On the other side, after leaving the Song family, Feng Jiu and the other two found a restaurant to sit down and eat a table full of dishes. There was no one else in the private room, so after Duan Yi and Ning Lang looked at each other, they asked, "Feng Jiu, what did you do last night? Tell us about it." They were really curious. Why did he not have to do anything himself to make the Song family fall into chaos? Feng Jiu glanced at the two of them and smiled, then simply told them what he did last night. "Ah, aging overnight? There's actually such a medicine?" Ning Lang looked at him in surprise. "I thought there were only things like the beauty pill. I didn't expect there to be medicine for aging too." Thinking about it, it was really quite scary. If they offended him, who knew when they would be drugged with some strange medicine? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. He was shocked by his previous actions. He actually didn't care about the consequences and sold him out before he even knew what kind of person he was. Thinking about it, he was already being merciful to him. How much longer do we have to wait here? Will Song Ming come? Duan Yi asked. He didn't have any confidence in Song Ming. Would that person go to the Hell Mountain Range with him? Yes. Feng Jiu took a sip of wine and slowly lowered his gaze. Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and didn't say anything. However, to their surprise, in the evening, before the sky turned dark, they returned to the inn and sat idly on the first floor when they saw Song Ming slowly walk in. Other than Feng Jiu, Duan Yi and Ning Lang were surprised to see him again. They didn't expect to see him again so soon. "I'm here." Song Ming walked up to Feng Jiu and said. Feng Jiu looked at the young man in front of him and asked directly, "We plan to go to the Hell Mountain Range. Are you interested?" Chapter 10:13. Like them, it was one thing to be interested in going with him, but if they weren't, they would still have to go with him. However, he would probably knock them out and carry them away. Hearing that it was the Hell Mountain Range, a hint of surprise flashed across Song Ming's eyes, but he didn't ask any more questions. He just nodded and said, "I'll go with you." He didn't want to stay in this family anymore. Since that woman was dead, he should go out and learn more. "Have you said goodbye to your family?" Feng Jiu asked again. "I've paid my respects to my mother and my grandfather, and the others know. That's all." Hearing this, she nodded and said, "Have a seat. We'll leave after eating." Thus, the four of them sat around the table and ate. After the meal, they didn't stay long and directly left the city. Then, they flew on their swords and headed to their next destination. They're gone. In the Song family, when the Song family's patriarch and patriarch heard the news of their departure, it was already a few hours later. "Yes, they're gone." Patriarch Song nodded and sighed in his heart. It's good that they're gone. It's good for them to let them experience the outside world. Moreover, with the ghost doctor around, there won't be any major problems that we need to worry about. As the patriarch spoke, he glanced at him and said, "You have to pay more attention to your two concubine sons. I want to send them to the academy to cultivate and study, and let them stay in the academy for a few years." Patriarch Song told him his plan. That's good. You can arrange this yourself." With that, the patriarch walked out. A day later, in the evening, somewhere on a mountain path, Feng Jiu and the others were not resting by the mountain path. In front of them, the fire was roasting the game they hunted and the fish they caught in the stream. "You guys eat these first. I'll go catch some more," Song Ming said. After finishing a fish, he saw that there was only one left, so he got up and walked towards the stream. Song Ming, "A dozen more fish should be enough," Ning Lang shouted and tore off a piece of meat to eat. He stood up again and said, "Forget it. I'll go help catch some more. You guys eat first, don't burn them." Feng Jiu and Duan Yi sat at the side and ate. They also took out wine from the space to drink. Between the grass, the breeze, and the sunset. They were relaxed and at ease. "We'll rest here tonight. We'll set up a few tents later," Feng Jiu said to Duan Yi as she tore a piece of barbecued meat to eat. "Yes," Duan Yi responded. As he roasted the meat, he took the cooked meat and placed it to the side before adding some firewood. As night fell, they set up 4 small tents and sprinkled some medicinal powder on the outside of the tents to prevent snakes and insects from getting close. As the night deepened, the 4 people who had drunk wine fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until late at night that they were awakened by the faint sound of swords clashing against each other. "You're disturbing my sleep in the middle of the night," Ning Lang muttered, then turned around and went back to sleep. Duan Yi and Song Ming, on the other hand, woke up. After exiting the small tent, the two of them looked at each other and went in search of the sound of fighting. As for Feng Jiu, although she heard some unpeaceful sounds, she did not pay attention to it. There were many unpeaceful things in this world. She would not care about those irrelevant things. Tun Yin was guarding outside the small tent, so she could rest at ease. Chapter 10:14. It was a few black-clothed men who were chasing after 2 young women. However, the 2 women were protected by a few guards and an old woman by their side. Even so, they had suffered quite a few injuries. Their clothes were torn by tree branches as they ran, revealing their snow-white skin. Seeing the exposed skin of the 2 beautiful women, Song Ming's eyes lit up. However, he said to Duan Yi with a serious expression, seeing injustice on the road, "Don't you think we should draw our swords and help?" Duan Yi glanced at him and said coldly, "I don't know them, so I can't be bothered to save those 2 women." As he spoke, he turned around and was about to leave, but who knew that he would grab his hand. "Don't go. If they were 2 weak women, as men, how could we not save them? How could we be men? Go, go, go." Before Duan Yi could regain his senses, he was pulled forward and heard him shout, "Let go of those 2 ladies." It turned out that when the few guards saw that they couldn't beat those people and that they were injured, they actually abandoned the 2 women and the old woman and escaped. Just as the few black-clothed men grabbed the 2 women, Song Ming pulled Duan Yi and jumped out. Duan Yi's baby face darkened. He, who did not plan a fight, was pulled forward. Seeing the swords in the black-clothed men's hands coming towards him, he could only grit his teeth and glare at Song Ming. Holding his sword, he attacked the black-clothed men. Those black-clothed men were at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. If it was 1 against 1, Duan Yi would not be afraid. However, when they attacked together, he was unable to withstand it. With a slight carelessness, a few small bloody wounds appeared on his body. He dodged in a sorry state and looked for Song Ming. However, when he saw him, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Ladies, are you all right? Don't worry. With me here, those people can't hurt you." "So look, my hand is bleeding." Song Ming supported one of the women and talked about her wound, but his eyes were looking at her faintly discernible chest. "Young master, thank you for saving our lives." The woman he was supporting spoke in a soft and timid voice. Her beautiful face was pale, perhaps because of the shock. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her timid appearance made one feel pity for her. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'm here. It'll be fine." He patted the woman's back and pulled her into his arms to comfort her, taking advantage of the situation. It was unknown whether the woman was shy or afraid. She curled up in his arms and did not move away. Even the other woman, who was being supported by the old woman, did not find this scene inappropriate. She looked at Song Ming with the same gratitude as the old woman. "Song Ming, you pervert, come and help me." The enraged Duan Yi cursed and swatted away the sword of a Foundation establishment cultivator. While he was retreating, he shouted loudly. His voice was filled with anger. Almost as soon as he spoke, even Feng Jiu and Ning Lang, who were sleeping in the tent at the foot of the mountain path, heard him. "Don't worry, I'll go help. It'll be fine. With me here, I won't let anything happen to you." When he saw the beauties, it was as if he had changed into a different person. There were only 2 beautiful women in his eyes. Even his voice and expression became gentle and affectionate. He almost angered Duan Yi to death. "Song Ming, I'm coming. Chapter 10:15. The black-clothed men saw that the strength of the two of them had increased greatly after joining forces. If they were to continue fighting, they might end up with both sides suffering injuries. Thus, one of them raised his hand to signal and quickly retreated. He stared at Duan Yi and Song Ming and said, "You brought this trouble upon yourselves. Let's go." Asked for trouble? A trace of doubt appeared on Duan Yi's baby face. What did he mean? Just as he was thinking, he heard Song Ming's voice. "You can't find me, and you're running? Don't run if you have the guts." "All right, let's go back," Duan Yi said as he put away his sword and walked back. He didn't even look at the two women. "Miss, we're staying in front. Why don't you come with us? We have a small tent over there to rest. It's still dark, so it's not good to let you run around here." "Song Ming," Duan Yi glared at him. "Don't bring back people you don't know. They're just two women. They're not dangerous people. All right, this is..." Song Ming looked at the old woman and asked, "This is our grandmother. Because of the great change in our family, we escaped with our grandmother. If it wasn't for our grandmother protecting us all the way, I'm afraid." At this point, the two women covered their faces and wept softly. The beauty wept softly. Her face was covered by a veil, and her eyes were drooping with tears. It made Song Ming's heart soften. He wished he could hug the beauty and comfort her. Duan Yi saw that he couldn't move after seeing the two beautiful women. He couldn't help but snort and turn back with a flick of his sleeve. He couldn't be bothered to care about him, since he wanted to bring people back, then let him. At the small tent, Ning Lang rubbed his eyes and poked his head out. When he saw Duan Yi return, he asked, "Where did you go in the middle of the night?" Asked Song Ming. Duan Yi snorted and sat down in front of the small tent to treat a few small wounds. Seeing this, Ning Lang was startled. He looked back and saw Song Ming supporting a woman. Behind him, there was an old woman and a beautiful woman. When he saw them, he was stunned. Where did the beauty come from in the middle of the night? "Don't tell me it's transformed from a spirit at night?" He muttered and glanced at Feng Jiu's tent. Seeing that he had not come out and that only the little beast was standing guard there, he could not help but shrink back. No matter where he came from, it had nothing to do with him. He should just take care of himself. Therefore, after entering the small tent, he directly pulled the quilt over his head. When they arrived at the small tents, they saw a small beast guarding outside one of the tents. There was no one inside. On the other side, there was a little fatty who had just shrunk inside. He didn't look very old. "This is my tent. You can rest in my tent first." Song Ming enthusiastically gave up his tent and looked at the wounds on the two women. He took out some medicine and said with pity, "You must be in a lot of pain to be injured like this, right? Do you want me to help you apply some medicine?" "There's no need for that, young master. I'll help them apply the medicine." The old woman took the medicine from his hand and helped the two of them into the small tent, isolating Song Ming from the two women. Seeing this, he touched his nose. When he saw Duan Yi sitting outside and bandaging his wounds, he walked forward. "Duan Yi, are you injured? Do you want me to help you bandage your wounds?" Before he finished speaking, he saw Duan Yi get up and walk towards the small tent. "Just take care of the beauties you saved. I won't trouble you." Chapter 10:16. As he spoke, he turned around and glanced at the tent. Who knew that the people inside wouldn't talk to him? He could only return his tent and poke his head out to chat with the two women. In the middle of the night, he didn't rest. Instead, he learned of their names and experiences from the two women. When dawn arrived, when the first strand of sunlight fell on the grass, the sounds of people waking up could be heard from several small tents. During this night, Ning Lang woke up one after another and tidied up their tents. However, there was still no movement in Feng Jiu's tent. After tidying up, the two of them glanced at the two women and the old woman, then walked to the stream to wash their faces. When Song Ming saw this, he said to the three of them, "It's okay. They're just like that. I have some dry food here. Eat some." As he spoke, he took out some dry food and gave it to them. It was not until another hour later that Feng Jiu, who had woken up, walked out of the room. She was dressed in a red dress that was as dazzling as fire. At this moment, she still looked a little sleepy. After she walked out of the tent, she glanced at the three people, then calmly looked away and walked to the stream to wash her face. Feng Jiu, Song Ming brought 2 women back last night. There was an old woman with him. Ning Lang leaned close to Feng Jiu and said. He turned around and glanced at the tent. I think those 2 women don't look very proper. They didn't even wear their clothes properly. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly added, I wasn't looking at him randomly. I just saw that Song Ming was staring at him so intently that he couldn't even blink. I felt that the 2 women were doing it on purpose. They said that they were refugees, but from what I saw, they looked like prostitutes. Hearing this, Feng Jiu couldn't help but smile. All right, don't talk nonsense. We're not going with them anyway. Yes, I also think that we shouldn't go with them. He nodded in agreement and got up to walk back. He shouted to Song Ming, pack up. We're leaving. Okay. Song Ming responded and began to pack up the tent. He put everything back into his chinkoan bag and came to Feng Jiu's side. Feng Jiu, are we flying on swords? Who's going to bring them along with me? After washing her face and gently patting her Feng Jiu, she got up and looked back at Song Ming. Who said we were going to bring them along? Did I agree to that? Hearing this, Song Ming was startled. But I don't want to know what happened to them. Since you saved them last night, I won't say anything more. Let them leave on their own. We don't allow them to follow us here. I won't let them follow me. We'll just split up when we reach the next town. Isn't this considered sending Buddha to the West? Not interested. She walked past him and stopped in front of the 3 people. You can go now. You don't have to worry about encountering any danger in broad daylight. Don't you think so? His cold eyes fell on the 3 of them. His voice was indifferent and cold, sounding as if he was cold-blooded. When the 3 of them saw Feng Jiu, they were slightly shocked, especially when his cold and icy gaze landed on them. They couldn't help but lower their heads, avoiding his gaze and the might of his gaze. Chapter 10:17. Song Ming stepped forward when he saw this. Feng Jiu, we're not in a hurry anyway, so let's take them along. Look, they're still injured. They're 2 weak women and an old woman. Who knows what they'll encounter on the way if we let them travel on their own. Yes, young master. I brought my 2 granddaughters and don't leave the house often. Please take us with you. The old woman begged. The 2 women by her side gazed at Feng Jiu with tears in their eyes. Young master. The corners of Feng Jiu's lips curled as he glanced at the 3 of them, and Song Ming, who was looking at him eagerly. All right, I'll take you with me. Song Ming was stunned when he heard this. He originally wanted to say more, but he never expected Chun Shi to agree so quickly. Although he felt that it was slightly strange, he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he happily told the 2 women not to worry. Duan Yi and Ning Lang's eyes flickered slightly. Compared to Song Ming, they'd spent more time with Feng Jiu. Throughout their journey, they knew that he wasn't someone who changed his mind easily. There was definitely a problem with him suddenly changing his mind. However, he didn't say anything, so they just watched silently. As a result, Feng Jiu got Duan Yi and Ning Lang to help Song Ming take 1 person each. She took Tun Yun and sat on the flying feather while the others followed behind on their swords. They flew very quickly on their swords, but the 3 people at the back couldn't take it anymore and had to stop to rest after flying for a while. As a result, they slowed down. They could have reached the next town in a day's time, but they had to stop and travel. In the blink of an eye, it was evening, but they still hadn't reached the next town. At this moment, the woman that Song Ming was carrying suddenly fainted, giving Song Ming a fright. He hurriedly shouted to the people in front of him and brought the woman down on his sword, landing on the ground. Feng Jiu glanced back from the flying feather. It was a forest with very few people below. However, she followed them down when she saw that they were all heading down. Feng Jiu, take a look at her. I don't know why she suddenly fainted. Song Ming supported the woman in his arms with a worried expression. He should be injured and tired from the journey. It's fine. As Feng Jiu spoke, he looked around and said, it's getting late. Why don't we rest here for the night before leaving? Okay, let's pick up some branches and see if there are any wild animals around. We'll hunt some for dinner, Duan Yi and Ning Lang said. They nodded at Feng Jiu and left together. Feng Jiu smiled and watched them leave. Only then did he say to Song Ming, help her to the tree over there. I'll go see if there's a water source nearby. Young Master Feng, let me accompany you. Another woman spoke, looking at Feng Jiu with shyness in her eyes. When her beautiful eyes stared at him, there seemed to be a hint of charm flowing in them, making her look extremely mesmerizing. Sure, she nodded with a smile. She left Tun Yun to keep watch while she headed in another direction with the beautiful woman. The old woman watched them leave before glancing at Song Ming. An indescribable light appeared in her eyes, but she covered her face and sobbed sorrowfully. My poor granddaughter. Chapter 10:18. Feng Jiu reached out to support her. His clear eyes looked at the woman he was supporting and said calmly, "Be careful." The handsome young man's expression was filled with indifference. Even though his clear eyes carried a sense of distance, the space between his brows revealed a strand of evil charm. Especially his clear eyes, at this moment, they were deep like the ocean and extremely mysterious. It caused others to be unknowingly trapped within them and be unable to extricate themselves for a long time. Looking at the charming smile on the young man's lips, looking at the slight curve of his good-looking lips, and that expression that was not a smile, with a devilish charm, actually made her heart skip a beat, and she had a moment of absent-mindedness. Young Master Feng, there should be very few people walking in this forest. There are a lot of weeds, and the ground is uneven. Be careful. He spoke slowly, his voice indifferent and calm. But in the woman's ears, she could hear the concern in his voice. Looking at this indifferent and aloof young man, the woman's heart was filled with a trace of complexity. When they first met, he gave them a dangerous feeling. But after observing him for a while, they felt that he was just an ordinary, aloof young man. But when there was no one around, he showed a charming and wanton attitude. He was like a beautiful and deadly poppy. Even though he knew it was dangerous, he still made people want to get close to him. Seeing him let go of her and walk forward, she bit her lip and followed him again. The two of them found a source of water. It was a spring in the forest. The spring water that gushed out from the cracks in the rocks was not big, forming a small pool around it. The spring water flowed downhill, and the water was very sweet. Feng Jiu filled some water and washed his face. Just as he was about to stand up, he saw the woman next to him take off her outer clothes, revealing the doo-doo inside. Her beautiful eyes were looking at him shyly. "Young Master Feng, can you please help me take a look at the wound on my back?" Hearing this, Feng Jiu's face was full of hesitation. His gaze swept over her body again, and he said hesitantly, "This isn't very good, is it? After all, men and women are not supposed to touch each other. This is against the rules." Seeing Feng Jiu's gaze sweep over her body, the woman puffed out her chest, feeling proud and happy at the same time. She knew that there was no man who wasn't lustful. "It doesn't matter. Young Master Feng isn't someone else." As she spoke, she lowered her eyes slightly. Her bashful appearance was like a blooming flower, extremely beautiful. "Is that so? All right then." She reluctantly walked forward. When she arrived behind the woman, the reluctance on her face disappeared without a trace. The corners of her lips curled up into a faint smile, and she stretched out a finger to gently stroke the woman's back. "This injury is not serious. After applying medicine, the redness and swelling have disappeared. It should scab and fall off in a day or two." Her voice was faint, and there was a hint of laziness in it. She watched as her finger gently brushed past the woman's back. The woman's delicate body trembled slightly, and she moaned softly. Hearing that soft moan, Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows. He saw her turn around with her hands slightly tugging at the outer garment hanging at her waist. He didn't know how she did it, but the belly band hanging in front of her chest suddenly fell off. For a moment, boundless spring scenery leaped into his eyes. Chapter 10:19. Seeing her exposed body, shouldn't he hurriedly avert his gaze? Why? Why was he staring at her exposed body? She saw that the red-clothed youth's gaze was fixed on her exposed body. That gaze was sizing her up and admiring her. That kind of unrestrained gaze made her feel uncomfortable. Just as she was about to pull up her clothes, she thought of the youth in front of her. Thus, her beautiful eyes shyly glared at Feng Jiu. "Young Master Feng." Cough. Feng Jiu coughed lightly before averting his gaze. She had the mentality that it would be a waste if she didn't look. With this look, She really didn't say that this woman's figure was exceptionally good. Her skin was as white as snow. She didn't need to touch it to know that it was incomparably smooth. That waist was slender and soft, even slimmer than a water snake's waist. And that chest, if it were a man, seeing this erotic and hot scene, even if he didn't get angry, he would still have a nosebleed. If this woman wanted to seduce a man, it was really impossible to guard against her. She took off her clothes so easily. She couldn't help but be curious. If it were the dissolute and lecherous Song Ming here, would he directly pounce on her? Put on your clothes. I'll wait for you before I go. As she spoke, she didn't wait for the woman to speak and turned to walk forward. Seeing this, the woman was stunned and almost bit off a mouthful of silver teeth. Idiot who doesn't know how to appreciate romance. She cursed in a low voice. She had already taken off her clothes, but he still turned around and left. It really angered her to death. She put on her clothes again and calmed her angry mood before walking forward. In front, Song Ming was taking advantage of her in the name of taking care of her. In addition, the woman who had woken up was intentionally or unintentionally teasing him, making Song Ming unable to take a step forward. But even so, he was only taking advantage of her and feasting his eyes. Just like now, this woman who had woken up was leaning in his arms with both hands around his waist. She shyly said that she was willing to give her body to him. At the same time, when she reached out to untie his belt, Song Ming was so frightened that he pushed her to the ground and quickly walked out of the small tent. Phew, that scared me to death. After exiting the small tent, he lightly exhaled and patted his chest. He turned around and saw that the woman didn't follow him. Only then did he relax. Although he was a bit of a pervert, he only liked to take advantage of what was in his hands. He wasn't interested in a real fight like this. In the past few years, other than his rebellious mentality and the despicable things he did outside to tarnish his father's reputation, his reputation as a lecherous man did indeed have a background. It was just that he wanted to take advantage of beautiful women whenever he saw one. Other than that, he didn't do anything out of line. After all, he still had a scale in his heart and knew what he could do and what he couldn't do. However, with his reputation as a womanizer, no one would believe that the dissolute and lecherous young master of the Song family would often visit brothels. Even when he was drunk and lying on a beauty's bed, he was still a virgin. That's right. It's too embarrassing to tell others about it. It's better to keep it to yourself. You can't tell anyone about it. When the old woman outside saw him come out, her gaze couldn't help but change slightly. She stepped forward and asked with concern, "Young Master Song, what's wrong?" Chapter 10:20. What did you catch? Pheasants? Come, let me pluck their feathers. He stepped forward and took the pheasants they caught, then walked to the side to deal with them. When Ning Lang and Duan Yi saw this, they glanced at him but didn't say anything. The two of them used branches to light a fire and set up a rack, preparing to roast the pheasants later. The old woman glanced at them and entered the small tent first. After a while, a few pheasants were roasted on the rack. Feng Jiao and the woman walked back from the other side. Oh, we actually caught pheasants. She sat down by the fire and looked at the pheasants roasting on the rack with a greedy expression. We were going to catch a rabbit, but the rabbit ran too fast and disappeared in a flash. In the end, we only caught a few pheasants. It should be enough for one night. As Ning Lang spoke, he looked at Feng Jiao and asked, "Are you hungry? I still have some dry food. Do you want to fill your stomach first?" "No need. We'll just eat roast chicken later." She waved her hand. From the corner of her eye, she saw the old woman walk out of the small tent. "Young masters, an old woman like me can't help much, but I can still cook. How about this? You guys rest for a while. I'll take care of the roast chicken." She smiled kindly at them. Hearing this, Song Ming said without thinking, "How can that be? You're old, so you should rest. We'll take care of these trivial matters. You just have to sit and wait for us to finish roasting." Seeing this, the smile on the old woman's lips stiffened, but she didn't say anything else. She just nodded and sat down. Feng Jiao smiled and also sat down. He chatted with Ning Lang and Duan Yi. I looked around. There's a spring not far away. The water there is very sweet. Do you want to drink some on the way? We also picked some wild fruits when we came back. They're sour and very appetizing. Here, have a taste. Ning Lang handed over the small fruit in his hand and distributed the rest to the others. On the other side, Song Ming was in charge of roasting the pheasants. The old woman and the woman sat beside him and watched. They added firewood from time to time while chatting and laughing with Song Ming. On the other side, Feng Jiu, Duan Yi, and Ning Lang were also talking. From time to time, they would pay attention to the people over there. She used a branch to write the words "act according to circumstances" on the ground, then erased it. She used a branch to draw on the ground casually to kill time. As night fell, the smell of roast chicken, Song Ming called them. "It's time to eat. Come over here. Calm." But the woman Young Master Song said that he was a little tired. I saw that he was feeling better, so I came out to let him rest inside. The woman said and sat down beside Feng Jiu. A faint fragrance filled the air. Ning Lang, who was sitting beside Duan Yi, was about to stand up with his hands on his head when he collapsed. When Feng Jiu sat down next to the woman, she turned her head slightly to look at her. When she saw Duan Yi and Ning Lang fall down, she frowned. She fell down as well and fainted. After they collapsed, the three people stood up. The two women looked at the old woman. "Eldest senior sister, didn't you say that they're not easy to deal with? Look, they're still our prey." Chapter 10:21. It was a woman who looked to be in her 20s. Her face was coquettish and seductive. She no longer hunched her shoulders and bent her waist. After tearing off her mask, she did not look old at all except for her inconspicuous old clothes. She glanced at the people on the ground, her gaze sweeping past Duan Yi and Ning Lang before landing on the youth in red. "I don't know about the others, but this one called Feng Jiu gives me a dangerous feeling. Be careful. Tie them all up and release the signal for people to come and bring them back." Hearing this, the two women did not say anything. They responded with a yes and tied them up. At this moment, one of them seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Where's that little pet? Why don't I see it?" It's really gone. It was here before." The other woman also looked around. The little pet that was lying on the side was nowhere to be seen. "Don't worry about that little pet. It's just a little beast." As the older woman spoke, she helped tie them up and waited for her people to come and bring Feng Jiu and the others back to their territory. In the night, Tunyon lay in the grass nearby and watched this scene. It watched as its master, Duan Yi, and the others were tied up. Around an hour later, another 7 or 8 people came. There were both men and women among them. When it saw them take the people away, Tun Yun chased after them. When Duan Yi and Ning Lang woke up, they saw that they were locked in an iron cage. Seeing the iron cage, Ning Lang remembered the scene of being sold last time and could not help but cry out, "Ah, why are we locked in an iron cage again? Can't we go somewhere else?" Hearing this, Feng Jiu could not help but chuckle. "Don't worry, you'll be able to go somewhere else soon. It'll definitely be more comfortable than here." Duan Yi and Ning Lang looked to the side and saw Feng Jiu sitting there with a smile between his brows. It seemed that he had woken up long ago. They could not help but be startled. Ning Lang asked, "What do you mean? What do you mean go somewhere else? Can we really go somewhere else?" Duan Yi looked around and asked, "Where is this place?" Seeing that Song Ming had not woken up yet, he walked over and kicked him. Song Ming. Song Ming, who had woken up from the pain, saw Duan Yi staring at him angrily and asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Look at this place." He snorted, his baby face full of anger. "If you hadn't saved those people on the way, would we have been locked in a cage?" Hearing this, Song Ming was shocked. He remembered the scene at that time and quickly jumped up. "Where's this place? Why are we all here?" "Here. I heard them say that this is the Joyous Union sect, a happy and unfettered place. Aside from us, there are also many young men and young women imprisoned here. They should have been captured and brought back here." She spoke in a relaxed manner, but Duan Yi and the others felt their hearts sink as their faces darkened. Hawan sect? That was a heretical sect. It was said that they cultivated some kind of heretical technique that harvested yin to replenish yang. How could that be? The three of them. Song Ming looked at them with a face full of guilt and shame. It was all his fault. He had implicated them. It's useless to talk about this now. Let's think about how to leave this place. Duan Yi said and did not blame him. Instead, he looked at Feng Jiu and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Chapter 10:22. The two were startled. No? Then what should we do? They thought that he would have a way. After all, he was the one who told them to act according to circumstances. Now that they were locked in the iron cage, there was nothing they could do. Weren't they being trampled on? What should we do? Feng Jiu smiled. We'll know when the sun rises. Hearing this, the three of them looked at each other and felt a little uneasy. In the He Huan sect, if they made a mistake, they might lose their chastity or even their lives. However, the three of them saw Feng Jiu sitting on the side with a relaxed expression, as if he wasn't worried at all. They couldn't help but feel strange. However, they soon found out that although they were awake, the spiritual power in their bodies was sealed and they couldn't use it at all. As for Feng Jiu, your spiritual power wasn't sealed? The three of them approached him and asked in a low voice. It wasn't sealed in the first place. It's just that you guys were drugged and can't gather your spiritual power. She said leisurely, glanced at them and said, Don't disturb me. I want to sleep. When the three of them heard this, they couldn't help but be happy. You must have a way to use the drug. Quickly help us break it. Otherwise, without spiritual power, we'll be like mortals. If we're caught, what will happen? Unexpectedly, Feng Jiu shook his head. No, there's a nascent soul old monster here. If your spiritual power recovers, you'll be noticed. At that time, it'll be even more troublesome. It's better like this. Don't worry, just act according to circumstances. If there's a possibility of losing your chastity, push Song Ming out. Anyway, this is what he wants. Hearing this, Song Ming's scalp went numb. Looking at Feng Jiu, who had closed his eyes, he smiled embarrassedly. Feng Jiu, I didn't do it on purpose. No one thought that something like this would happen. Wrong. It's just you who didn't think of it, not me. She opened her eyes and glanced at him. Don't crowd around me, go to the side. Seeing this, the three of them could only go to the side and sit down. However, even though it was late at night, they did not feel sleepy at all. They did not know if it was a psychological effect, but they actually heard a strange sound faintly coming from the night sky. That night was extremely difficult for them to endure. However, as they waited and worried, the next day arrived. When the first ray of sunlight shone down, they were able to clearly see their surroundings. They were actually on top of a mountain. Inside, there were a few scantily clad men and women walking around. There were also some who came to the front of the iron cages and sized up the people trapped in the cages. These youths are really outstanding. I heard that they were captured by Elda Senior Sister and the others. Yes, this time, Elda Senior Sister and the others went out and captured many young men and women for our sect. However, none of them are as outstanding as these few people. I heard that these are from Master and the others. That's right, such outstanding young men should be given to Master and the others. However, since Elda Senior Sister and the others offered such outstanding young men, Master and the others must have given them a good reward. That's for sure. The people in the iron cages looked at the women outside the iron cages, staring at them like wolves and tigers. They could not help but have goosebumps all over their bodies. After they left, the three people in the iron cages leaned towards Feng Jiu. Chapter 10:23. Hearing this, Feng Jiu chuckled and said, Here, they must be pretending to surrender. We'll do whatever they say. Do as you see fit. First, we'll figure out the situation here. But we can't gather our spiritual energy. What if something unexpected happens? Song Ming asked anxiously. Hearing this, Feng Jiu teased. Isn't this your type? The women here have good figures and faces. You're a man anyway, so you won't be at a disadvantage. Take advantage of this opportunity and enjoy yourself among these women. Otherwise, you won't be able to move your legs the next time you see a woman. Feng Jiu, all right, I'm joking with you. Here, take it. Take it when you're in a critical situation. This can neutralize the effects of the drug in your body. Don't let anyone find out. With a flip of her hand, she handed 3 pills to them. She looked at them meaningfully and said, If you're not strong enough, use your brain more. Don't blindly use force to solve problems. Sometimes you have to make good use of your advantages. Hearing this, the three of them were slightly moved. They secretly pondered the meaning of these words. At this moment, two women walked over from not far away. They were the two charming women from before. However, they no longer looked as wretched as they did outside. At this moment, they exuded a seductive and fatal allure. The chiffon on their bodies was almost transparent and clearly printed the color of the belly bands on their chests. Under the chiffon, a pair of long legs were revealed from the side of their high slits. It was very seductive. The two of them stopped in front of the iron cage and looked at the people in the cage. Their gazes fell on Song Ming and Feng Jiao. Compared to the baby-faced Duan Yi and the pleasant-looking chubby Ning Lang, their gazes fell more easily on Feng Jiao, who was slightly curling his lips and exuding a devilish aura, as well as the extremely manly Song Ming. It's been hard on you. You have to stay in this small iron cage. One of the girls smiled as she covered her red lips. Her charming eyes stared at Feng Jiao, who was sitting in the cage without any restraint or anger. Looking at the young man's handsome face and evil smile, her heart moved slightly. She stepped forward and unlocked the cage. She opened the door and looked at the people inside. She said softly, "Don't even think about escaping. Now that you're here, you won't be able to escape. Our master wants to see you. Come with us." Feng Jiao stood up, flicked his robes, and stepped out of the iron cage. His graceful posture and unrestrained expression made him feel as if he was in his own backyard. When the other three saw him walk out, they followed the two women to see their master. Along the way, they also looked at the environment inside. Looking at the layout and the number of people here, it seemed like a small sect. There were mountains and rivers here, as well as some pavilions scattered around the mountains. However, judging from the number of people, there were only about 200 people here. Feng Jiao pondered. This place was obviously occupied by them. However, why was there no one in charge of this place? Normally, such an evil sect would not be allowed to appear in a second-rate country. Could it be that they had just appeared? Or could it be that there was an expert suppressing them here? Chapter 1024. Sitting in the middle were three coquettish women. They looked to be in their 20s, but in terms of bone age, they were already over 100 years old. The strength of these three people was in the nascent soul stage. Two of them were in the early nascent soul stage, while the one in the middle was in the intermediate nascent soul stage. Sitting on the left and right were 10 people. All of them were in the intermediate foundation establishment stage. 5 of them were men and 5 were women. Compared to the 3 people who looked to be in their 20s, the 10 people sitting below were men and women in their 30s and 40s. Among them, a few of the men had dark circles under their eyes, and their bodies were thin. It seemed that they had overexerted themselves, especially when they saw them enter. Other than the eyes of the 5 women sitting below brightening up, 1 or 2 of the men's eyes actually shot out a chilling light that made people feel disgusted. When Feng Jiao and the others were looking at the people inside, the people inside were also looking at them, but it could be said that after those people's eyes swept past the few people, they fell on the red-robed Feng Jiao's body. Feng Jiao was a person. In addition to his handsome appearance, the most noticeable thing about him was his temperament. He could be unbridled and charming, but he could also be as pure as a sheep with a harmless face. He could also be enchanting and elegant, noble and unparalleled, but at the same time, he could also be domineering and imposing. Even if the few people around him were extraordinary, with outstanding temperament, as long as they stood next to Feng Jiao, it was like the stars meeting the bright moon, overshadowed. "You few, are you students of the 2-Star Academy?" The woman sitting in the middle glanced at the 7-color glass feather on Feng Jiao's waist and asked. "Yes," Feng Jiao replied. Looking at the woman, he asked, "Our 2-Star Academy shouldn't have any grudges with you, right? Your disciples caught us. What do you want to do?" "We are a branch of the He-Huan sect. We have not been here for a long time, so we need some disciples." The woman played with her hair and looked at Feng Jiao. "I see that you are very good. Are you interested in becoming a disciple of our He-Huan sect? If it's the few of you, I can consider taking you under my wing. However, to become a member of our Joyous Union sect, you must first lose your virginity. As long as you agree, I can personally teach you the matters between men and women. Hearing this, they felt a chill run down their spines. This old monster was already over 100 years old, and he still had the nerve to nibble on young grass like them? How shameless! Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows and asked, "What if I don't agree?" "You don't agree? Hee hee, I think you will agree." She looked at her slender fingers and said softly, "Because those who don't agree can only be used as cultivation furnaces for the disciples to cultivate." Cauldron, their faces darkened. If he agreed, the old witch would fuck him. If he didn't agree, anyone could fuck him until they were drained dry. This heretical sect was indeed heretical. They had no sense of shame at all. Feng Jiu's eyes flickered. He curled his lips and said, "We have to think about this." "All right, I'll give you one day." Chapter 10:25. "Yes," the two women replied, then said to Feng Jiu and the others, "Let's go." Feng Jiu and the others followed the two out. After they left, the others also stood up and left, leaving only the three people in the main seats. These people's temperaments are not ordinary. They should be disciples from some large family clans. The woman on the left said, "Yes, the four of them all have their own characteristics, especially that red-clothed youth. He gives off a breathtaking feeling. Among the four of them, that red-clothed youth is indeed the most outstanding. If we can take them in as our disciples, there will definitely be an unexpected surprise. However, will they agree in the end? Other than agreeing, do they have any other choice?" The woman in the middle said, her beautiful eyes filled with charm as she looked outside. "Once they see the benefits of our joyous union sect, they will naturally be willing to stay." Hearing this, the other two looked at each other and smiled. That's right. To men, the most enchanting place was a beauty's nest. Now that they were here, how could they reject the beautiful and passionate women here? Perhaps they were confident that Feng Jiu and the others wouldn't be able to escape, so they didn't want to give up the free and unfettered place inside. After all, in their opinion, those people were just teenagers. How difficult would it be for them to capture them with their means? Thus, Feng Jiu and the others were led by the two women to familiarize themselves with this place. They brought them to the place where the disciples were. Once they entered that place, they could see pure, seductive, and beautiful women sitting around. When they saw them coming, they all stared at them like wolves or tigers. That's right, even in this place, there were relatively few male cultivators here. Most of them were women. "Oh, these are the youths that we're going to offer to Master and the others? They're so handsome." An enchanting woman leaned over, her slender, jade-like hand reaching out to touch Feng Jiu's face. "Put away your fox claws. This is not someone you can touch." One of the women leading the way coldly glanced at her and slapped away the woman's hand. "Yo, you're protecting her?" The woman smiled coquettishly and glanced at the other woman. She gently stroked her chest with one hand, as if she wanted everyone's eyes to follow her hand and land on her ample bosom. After that, she threw a coquettish glance at Feng Jiu and smiled coquettishly. "Little brother, we'll be on the same side in the future. Remember to come often. I'll wait for you here. This big sister is not only beautiful, but also has the best figure I've ever seen. How should I address you?" Feng Jiuxiao narrowed his eyes. His handsome face had an evil smile, and his eyes were full of unbridled admiration. They lingered on the woman's body, and he didn't look away for a long time. Upon hearing this and seeing Feng Jiu's lecherous gaze, the corners of Song Ming, Duan Yi, and Ning Lang's mouths twitched. They couldn't bear to look at him directly and looked away. So this was what Feng Jiu meant when he said that he had to make good use of his strengths and advantages. Honey trap? All right. This was the first time they had seen him use a honey trap to seduce women. They couldn't see a trace of uneasiness or reluctance at all. Chapter 10:26. When the coquettish woman heard Feng Jiu's words and saw that his half-squinted eyes were fixed on her body, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh coquettishly. She glanced at him and said, "Your mouth. You really know how to talk." As she spoke, she glanced at the two women provocatively. Then she said to Feng Jiu, "From now on, call me Senior Marshal Sister Tao. Let's go. I'll take you somewhere else." The two women's faces darkened, as they led them to the other side. When they were about to leave, Feng smiled at the flirtatious woman before leaving with the two women. As they walked inside, other than a few flirtatious women, they could also see some men and women hugging each other. The scene of flirting and quarreling left them speechless. After seeing the living quarters of those brothers, as well as their daily lives, they were brought to the place where they were used as cultivation furnaces. There were a few young boys and girls locked in iron cages. They seemed to have just been captured and had yet to be trained. There were also some with dull expressions and tattered clothes. They sat there in a dazed, absent-minded manner. When they saw the red scars on the bodies of the dazed young women, Feng Jiu and the others' eyes flickered. After suppressing their hostility, they walked past those people. At this moment, they saw a male cultivator walk into the metal cages and choose a young woman. The young woman inside the metal cages hugged each other and cried for mercy. "What are you crying for? You come out." The male cultivator pointed at one of the young women and shouted with a fierce gaze. Feng Jiu glanced at him. With a slight movement of his finger, a silver needle popped out. That person groaned and suddenly fell to the ground, convulsing. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked and rushed forward to check. Even the two people who led Feng Jiu and the others here gave Feng Jiu and the others some instructions when they saw this scene. Then, they walked forward to check. "Take the medicine. This is for you. Find a place with the wind and light it so that the smell will spread." An item was stuffed into Duan Ye's sleeve. Duan Ye responded. Taking advantage of the chaos, he and Ning Lang retreated. They turned around and ran away quickly. After twitching for a while, the man on the ground died. No one could find out the cause of his death because Feng Jiu's silver needle had pierced in his body. The entire needle had sunk into his body, so naturally, no one could find out the cause. Where are the two of them? When the two returned and saw that only Feng Jiu and Song Ming were left, they couldn't help but frown and ask, "You said you're going to relieve yourself. Do you want to go?" Feng Jiu looked at the woman and asked with a faint smile. The woman glared at Feng Jiu. "You'd better not play any tricks. Otherwise, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Let's go." As she spoke, she led the way again while the other person went to look for Duan Yi and Ning Lang. "By the way, what's that place?" Feng Jiu asked as he pointed at a remote area. "It's not a place you can go. Just follow me," the woman said unhappily and turned to look at the two of them. Feng Jiu gestured to Song Ming, asking him to go forward and deal with the woman. Song Ming was a little troubled. However, under Feng Jiu's gaze, he still closed his eyes and strode forward, hugging the woman. The woman was stunned. She frowned and asked, "Song Ming, what are you doing? If we enter Hahuan's sect, I want to dual cultivate with you." Song Ming said with a hint of anticipation in his eyes, "You know that I like you. You like me too, right?" Chapter 10:27. Hearing this, the woman was a little suspicious. "You've really decided to come in? Other than this, do we have any other choice?" Song Ming said, then smiled. "Also, I think this place is pretty good. There are beauties everywhere." Hearing this, and thinking about how Song Ming would occasionally take advantage of them along the way, the woman didn't doubt him. So she hooked her arms around his neck and smiled. "That's true. Other than this, you really don't have any other choice." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw her body stiffen. Her whole body hung in Song Ming's arms, unable to say a word. Song Ming supported the woman in his arms and looked at Feng Jiu, only to see him glance around and say, "Take her away. I'll go take care of the people around here." "Be careful," Song Ming reminded her. Then, he helped the woman who couldn't move and walked forward. The place where the furnace was locked was isolated from the other side. There were about 10 people guarding here. 2 of them were foundational cultivators. If she wanted to quietly take care of these people, she would have to spend a lot of effort. Therefore, she quietly approached. If she could quietly take care of them, then she would quietly take care of them. If she couldn't, then she would come out and tempt them. After all, most of them were women. After quietly taking care of 12 people, she approached the 2 foundational cultivators. Before she even got close, they noticed her. "What are you doing here? Where are the 2 people who led you here?" The 2 frowned and stared at Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu smiled. Her clear eyes fell on the 2 people. They were the two foundational cultivators she saw in the hall earlier. Therefore, she smiled. After I came out, I didn't see them. I'm not very familiar with this place and don't know the way, so I wanted to come over and ask. Hearing this, the two looked at each other. Then their eyes fell on Fengjiu, who was wearing a red robe, revealing a charming smile. I seem to remember. You're called Fengjiu? Yes, she responded, then asked, Senior sisters, I wonder if you can let me in to drink a cup of water. Come in. Aren't you afraid that we'll eat you? The two of them giggled. They clearly looked like they were in their 30s, but they were still very interested in a small and tender grass. Hearing this, Fengjiu chuckled. Looking at the two women's voluptuous figures, she smiled and said, Senior sisters are as beautiful as flowers. If Fengjiu really catches your eyes, wouldn't it be Fengjiu's fortune? Damn Xiang, that mouth of yours sure knows how to talk. The two glared at Fengjiu. One of them reached out a finger and lightly hooked Fengjiu's red robe, saying, Come in. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a coquettish glance at Fengjiu, closed the door. All right, she responded softly, and the smile on her lips deepened. She followed the two into the room and closed the door behind her. Not long after the door closed, a skinny foundation establishment cultivator stared at the closed door and chuckled. So he is also a hypocrite. I didn't expect this kid to have such a big appetite. Chapter 10:28. What's the point of hiding there and watching? Why don't you come along? When he heard the lazy voice, the male cultivator's eyes widened in shock. His face was filled with astonishment and excitement. He didn't expect this youth to say such enticing words. It really made him too excited. Are you talking to me? He walked out from the shadows, his eyes like a wolf's as he stared at the handsome young man in red. Is there anyone else here besides you? She raised her eyebrows and looked at him with a faint smile. Other than him, everyone here had been killed by her. Only this lecherous heretic cultivator hadn't noticed. Suddenly, she realized that it wasn't difficult to get rid of these lecherous bastards. She didn't know if they were too confident or if they were really blinded by lust. Where are those two women? Why haven't they come out? The male cultivator walked closer and stared at Fengjiu with excitement. Hearing this, she curled her lips and said meaningfully, They can't get up and are lying inside. Ha ha, I really couldn't tell that you were so. Before he could finish his laughter, his eyes widened and he let out a muffled groan. He stared in shock and disbelief at the red-robed young man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. The pain in his chest, the stiffness in his body, and the blockage in his throat made him realize that this was not an illusion. This young man had really appeared in front of him in an instant and dealt him a fatal blow. You should go in and keep them company too. Fengjiu turned around and pushed the stiff body inside. The moment the dagger was pulled out, fresh blood spurted out. The male cultivator unwillingly took his last breath. Even in death, his eyes were still wide open in disbelief. He was in the late stage of foundation establishment, while Fengjiu was only in the early stage of foundation establishment. Everyone here thought that Fengjiu was only in the early stage of foundation establishment. Who would have thought that she was already in the middle stage of golden core? It was really too easy for a middle-stage golden core cultivator to kill a foundation establishment cultivator. In terms of speed, a foundation establishment cultivator would never be faster than a golden core cultivator. Fengjiu closed the door to cover the smell of blood in the room. She walked out and looked at the wisps of smoke drifting in the wind. She curled her lips and walked out. Fengjiu. Songming walked over with large strides. After looking around, he said to her, There are too many people guarding the main door. I found a small path to leave this place. Hearing this, she threw the key to him. Go save the people in the iron cages and bring them to the small path. Let them leave first. Okay. Taking the key, he quickly opened the cages and rescued the people inside. Then, he led them to the small path. We're back. Not far away, Duan Yes Ninglang rushed over and said to Fengjiu, We lit up the smoke at the few windy areas. We also killed the evil cultivators we met on the way. There's no one left in this area. Let's go to the main hall. As she spoke, she looked deeply at the two of them. Are you guys ready? Those people won't show any mercy to you. If you're not careful, you'll die. Chapter 1029. Next to her, Ninglang also patted Yuan's belly and grinned. That's right. I'm a foundation-building cultivator after all. I can't deal with those nascent soul-old monsters, but I can still deal with foundation-building cultivators. If I really can't deal with them, I'll still run. I won't stand there stupidly and let them kill me. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. All right, come with me. As she spoke, she walked toward the main hall with them. The people on the other side were still unaware that the people in this area had been rescued. When Fengjiu and the other two came to the front, the people who saw them asked in confusion, "Why are you here? What about the two people who led you here?" They said they had something to do and told us to walk around on our own. Fengjiu smiled and moved her hand slightly. In the next moment, Duan Yi and Ninglang, who were next to her, instantly rushed out. Their long swords, which were suffused with cold light, attacked those evil cultivators at a speed that was too fast for the ears to cover. Sword shadows rose and saber lights appeared, overflowing with killing intent. The surrounding people were shocked. Then, they shouted angrily, "How dare you!" When more than 10 cultivators surrounded and attacked the three of them, Duan Yi shouted in a low voice, "Flaming Lion!" At his command, the Flaming Lion, which was a sacred beast, rushed out from his spiritual beast space and pounced on those evil cultivators while stepping on flames. Fengjiu, leave these people to us. As Duan Yi spoke, he swung his sword and chopped off the head of an evil cultivator at the same time. Blood splattered, and his ruthlessness was fully displayed at this moment. Fengjiu glanced at the two of them and nodded. There are too many people. You two just have to hold on and wait for the medicine to take effect. As she walked forward, she also helped them deal with some of the cultivators. The commotion here alarmed the people above, especially the 3 nascent soul cultivators on the main peak. Such a big massacre and the smell of blood spread, causing the 3 of them to be shocked and furious. What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble in our joyous union sect? A disciple outside hurriedly came in and reported, "It's Fengjiu and the others. They released all the people we captured and killed all our disciples in the area where the cultivation furnaces were kept. 3 foundation establishment cultivators died in succession." Hearing this, the 3 of them were shocked. How is that possible? How could they have killed a foundation establishment cultivator without making a sound? He quickly rushed outside and looked down the mountain. What he saw made him feel shocked. Aren't they all drugged? Without the antidote, how do they condense their spiritual energy? At the foot of the mountain, the most dazzling figure was the red figure. He walked up the mountain as if there was no one around. Every disciple who tried to stop him was instantly killed by him, especially when they saw the sharp sword in his hand that was glowing with a cold green light. They were even more shocked. Qing Feng's sword. It's actually the Qing Feng sword. Why does he have the Qing Feng sword? Who is he? 3 shocked cries came from the 3 of them. The 3 of them looked at the Qing Feng sword in the red figure's hand in shock. That was an ancient divine weapon that had been missing for many years. How could he have it? Seeing the red-clothed youth holding the Qing Feng sword walk over like a god of death, not a single person was left alive. Wherever he went, corpses would fall to the ground. The 3 of them were shocked and suddenly came back to their senses. If this continued, all the disciples here would be killed by him. Chapter 1030. Below, Duan Yi and Ninglang, who inadvertently looked up, were also shocked. Unconsciously, their eyes were blinded by the sharp cyan light. Azure Edge Sword. It was actually the Azure Edge Sword. Fengjiu actually held the Azure Edge Sword in his hand. How much did they not know about him? At this moment, they felt that when they thought they already knew him very well, he unexpectedly revealed a side that they would never have thought of. It made them feel that what they saw before, what they knew, and what they knew was only the tip of the iceberg. Fengjiu, who the hell are you? 3 figures came in front of Fengjiu. They waved away the disciples who rushed up and looked at the youth who showed the middle gold core stage cultivation in front of them. Their eyes revealed a touch of seriousness. This youth's bone age was only 17 or 18 years old, but he was already at the middle gold core stage. This kind of heaven-defying strength, even some big clans could not cultivate such a monster. especially when he held the azure-edged sword in his hand. His body's pressure and fierce aura were fully revealed. That domineering aura and the majesty of a superior made them even more frightened. He was definitely not an ordinary student of a 2-star academy. Hearing this, Feng Jiao turned the azure-edged sword in his hand. A cyan light flashed in a half-arc and fell at the feet of the 3 people. She looked at the 3 women and smiled. Now you want to ask me what I am? But don't you think it's too late? Feng Jiao, you're just a middle gold core stage cultivator. Do you think you could be a match for us nascent soul stage cultivators? One of the women snorted coldly. Accompanied by her cold snort, a nascent soul stage pressure also attacked Feng Jiao. However, what made the 3 people's faces ugly was that in the face of a nascent soul stage cultivator's pressure, Feng Jiao's expression did not change in the slightest. This made them stunned and frightened at the same time. Could it be that his cultivation was not just at the middle gold core stage? Could it be that he was still hiding his cultivation? Yes, before, didn't he suppress his cultivation to make them think that he was just a foundation establishment stage cultivator? But a teenage nascent soul stage cultivator? Was it possible? I prefer to let strength speak for itself. As soon as she finished speaking, the azure-tipped sword in her hand flashed, and a red figure rushed toward a nascent soul cultivator in front of her. Her extreme speed exceeded the speed of a golden elixir cultivator. Murderous intent surged from her body, and a powerful pressure emanated from her body. That was the pressure that she had been restraining all this time. It had the aura of an ancient divine beast. Her aura was domineering and extremely powerful. Feeling the pressure that was coming at them, the 3 of them were shocked, and a trace of astonishment flashed across their eyes. The pressure of an ancient divine beast. There was no mistake. The aura contained within that pressure caused their hearts to turn sluggish. The speed at which they should have dodged in the first instance had also slowed down a little. It was only when the cold green light was right in front of their eyes and the aura of death was right between their brows that the 3 of them suddenly trembled. They bit the tip of their tongues to stabilize their minds and swiftly dodged. Swish! Even though the nascent soul cultivator managed to avoid the fatal blow, his cheek was still injured by the terrifying sword chi. A streak of blood flowed down his cheek. Chapter 1031. Just as they retreated, the long sword attacked again. They only saw a green light flash in front of their eyes, and a cold sword chi burst forth. They were injured by the sword chi, and felt a cold light penetrate into their bones, causing pain to spread throughout their bodies. Damn Feng Jiao. Under Feng Jiao's ancient pressure, the 3 of them couldn't even get close to him. After a few exchanges, they were injured by his sword chi. Just as the 3 of them were feeling humiliated, they saw smoke rising from a mountain. When they saw the smoke spread, their killing, intense sword. You dare to destroy our efforts. I'll kill you. The mid-nascent soul stage cultivator released her full power, and a blood-red longsword appeared in her hand. In the next moment, she flew forward, and the longsword in her hand gathered spiritual power in the air and slashed towards Feng Jiao with a destructive force. The pressure of the middle Yuanying stage burst out, and his strength soared. Suddenly, a waterfall of airflow was formed, and it contended with Feng Jiao's pressure. Wind, sand, and dust suddenly rolled up from the ground, and the whistling pressure formed a stormy wave, turning into 2 dragons that collided in the air. The red-robed Feng Jiao and the scantily clad, nascent soul female cultivator fought from the ground to the air. A powerful pressure spread from the air and spread over 100 meters. Even the people fighting at the foot of the mountain felt their blood boil under this pressure and quickly retreated, unable to continue fighting. Under the pressure of the battle, the Joyous Union sect disciples who inhaled the smoke seemed to have lost all their strength and fell to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Seeing this, Duan Yi and Ning Lang worked together to take their lives while the effects of the medicine were taking effect. Halfway up the mountain, the 2 early nascent soul stage cultivators saw the battle in midair, and when they saw what was happening below, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. How could this be? They had just established their sect, not long ago, and had nurtured disciples for many years, but now they were either destroyed or killed that you all deserve to die. The two nascent soul cultivators roared angrily. They could not interfere in the battle in the air, so they would kill the two people below first. Monstrous killing intent surged as two figures flashed out towards Duan Yi and Ning Lang, who were at the foot of the mountain. Ning Lang was following Duan Yi and harvesting the lives of those evil cultivators. As the next successor of an aristocratic family, the training and cultivation they received was different from ordinary people. It was not their first time killing people, especially when they were killing evil cultivators. They would not hesitate to kill them. However, at this moment, they suddenly felt a chill on their backs. Their survival instincts made them feel the danger of death. They quickly turned around to look. What they saw shocked Ning Lang so much that he screamed, not good. Duan Yi, run. Those two old witches are here." Ning Lang could not be bothered to take the life of the sorcerer on the ground. He pulled Duan Yi up and ran in a panic. The two of them together could not defeat a nascent soul stage witch. If they did not run, they would only be killed. Duan Yi turned around and saw the two nascent soul stage old witches rushing over from the middle of the mountain. Their eyes were cold and murderous. Before he could react, he was pulled away by Ning Lang. The speed of their escape almost caused him to fall to the ground unknowingly. Chapter 1032. Angry voices mixed with monstrous killing intent spread through the air. Under the influence of the nascent soul stage aura, their voices rumbled like thunder, shaking the air and causing the airflow to fluctuate. Duan Yu was being pulled as he ran. When he looked back, he saw that the flaming lion was still setting fire everywhere. He hurriedly shouted, "Flaming lion, run!" Of the two nascent soul stage cultivators, one was chasing after the flaming lion, while the other was chasing after Duan Yi and Ning Lang. Therefore, when they heard Duan Yi's shout, they immediately snorted coldly. "Take care of yourself. Don't worry, even if you die, your contract beast will still follow behind you." Seeing that the nascent soul stage cultivator was getting faster and faster, as if she would be behind them in the blink of an eye, Duan Yi gritted his teeth and said, "Ning Lang, let go of me. I'll fight this old witch." "Fight what?" "That old, which is a nascent soul stage cultivator. You and I are only foundation establishment stage cultivators. Even if there are 10 of us, we won't be a match for that old witch. Run, don't be long-winded." Ning Lang, the little fatty, was not slow when he ran. He wiped his sweat as he ran. Because of his nervous and worried expression, he did not dare to relax and slow down. He pulled Duan Yi and ran to be chased by the old witch behind them. He looked back and said while panting, Fortunately, I didn't learn anything else but this escaping skill. Duan Yi, you have to thank me. Otherwise, you would have been caught by that old witch long ago. When you return to your home, you have to remember to send some gifts to my home. It's best if it's something valuable. If not, gold coins will do. Then I won't let you go in vain." Phew, I'm so tired. Duan Yi also noticed that his escaping speed was not slow at all. It was as if his feet were smeared with oil. He pulled him and ran at a speed that was not slower than him. However, it was not a way to go on like this. "That old witch is catching up. Ning Lang, let go of me quickly. Otherwise, both of us will die." "Let go of what? Am I such a disloyal person?" He turned back and scolded, but when he saw the old witch 5 meters away, he was so frightened that he cried out involuntarily, The old witch is catching up. You damn fatty. Shut up." Hearing the two of them talking about her, while running in front of her and calling her an old witch, the nascent soul evil cultivator was so angry that her face turned red. Seeing that the two of them were right in front of her, she immediately condensed a powerful airflow in her palm and suddenly attacked them. "Shut your mouth forever." The two of them couldn't help but turn around in shock. They wanted to avoid it, but due to the inertia of running forward, they couldn't stop themselves from changing directions. Seeing the powerful airflow coming towards them, the two of them knew that they couldn't avoid it, and their hearts sank. They gritted their teeth and tried to block the attack. However, at this moment, they heard a deafening roar. The two of them looked over, only to see a white figure suddenly knock them out of the way. Due to the force of the collision, The two of them rolled on the ground for nearly 10 meters. After quickly getting up, the two of them saw that the figure that knocked them out of the way was Fengjiu's swallowing cloud. Roar! The majestic Tun Yun had regained its original majestic body. The pressure and aura of a divine beast were fully displayed as it recovered. It was tall and big, like a tiger or a lion. It stood in front of Duan Yi and Ning Lang in an overbearing manner, guarding them. Swallowing Cloud. Chapter 1033. When they were captured, they did not see the devouring cloud and thought that it was left in the forest. They did not expect that it would find them and even save them. This was really a surprise for them. Divine Beast. The nascent soul stage, old which narrowed her eyes as a glint flashed across her eyes. She stared the majestic cloud swallowing beast in front of her and said, "This shouldn't be your divine beast, right? Is it Fengjiu's?" A mere teenager, not only had the green edge sword, he even had a contract with an ancient divine beast and a divine beast. This Fengjiu, just who was he? With just a few of them, they were able to easily destroy the joyous Union sect which they painstakingly built up. They were really capable. All of a sudden, Ning Lang exclaimed and said, "I'm really stupid. I only cared about escaping and forgot that I have a treasure for escaping." As he said that, he took out a pair of golden boots from his dimensional storage and changed into them. Duan Yi took a look and asked in surprise, "Isn't this the cloud-chasing boots? You actually have it?" This was a good treasure. A pair of cloud-chasing boots was a magical treasure for escaping. With his speed, even a Yuaning cultivator would not be able to catch up to it. He heard before that the cloud-chasing boots appeared in an auction but was bought at a high price. He did not expect it to be in the hands of little Fatty. Hearing that, Ning Lang proudly raised his chin and said, "Why don't you think about who I am? I am the young master of Ning City. Don't think that only you guys have contracted beasts or treasured swords. I'm also a person with treasures. Any one of them would be enough to scare you guys to death." Hearing that, the corner of Duan Ye's mouth twitched, and he could not be bothered to talk to him anymore. The Yuaning cultivator's face was gloomy as he clenched his fists and emitted a baleful aura. These youths really made them extremely shocked. Forget about that Fengjiu. They already felt that he was the most unusual amongst the youths. But they did not expect that this unremarkable little fatty would be able to casually take out such a treasure. At this moment, she really regretted it. Because she was too confident, she didn't let the disciples search them and take away all their treasures. It was only at this moment that they realized that the items in the Chinquan bags that were taken from them could not be considered as items at all. The items in the Chinquan bags were things that they were not afraid of being taken away. The real good things were hidden on them. Swallow Cloud, I'll leave that old witch to you. Fight if you can, and run if you can't. Duan Yi shouted at the cloud-swallowing beast. Seeing that the nascent soul old, which could not catch up with his flaming lion and was running towards them, he immediately grabbed Ning Lang's hand and shouted, "What are you staring at? Run quickly. The old witch over there is here." Where? Where? Ning Lang was shocked and quickly looked around. Sure enough, he saw the nascent soul stage old witch rushing towards them from not far away. He was so frightened that he screamed and ran away with Duan Yi. The Yuaning cultivators are indeed Yuaning cultivators. They are all shameless. These two old things are more than 200 years old. How dare they bully us young children? They are too shameless. Hearing Ning Lang's aggrieved and angry words, Duan Yi said angrily, "Don't be long-winded. Run." After Fengjiu kills that Yuaning middle-stage old witch, these two will not be far from death. Chapter 1034. Ning Lang turned back and scolded, "Only an idiot wouldn't run. Do you think we are like you? Darn old witch. Chase me if you have the guts. If you can catch me, I'll give it to you." Under his feet, the pair of golden boots came into play. He ran as fast as the wind, making it impossible for the Yuaning cultivator to catch up even if she wanted to. However, she was unwilling to let the both of them go just like that. Thus, she clenched her teeth and chased after them, especially when she heard little Fatty scolding her from time to time, but was unable to catch him. The Yuaning cultivator was angered to the point she almost vomited blood. Darn you, darn little fatty. Don't let me catch you. If not, I will skin you alive. The Yuaning cultivator was driven mad as she chased after him with all her might. The most hateful thing was that even though the person in front was provoking her, she could not catch up to him at all. The other Yuaning cultivator was entangled by Swallowing Cloud. A man and a beast were fighting there. Swallowing Cloud's roar and the other party's attack on the ground could be heard from time to time, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Just at this moment, a mournful voice sounded from the middle of the mountain. The voice was sharp and angry, causing them to look towards the middle of the mountain. Fengjiu, who are you? The middle Yuaning cultivator's dantian was pierced by Fengjiu's green-edged sword. The green-edged sword pierced through from the front to the back, and fresh blood flowed down the blade. The middle Yuaning cultivator held onto the sword with both hands and allowed the fresh blood to flow down. Her eyes were fixed on the red-clothed youth in front of her, as though she would not give up until she found out who he was. In midair, the youth's red robes fluttered in the wind, and his black hair flew messily, brushing past his handsome face. She held the azure-edged sword in her hand. At this moment, the sharp azure-edged sword that had collided with the nascent soul of the female nascent soul cultivator shattered her nascent soul and pierced through her body. If she pulled out the azure-edged sword at this moment, fresh blood would spurt out, and the evil cultivator whose blood vessels had been severed would die from the violent gush of blood. Therefore, her hands were tightly gripping the blade of her sword. Her enchanting eyes were fixed on Fengjiu. She wanted to know why she was about to die. I am Fengjiu. His voice was calm, but it contained the domineering aura of an expert, causing people's hearts to involuntarily tremble. Just as her voice rang out, she pulled back her Qingfeng sword. In an instant, fresh blood spurted out, and the figure fell from the sky as if it had lost its support. It looked at the red-robed young man standing in the air and swallowed its last breath. However, it could never close its eyes as it stared fixedly at the figure. Bang! A heavy thud was heard as the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator fell halfway down the mountain. Her body rolled down until it was blocked by a rock. At this moment, she was no longer as beautiful and enchanting as before. All that could be seen was a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Hiss. Gasps could be heard from the foot of the mountain. When the two nascent soul cultivators saw what had happened, they were filled with shock. They looked at the red figure in disbelief, and then at the handsome young man. They couldn't believe that he, a gold core cultivator, could kill a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. At this moment, fear and the desire to escape arose. Because of their fear and shock, only one thought appeared in their minds. Chapter 1035. With that thought in mind, they almost wanted to escape without thinking. The situation was already over. If they didn't escape now, when would they? Fengjiu, who was halfway up the mountain, saw that the two of them were escaping in two different directions. His eyes turned cold, and as he flew up, he untied the red armillary sash from his waist and attacked one of the nascent soul cultivators. Bang! With a clear shout, the 7-foot-long red armillary sash flew out as if it had a mind of its own. It flew out from halfway up the mountain and headed straight for the nascent soul cultivator. Within a few breaths, it was behind the nascent soul cultivator. The red armillary sash shot out and wrapped around the cultivator's body at lightning speed, binding her tightly. The nascent soul cultivator didn't expect that she would be bound by a red sash in a moment of panic. She immediately struggled to break free, but the more she struggled, the tighter the red sash around her body became. The red silk was like a huge snake that was tightly wrapped around her body. It was so tight that she couldn't even breathe. Furthermore, the red silk was still tightening around her body. She couldn't even muster the slightest bit of strength, let alone struggle to break free from the red silk. Right at this moment, a sharp arrow suddenly pierced through the air. The tip of the arrow was imbued with a powerful aura, and it pierced into the female nascent soul cultivator's glabella with devastating force. As fresh blood spurted out, the body fell down. However, a blood-colored nascent soul darted out of her body and tried to escape in a panic. Immediately after, a second arrow shot out and pierced through the blood-colored nascent soul. The nascent soul fell and was swallowed by Tun Yun, who pounced on it. Duan Yi and Ning Lang were stunned for a moment. They looked in the direction of the arrow and saw Song Ming standing on a mountaintop not far away, holding a bow and arrow in his hand. Damn, what kind of treasure is that? It doesn't look like an ordinary bow and arrow. Ning Lang said curiously as he stared at the bow and arrow in Song Ming's hand. He realized that the arrow flew back to his hand automatically as if it had a mind of its own. He was even more certain that it was definitely a treasure on the level of a magic treasure. Bang! Swoosh swoosh! Bang! The sounds of battle from the other side drew their attention back. Feng Jiu was fighting with the remaining nascent soul female cultivator. The nascent soul evil cultivator knew that she was doomed, so she didn't hold back and fought to the death. At this moment, she no longer had any extravagant hopes of killing Feng Jiu. She only thought that it would be good enough if she could save her own life. However, the more she fought, the more she felt that Feng Jiu was the type of person who became more and more courageous. It could be said that this red-clothed young man called Feng Jiu was a born warrior. His speed was extremely fast, and his attacks were crafty and ruthless. He didn't seem like a cultivator in the middle stage of the Aurus core stage at all. Instead, he seemed like an old monster in the peak stage of the nascent soul stage. The battle between the two affected the surrounding ground. Air currents surged and sword chi collided, creating deep craters on the ground. Dust and smoke flew up. The air pressure formed by the air currents of the experts spread out. Time to end this. Feng Jiu's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. The nascent soul evil cultivator was still thinking of how to escape when she saw Hong Yi rush over and appear in front of her in an instant. The green sword that was glowing with a green light and carried an aura of death as it slashed towards her. Chapter 1036. A blood-curdling scream pierced through the sky, piercing through the clouds and reverberating throughout the entire sky. Blood splattered in midair, like splashing ink, and a rain of blood fell from midair. Following the death of the last nascent soul evil cultivator, the air currents and pressure in the air dissipated, and everything returned to normal. In midair, the red figure stood in the wind with a green sword in his hand. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his black hair danced in the wind. The evil aura and the aura of a ruler were undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Feng Jiu stared down, and his gaze fell on the three people. Then, in a flash, he withdrew the red armillary sash and green edge sword and rushed down to the three people below. Feng Jiu, you're too powerful. Ning Lang looked at him with admiration. He was clearly the same age as them, but his combat ability was so strong. He was really much stronger than him. Of course, don't you know who I am? She imitated him from before, clasped her hands behind her back, and raised her chin, looking very pleased with herself. Haha, of course I know. You're Feng Jiu and the Ghost Doctor. However, people outside only say that you're good at refining pills and medicine, but they don't know that you're so good at fighting too. Ning Lang laughed loudly, and the eyes on his chubby face narrowed into a line. As if he thought of something, he slapped his thigh and shouted, I have to go and harvest their treasures. See if there's any treasure here. As soon as he said that, he quickly ran off. Feng Jiu shook his head and smiled. He looked at Song Ming and asked, Did you bring those people out? Don't worry. I brought them out of that small path and sent them safely away before coming back. They're all people from the nearby area. Once they're out of here, they can go home. Song Ming grinned, revealing a happy smile. This was the first time he had done something so big, destroying an evil sect. Just thinking about it made him excited. You're not injured, right? Feng Jiu sized up the two of them. Seeing that other than some small wounds on their bodies, there were no major injuries, he was relieved. No, these small injuries are not a big deal. The two of them said, That's good. Since the fire is already burning here, let's first plunder all the treasures here and then burn down this mountain. As she spoke, She worked together with them to loot the Chinquan pouches on the evil cultivators, as well as their valuables and the storage of their sex. In the evening, when they walked out of the mountain, the flaming lion had already returned to Duan Ye's space. Tunyin had also shrunk back into his mini-pet. The mountain behind them was still burning, forming a contrast with the sunset. It was like a cloud of fire burning on the horizon. They found a place to change out of their bloodstained clothes and rushed to the nearest town before the sky turned completely dark. For hours later, when the sky had already darkened, the four of them finally arrived at a nearby town. The few of them walked on the main street and looked around. Fengjiu looked at the roadside stalls and some local snacks. Duanyi looked at the nearby inns, which were better. Ninglang looked at the businesses here, and Songming looked at the red light streets with a face full of surprise. Although this town isn't big, it looks like there's quite a lot here. Chapter 1037. Seeing the three people looking at him, he smiled embarrassedly and waved his hand. No, I'm just saying. At most, I'll just take a look. Don't worry, I won't go. There's an inn in front. Let's go there and rest first. Duanyi pointed to an inn in front and said, Fengjiu responded, then turned to Songming and said, Don't cause any more trouble. We've been here long enough. I know. Song Ming responded, touched his head, and followed behind them to the inn. After resting for a night, until the next morning, they got up and ate breakfast on the first floor. When they heard some of the guests and then talking about the fire in the mountain, they looked at each other and ate quietly. That place is an evil sect. I heard that they caught a lot of people there. Some of the forces in the nearby towns can't do anything to them. I heard that there are 3 nascent soul-stage old monsters guarding there. Each of them has a powerful cultivation base and a powerful charm technique. No matter how strong a person's willpower is, once they enter there, they can't get out. Yes, I also heard about this. It's said that it's a branch of the Hahuan sect. When some forces saw that there were 3 nascent soul-stage cultivators guarding the evil sect, they also cleaned up the snow in front of their own door. This time, I don't know who it is, but they actually wiped out the Hahuan sect overnight. Yes, the fire has been burning since last night, and the fire hasn't subsided. Many people were attracted by the fire last night. It's said that everything inside has been burned to ashes. This is getting rid of evil for the people. I really don't know which hero is so good, doing a good thing that others can't do. I don't know. Those people who were saved are probably still in shock. Maybe after a few days, they will naturally tell us what happened. And that's true. All in all, it must be a righteous cultivator. That's for sure. Hearing their words, except for Fengjiu, the other 3 were secretly happy. Although they were happy in their hearts, they still didn't show it on their faces. However, the corners of their lips raised while eating revealed their happy mood. Fengjiu smiled and ate his breakfast quietly. She was already used to this kind of thing, so she didn't think much of it. However, they were all teenagers, so it was probably their first time doing something like this. It was the first time they were praised like this, so it was inevitable that they were happy. Fengjiu, you should have information on Luo Fei, right? That guy is a slippery one. How do you plan to take him away? Duanyi asked as he looked at the person sitting opposite him. Yes, I've looked through the information of the 4 of you before I came out. As she spoke, she glanced at the 3 of them. All of you are troublemakers. You're quite capable of causing trouble. We can take this as a compliment from you. The 3 of them grinned. Now that they were familiar with each other, they felt more at ease with each other. She put down her chopsticks, wiped the corners of her mouth, and said leisurely, It's good to be thick-skinned. You can do what others can't. All right, hurry up and eat. Once we're done eating, we'll leave and reach the Luo residence before evening. Chapter 1038. But at this time, these few people did not know that Luo Fei, who was the most scheming, had already received the news and knew that the 2-Star Academy had sent a mentor to teach the 4 of them. Moreover, after receiving the news, he had sent people out to inquire about it, and after learning that Ning Lang and Song Ming had already been subdued and taken away, he had already started making plans in his heart. What mentor? A student from a 6-Star Academy wants to be my, Luo Fei's, mentor? Only those 3 idiots would be fooled. I guess they don't even know that the person called Fengjiu is a student from a 6-Star Academy. Sitting in front of the table, he tapped his fingers on the table, making a knocking sound. His eyes were rolling. He was already thinking about how to greet this mentor. "Young master." The voice of a guard came from outside. "Come in," Luo Fei called out. Looking at the guard who came in, he asked, "What's the matter?" "Those people are already coming to our city. It is estimated that they will enter the city in the evening. What to do next? Please instruct me, young master," the guard respectfully said. Hearing this, Luo Fei paused for a moment and then said, "Send someone to wait outside the city gate 100 meters away. When you see them arrive, immediately come back and report to me. Young master, I will bring people to pick them up." The guard was stunned. He looked up at him and saw that his face was smiling like a fox with bad intentions. He quickly bowed his head and said, "Yes." Then he quickly left. After the guard left, Luo Fei walked around the room. Thinking for a moment, he went outside and asked, "Where is my father?" "Master and Madam are playing chess in the courtyard." The servant outside replied, "Playing chess?" He touched his chin, his eyes turned, and stepped outside. Arriving at his parents' courtyard, he saw the two of them drinking tea and playing chess under a tree in the courtyard. He smiled and trotted forward. "Father, mother, so you are here. Fea, why are you looking for us?" the beautiful woman asked, looking at her son with a doting gaze. The couple only had one child. They had loved him since he was a child, but because they had spoiled him too much when the child grew up, it was indeed a headache for them. The middle-aged man looked up from the chessboard, glanced at his son, then looked at the chessboard and said, "For them to come looking for you and me, it is definitely not a good thing. Speak. Did he cause some trouble outside again? You want your old man to help you finish the job?" "Father, your son is not a troublemaker. Why would I cause trouble all the time?" He walked forward with an innocent and harmless smile and affectionately held his mother's hand, saying, "Mother, I came here to tell you that since you have nothing to do at home, you don't know how to soak in the hot springs. I've asked someone to book the entire Yuming Mountain Villa. Why don't you go there and stay for 10 days or half a month before you come back and relax?" "Oh, are you trying to kick me and my mother out?" Family head Luo snorted and his face darkened. He looked at his son who was holding his wife's arm and asked, "What do you want to do by sending us out?" Madame Luo also patted her son's hand and lightly tapped his forehead, asking with a smile, "Fair, what are you trying to do? If you don't tell father and mother clearly, father and mother won't let you have your way." Chapter 1039. Hearing this, the husband and wife were startled for a moment. Then their faces lit up with surprise. "Oh, you have friends coming? Where are they from? Why haven't we heard you mention them?" As far as they knew, their son didn't seem to have made many friends, and he had never mentioned any friends in front of them. Friends like these who came to the house were even rarer. Therefore, when they heard this, they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. So their son still had friends. Seeing his parents' expressions, the corner of Luo Fei's mouth twitched. Suddenly, he felt that it wasn't good to say this. If the two of them were in the mood and decided to stay to greet his friends, then Madame Luo looked at him disapprovingly and said, "You child, how can you ask your parents to go out when your friends are coming? What will the guests think? Moreover, you're just a child. How can you know how to greet guests? Let's stay at home and help you look after them. Don't worry, we won't let your friends feel restrained." Patriarch Luo also nodded and said, That's right. Your father also wants to take this opportunity to meet some of your friends. I believe that they must be very outstanding if they can make friends with you. We can't neglect them." Hearing this, Luo Fei couldn't maintain the smile on his face. The corner of his mouth twitched and a few black lines appeared on his forehead. Looking at his parents who were excitedly discussing how to greet the guests, he suddenly felt like he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own feet. That "father, mother, actually I can..." Without waiting for him to finish, Luo family head glared at him and lectured. What can you? You little brat. How many abilities do you have that I don't know? I'll let you play tricks and you can do it. Let you greet the guests. Can you do it? I can do it. Why couldn't he do it? Moreover, he had originally planned to play tricks. It was because it was inconvenient with his parents around that he thought of a way to coax them out. Who knew that they wouldn't fall for his trick and actually said that they would stay to greet the guests. All right, it's settled then. Father and Mother will stay to greet the guests. Don't worry, we won't be rude with us around. Otherwise, when your friends come and see the host of the house hiding, how would that be? Madame Luo said and asked with a smile. Come, tell Mother, how many of your friends are here to look for you? Will they arrive? I'll get someone to prepare it. Seeing his son's embarrassed and disdainful face, the hot-tempered patriarch Luo directly kicked him and scolded him. You don't know how lucky you are. Others can't even wait for their parents to greet the guests for you, but you actually disdain them. I didn't. He hurriedly dodged and looked at his mother with a wronged expression. Who knew that his mother wouldn't help him? Fei-er, quickly tell us, when will your friend arrive? Do we need to send someone to pick them up? They've never been to our house before, so I'm afraid they don't know the way. Take your men and wait at the city gate. Bring them home. Mother, listen to me, go. With a smile on her face, she turned to the Luo clan's head and said, It's rare for Fei-er to have a friend here, so we mustn't be impolite. I'll go and arrange for a few guest rooms to be prepared. All right, go ahead. Chapter 1040. Luo Fei's mouth twitched, but he could only sigh helplessly. Towards his father and mother, he really could only comply. So, he told them that the person might arrive in the evening, and went back first, intending to go back and think of a way. Here, the Luo clan's master and madam were happy. Knowing that the guests would come in the evening, they were busy preparing for the banquet. In fact, it was precisely because they knew that their son had few friends, so when they heard that a friend was coming, they were so excited and happy. The influence of making friends was great. If you make good friends, you can learn good things. If you make bad friends, you will also learn bad things. Therefore, they were hoping that this time when a friend came home, they would be able to check him out and see what kind of friends he made. If there were some friends with bad behavior, extreme personalities, and bad character, as parents, they would naturally cut off such friends for their children. If the other party was polite and upright, they would naturally let their children interact more with them and learn from their good points. Teenage children were in a rebellious state of mind. Many times when they came in contact with bad people, it was very easy for them to learn bad things. As parents, they would not harm their children. They would only worry about their children. Until the evening, the guard had not reported that the person had arrived at the gate, but Luo father and Luo mother had already urged him to go out and wait. Helpless, he had to wait outside the gate. Luo Fei, who was sitting on a rock, looked around in boredom with a green foxtail in his mouth. There were so many people entering the city, but the person he was waiting for still hadn't arrived. He couldn't help but stand up and kick the rock. Still not here? Didn't they say in the evening? Making this young master wait here for so long. This face is really big. Young master is coming. A guard shouted, pointing to a few people who were not far away. Hearing this, Luo Fei looked at the people coming. Sure enough, he saw a red figure with 3 people and a small pet coming over. His eyes swept past the 3 people and fell on the body of a dazzling red-clothed youth. His eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. This kid was the mentor? A place like the 6-Star Academy. Unexpectedly, there was such an outstanding person. It was said that he had turned the holy land of the 2-Star Academy into a mess, and had even advanced to become a Jindan stage cultivator. TSK, a 17 or 18-year-old golden core cultivator, this talent was indeed a bit monstrous. It would be difficult to find a genius from a second-tier country that could compare to him. Pay. What did he mean by it was difficult to find someone who could compete with him? Only a brat from a 6th-tier country would not be taken seriously by him. With a thought, he immediately grinned and greeted them with a joyful smile. When Duan Yi and the other 2 saw the youth walking over, all of them had a wisp of surprise. Wasn't that Luo Fei? How did he know they were coming? He was actually waiting for them here. Feng Jiu glanced at Luo Fei instead, and a wisp of a dim light flashed through her eyes, yet she didn't reveal any surprise on her face. Compared to Duan Ye's group of 3, she knew that someone was watching them all along the way, and she was originally wondering who it was. However, looking at the current situation, it should be the little fox, Luo Fei. Chapter 1041. Seeing this, Duan Yi and the others were slightly surprised and opened their mouths in astonishment. Instructor Feng? He knew that Feng Jiu was an instructor. This Luo Fei actually knew about the news from the academy. He even knew that Feng Jiu would be coming here. Feng Jiu smiled as he looked at the enthusiastic young man walking towards him. You're very well informed. Of course. I have nothing to do at home all day, so I like to ask around for news. Coincidentally, I have someone at the academy who passed the news to me. Only then did I know that Instructor Feng would be coming. Thus, I've been waiting here for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, you're here. Hearing his casual words, not only were Duan Yi and the others speechless, even Feng Jiu's mouth twitched. Looking at the enthusiastic young man in front of him, he didn't know what to say. Instructor Feng, I've asked someone to prepare a sedan chair. Please get on. He turned slightly and shouted at the people behind him. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring the sedan chair over. 4 guards carried the sedan chair over. It was a simple sedan chair for 1 person and was not very eye-catching. Feng Jiu glanced at the sedan chair and said, There's no need. I'll just walk in and see the scenery of the city. How can that be? You're an instructor. I can't neglect you. Don't be so courteous with me. Just treat this place like your own home. Please. I say, Luo Fei, aren't you being too mean? Since you're here to pick us up, you should have called for more sedan chairs. How can you only bring Feng Jiu? This is too much of a difference in treatment. Ning Lang said unhappily, glaring at him. He felt that he was being too mean. Of course you can't compare yourself to an instructor. Students should act like students and respect their teachers. Don't you know that? I'm respecting my teachers. Actually, it's not far. After entering the city, we'll be there after a short walk. My house is very close. He grinned and invited Feng Jiu to get on the sedan chair. Seeing this, Feng Jiu curled her lips and stepped forward. The guards carrying the sedan lifted the curtain and lowered the door to let her in. She glanced at the palanquin, then bent down slightly and walked in, sitting in the palanquin. Duan Yi and Songming looked at each other and didn't say anything. Seeing the palanquin lift up and head towards the city, they followed behind it. However, after taking a few steps, they were stopped by Luo Fei. Hey, I say, how did you guys get together with him? He crossed his arms and looked at the 3 of them, saying, if my information is correct, this brat surnamed Feng is only a student of a 6th grade academy and went to participate in that ranking competition between the academies. How did you guys get abducted by him? It was one thing to kidnap one, but all 3 of them were kidnapped at the same time. Are you guys all right? Hearing this, the 3 of them looked at each other and couldn't help but reveal a smile that outsiders couldn't understand. Looking at the dissatisfied Luo Fei in front of him, Songming smiled and said, Weren't you calling Teacher Feng just now? How did you become that brat, surnamed Feng, the moment you turn around? Since you're so well informed, how come you don't know why we're following him? Seeing the strange smiles on the 3 of them, Luo Fei was puzzled and asked, Weren't we abducted by him? Is there something that I don't know? Chapter 1042. The group entered the city and headed towards the Luo residence. When they passed by the most bustling central street in the city, Luo Fei, who was walking in front with Duan Yi and the others, turned around and signaled to the cultivators behind him. Then, he spoke to Duan Yi and the others beside him and walked faster. When the cultivators saw his gaze, they paused for a moment and pressed the mechanism of the palanquin at the same time. There was a click as if something was emitted. Even Duan Yi and the others in front turned around to take a look. However, nothing happened. Luo Fei, who was walking in front, turned around to take a look. He was surprised and couldn't help but slow down. He came to the side of the palanquin and called out, Teacher. When Duan Yi and the others saw this, they looked at each other and also slowed down to the side of the palanquin. When they saw Luo Fei calling out, they couldn't help but look at him strangely and asked, What are you doing? Luo Fei glanced at them and called out again, Teacher? Teacher Feng? After calling out twice, no one responded. Thus, he reached out and lifted the curtain to take a look inside. When he saw, he couldn't help but be stunned. Where is he? When Duan Yi and the others saw this, they couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at the empty palanquin, they couldn't react. The cultivators carrying the palanquin were stunned. After putting down the palanquin, They looked inside and said, I don't know. We didn't see him get off the palanquin. You set up a mechanism in this palanquin? Songming looked at Luo Fei and asked, What are you doing? Even if I set up a mechanism, I can't make him disappear. But now, where did he go? He was also confused. He didn't know when the person in the palanquin disappeared. Look for him. Why did you make her disappear for no reason? What do you mean by this? Songming pushed him and said angrily, Hurry up and find him for us. How do we find him? Look back. Could he have gotten off the palanquin when we entered the city? Let's go back and ask. As Luo Fei spoke, he hurriedly ran back. The others followed him and asked passers-by if they had seen the man and the beast. At the same time, the red-robed Fengjiu stood at the entrance of the Luo clan with Tun Yun in his arms. He could not help but smile when he saw the door open. An old man walked in and looked at Fengjiu with a smile. May I ask if young master is looking for my young master? I'm looking for your master, Fengjiu said. Young master, please follow me. The old man smiled and invited Fengjiu in, saying, Our young master said that he had a friend coming today, so this old servant thought that you were our young master's friend. Yes, I just saw your young master. He went out of the city to pick us up. However, I think he's still behind. He should be back in a while. Fengjiu chuckled as he strolled in leisurely. He stroked Tun Yun's soft fur with one hand. Our master and madam heard that young master's friend was coming and specially waited at home. They were afraid that young master wouldn't be able to greet them. When master and madam see young master, they will be very happy. The housekeeper brought Fengjiu to the front hall and said, Young master, please wait for a moment. This old servant will go invite our master and madam. All right. She nodded and sat down in the hall. The old man hurriedly left to report. Not long after, Patriarch Luo and Madame Luo arrived together. When they saw the red figure sitting in the hall, their eyes lit up and they couldn't help but praise her in their hearts. Chapter 1043. While the two people were sizing up Fengjiu, Fengjiu also looked back at the two people, and when the two people came in, she also stood up and slightly nodded to the two people. Luo clan head, Madame Luo, ha ha ha, this young master, please sit down. The more Luo clan head looked at him, the more satisfied he was, thinking that his son's friend was really outstanding. Compared to his son, he did not know how many times. He saw that he was wearing a red robe, dazzling like fire, with infinite magnificence. The young man was wearing a red robe that was wantonly showing off, that kind of noble aura that came from his bones, and that kind of demonic temperament mixed with each other, coupled with that handsome and outstanding face. It was really amazing at first glance. One could tell that he came from an excellent clan and had received excellent training to have such a demeanor and temperament. I don't know how to address young master, Luo clan head asked with a smile, looking at the young man in red sitting below. My surname is Feng. My name is Jiu. Luo clan head can call me Fengjiu. Then you must be the friend that Fei mentioned. Madame Luo gently smiled and said, Fei told us this morning that a friend was coming. We have been preparing since this morning, for fear of neglecting the guest, young Master Feng. Since you have come, you must stay here for a few more days. Then, as if thinking of something, Madame Luo said, Oh right, is young Master Feng also a student of a 2-star academy? I did not expect that my fair would be able to make such an outstanding friend like young Master Feng. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and said, The two of you misunderstood. I am not a student of a 2-star academy. While speaking, she took out the identity jade card of a 2-star academy teacher and handed it over. I am a teacher of a 2-star academy. The dean handed over Luo Fei and the other 3 students to me. Therefore, I came here to take them away. Teacher? The husband and wife were very surprised. Such a young teacher? Taking a look at the jade card, they found that she really was a teacher of a 2-star academy. Perhaps it was because the Luo family had yet to spread the portrait of the ghost doctor. Therefore, even the Luo family head did not know that this red-clothed youth in front of him was the renowned ghost doctor of various countries. In addition, now that he had seen his identity jade token, he would not think too much about it. Yes, Luo Fei told the two of you. It should be us. Other than me, there are 3 other students from the same academy who came with me this time. Speaking of this, The corners of her lips curled up into a smile. But I reckon that they're still outside. Perhaps they'll be back in a while. I see. The husband and wife looked at each other and smiled. After knowing what had happened, they chatted with Fengjiu in the hall while waiting for them to return. However, this wait actually lasted for more than 2 hours. It was only when the sky outside had darkened that they saw the steward quickly walk in to report. Master, madam, young master, and the others have returned. As soon as the housekeeper finished speaking, a figure walked in, panting heavily. When he saw the red-clothed youth sitting inside and chatting with his parents with a happy smile, the anger he had suppressed all the way couldn't help but erupt. The moment he stepped into the hall, he angrily shouted, "Surnamed Feng, why are you here?" Chapter 1044. What are you talking about? Is this the attitude that a student should have toward the mentor? You are getting more and more presumptuous. The Luo clan's patriarch shouted in a deep voice. His face sunk as he stared at the angry Luo Fei. "Father, you don't know. We've been looking for him outside for more than an hour. Who would have thought that he would actually come to our house?" Luo Fei angrily said, staring fiercely at Fengjiu. Even the pureness that he pretended to put on was thrown aside. Duan Yi, Ning Lang, and Song Ming stepped forward and cupped their hands in salute. "Greetings, Patriarch Luo, Madam Luo." At this time, the Luo couple's gaze fell on the three people. After seeing Duan Yi and the other two, they secretly nodded and said with a smile, sit down and rest." The three people complied and sat down. After sitting down, the three people's 6 eyes fell on Fengjiu, who was sitting opposite them and playing with the clouds swallowing fur. After not being able to find him, they thought that he might have come to the Luo clan. However, the three people guessed this point, but did not remind Luo Fei. Instead, they found a place to sit down and drink a cup of tea, watching Luo Fei search the city for more than an hour before finally returning to the Luo clan with him. With Fengjiu's personality, how could he be at a disadvantage? This Luo Fei wanted to mess with him, but in the end, he only messed with himself. "What the three of you called? Are you all students of a 2-star academy?" Madame Luo asked with a smile, her gentle eyes falling on the three people. "We are the same as Luo Fei, because we do not like to stay in the academy. We have been helping at home." Ning Lang said until here. When his foot was stepped on, he took a deep breath, seeing Song Ming frown at him. He reacted and looked at the two people in the main seat with an embarrassed smile. "Haha, in fact, it is very good at home. My parents love me at home. Right, my father is Ning Yuan. He is the richest man in the Song country. My name is Ning Lang." "Oh, so it is City Lord Ning's son." Luo clan's patriarch nodded, with appreciation in his eyes. "I heard that young Master Ning has been helping City Lord Ning to make money since he was young. He is a natural-born moneymaker. Today, seeing young Master Ning's fortune and wealth, this Luo really envious of City Lord Ning for having such a son." Ning Lang was a little embarrassed by his compliment, and a touch of uneasiness appeared on his pleasant face. He scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "Master Luo, you flatter me. I am Song Ming, and this is Duan Yi. We are both students of the 2-star academy, and this time we are following our mentor to gain experience." Song Ming smiled as he introduced. Looking at the furious and sullen Luo Fei, he said with a smile, "The few of us have already walked all the way here. Only Luo Fei is missing." Hearing this, Luo clan's patriarch smiled. "With you accompanying, and Teacher Feng leading the team, we are very relieved to let this kid go with you. But this kid is also a troublesome person. I am afraid that he will cause trouble for Teacher Feng." While speaking, he looked at Fengjiu. Fengjiu chuckled and said, "Patriarch Luo can rest assured. I specialize in dealing with these troublesome students." "Ah, good. Then I will trouble Teacher Feng with my son. Also ask Teacher Feng to take care of him." Chapter 1045. Luo Fei swept a glance at Fengjiu, snorted, turned his head, and said, "I don't intend to go with him to gain experience. Besides, if he says he's a mentor, then why is he a mentor?" As his voice fell, his eyes flashed. He turned his head to look at Fengjiu, and then said to his father and mother, "Father, mother, you don't know? This Fengjiu is not a mentor hired by the academy. He slightly raised his chin and looked at Fengjiu provocatively. He felt that he had seen through his mask and continued. He was originally a student of a 6-star academy and had come to participate in the academy's ranking, but he was lucky enough to advance to the Golden Core stage in the Holy Land, so he was deprived of the qualifications to participate. The dean of the academy made an exception to let a student of a 6-star academy become a mentor, but for him, the students of a 2-star academy are not convinced. They were students of a 2-star academy, which one of them was the most beautiful person in their family, especially the 4 of them. Even the mentors of the academy had to give them face and did not dare to offend them easily. Even if they did not go to the academy, the mentors would not dare to say anything to them. However, this kid who was suddenly promoted from a 6-star academy actually said that he was the mentor of the 4 of them. This was really a joke. How could they agree? Fine. Even if Duan Yi, Ning Lang, and Song Ming agreed, he would absolutely not agree. His brain was much smarter than the 3 of them and would not be easily fooled. Hearing these words, the Luo clan's head's face darkened. He stared at his son and immediately slammed his hand on the table, making a loud sound, and at the same time shouted, "Young Master Feng has already told us about this matter. So what if he is from a 6-star academy? Do you have the strength of a Golden Core stage like him? Or are you smarter than him? If you don't know anything, then don't talk nonsense. You really don't know any rules." Luo Fei's mouth moved. His face was stunned. He did not expect that his father would suddenly reprimand him. This made him startled, and at the same time angry. He wanted to say something, but seeing his mother shaking her head at him, he had no choice but to endure. "Ha ha ha! Young Master Feng, my son has been spoiled. If he is rude, I hope you don't take offense." Saying that, he stood up and said with a smile, "Young Master Feng, everyone, please come to the backyard for dinner. Knowing that you are coming, my wife ordered people to prepare a banquet to entertain you. In the future, my son, I will have to trouble you to take care of him." The others also stood up and responded with a smile. Only then did they walk out together with the husband and wife. Even if he did not want to cause trouble, he would not dare to cause any trouble. So, he also followed behind them. When he arrived there, he rolled his eyes and personally went to the wine cellar to get a jar of wine. When he arrived at the banquet, everyone was already seated and chatting. The wine had already been poured, so he put the wine to the side. During the banquet, everyone was talking and laughing, and the wine was unceasingly poured, until as the night deepened, he came forward with a wine jug and personally poured wine for Fengjiu and the others, while saying, "Mentor Feng, I have offended you before. I apologize to you here. Please drink 3 cups with me." Fengjiu looked at him standing in front of him with a wine jug and said with a smile, "How can a small wine cup be enough? How about this? Let's drink 3 bowls with a bowl." Chapter 1046. Wine bowls were wide mouths and thick bottoms. They were used for drinking wine. However, wine bowls were rarely used. Now that he shouted, the servant girl hurriedly brought 2 wine bowls over and placed them in front of the 2 of them. Luo Fei put down the wine jug and walked to the table to pour wine for the 2. "Please." He put down the wine jug and raised the wine bowl. Fengjiu raised the wine bowl and toasted him, then downed the wine in the bowl. When the wine entered her mouth, her eyes flashed and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Again, he was overjoyed and shouted. He poured another bowl and continued to drink. The bystanders saw the 2 of them drinking continuously and downing it in one gulp. They could not help but look at each other. Madame Luo was a little worried. "Drinking like this is too harmful to the body." "It's fine. I don't drink like this often." Luo Fei waved his hand. After 2 bowls of wine, he was already a little tipsy. However, he still poured a 3rd bowl of wine. "Instructor Feng, this bowl is for you. In the future, if I do anything wrong, please forgive me." Fengjiu curled his lips. "No problem." He then drank the 3rd bowl. Duan Yi and the other 2 looked at each other. They felt that Luo Fei would not submit to him just like that. There was probably something fishy going on in these 3 bowls of wine. However, even so, the 3 of them did not intend to interfere. As the saying goes, evil people will be dealt with by evil people. "All right, Although it was not good to use this saying to describe the two of them, Luo Fei, the little fox, could only admit defeat when he met the two-faced Fengjiu. If he did not submit, Fengjiu had his ways to tame him. As he said earlier, he was a troublemaker. After the banquet, everyone was drunk and ended. Under Madame Luo's orders, everyone was helped back to their rooms to rest. Patriarch Luo and Madame Luo truly enjoyed this banquet. As for Duan Yi, Ning Lang, and Song Ming, they had accompanied Fengjiu here to watch the show. Therefore, it would be better to say that they were pretending to be drunk. Luo Fei, on the other hand, had planned to get Fengjiu drunk. However, he did not expect that he would end up getting himself drunk. Fengjiu saw that he wanted to get her drunk, so she did as he wished. She drank cup after cup of wine. In the end, her eyes became a little blurry, and her face became a little blushed. Her footsteps were also a little light, and she staggered back with the help of the maidservants. However, with the end of the banquet, everyone returned to their rooms. On the other side, Luo Fei, who had returned to his residence, drank the hangover soup brought by the attendant and gradually sobered up. "Young master." The attendant looked at him and smiled. "How long have I been back?" He rubbed his forehead. It hurt a little. "Young master instructed me to prepare a hangover soup and wait for him." Therefore, from the moment he returned to the moment he drank the hangover soup to the moment he woke up, less than an hour had passed. He replied, and stood up with the help of the attendant. When he walked outside, he called out, and two cultivators appeared in front of him. "Young master." The two of them bowed respectfully. "Go put a gunny sack on the brat in the guest room and throw him into the brothel. Tell them to take good care of him." He revealed a malicious smile and laughed softly. He thought, if he woke up drunk tomorrow and found out that he was in the brothel, how interesting would his face be? Chapter 10:47. Just as the two cultivators responded and left, Luo Fei waved his hand. "You can leave now. Don't disturb me. I want to sleep. I'll sleep until tomorrow morning before going to watch the show." As he spoke, he turned around and entered his room. Just as he was about to close the door, he seemed to have thought of something and turned back with a chuckle. "If I still haven't woken up tomorrow, and they're still looking for that red-robe brat, you can tell them that he felt lonely last night and said he wanted to take a walk around the brothel. Do you understand?" The attendant replied with a grin, "Don't worry, young master. I understand." Only then did Luo Fei enter his room in satisfaction. He hummed a little tune as he walked towards his bed. However, before he could lie down on the bed, his vision turned black and he fell unconscious. A red figure caught him and brought him out in a flash. Returning to his own room, in the guest room, the red-robed Fengjiu's body swayed slightly. He poured himself a cup of water and drank it. After closing the window, he blew out the lights in the room and staggered towards his bed. The two cultivators who had been watching outside for a while looked at each other. After confirming that they didn't get the wrong person, they waited until the room was completely silent before quietly entering the room. They felt their way in and entered the room in the dark. One of them lifted the blanket while the other directly threw a sack over the person on the bed. They were afraid that the noise would alarm the others and even chopped at the back of the person's neck, knocking him unconscious before carrying him away. The two cultivators didn't see that after they quietly left the room, a figure walked out from a dark corner of the room and stared at the person being carried away by the sack with a faint smile. Fengjiu yawned and rubbed his neck before lying down on the bed. Now, he could finally have a comfortable sleep. As for what would happen to Luo Fei, who was carried away tonight, she wouldn't care. Duan Yi, Ning Lang, and Song Ming knew that tonight would not be a peaceful night. Therefore, they pretended to be drunk and waited to see what would happen tonight. They were originally staying in the same courtyard as Fengjiu, only in different rooms. Thus, they blew out the lights and gathered in the same room. In the pitch-black room, they watched as the two cultivators groped their way into Fengjiu's room. Not long after, they saw them come out with a sack. The three of them couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. "You put in a sack and carried him away?" Ning Lang asked in astonishment. Song Ming rubbed his chin. "Fengjiu shouldn't have fallen for it so easily. If even we can see it, there's no way he can't see it." "Yes, Also, did you notice? I haven't seen that cloud-devouring beast since it came back. I don't know where it went. Yes, this feeling is just like... Ning Lang thought for a moment and scratched his head. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. Right. Just like last time, he dug a hole for me to jump into. Hearing this, Duan Yi glanced at him. That's because you dug a hole for yourself. When did he dig a hole for you? Also, with your brain, there's really no need for him to dig a hole for you. Hearing this, Ning Lang was unhappy. What do you mean with my brain? My brain is a business brain that makes money. You can't have it even if you want it. Seeing that the two of them were quarreling, Song Ming rubbed his forehead helplessly and said, All right, why are you two quarreling? This matter has nothing to do with you. Anyway, tell me, is the person being carried away Fengjiu? Chapter 1048. After a moment of silence, Ning Lang said, I don't think it's him. Fengjiu is a black-bellied person. He's good at scheming against people. How could he be so easily tricked? Don't you think so? If it's not him, then who could it be? Although that person was in a gunny sack, we could still tell that it was a person and not something else. As Song Ming spoke, he seemed to have thought of something, and shock appeared on his face. Just as he was about to speak, Duan Yi beside him spoke first. If that person isn't Fengjiu, then it's Luo Fei. As soon as these words were spoken, the three people couldn't help but gasp and widen their eyes. Heavens, it can't really be Luo Fei, right? For a moment, the three people's 9 eyes widened in the pitch-black room, their faces full of disbelief. If this person was Luo Fei, then how did Fengjiu know that Luo Fei would send someone to carry him away? Could it be that he went to Luo Fei's room after returning to his room, heard Luo Fei's words, then knocked Luo Fei unconscious and brought him back, directly switching the dragon into the phoenix? But was that possible? Even if Fengjiu's cultivation was at the golden core stage, there were no lack of powerful people in the Luo residence. They could believe that he could come and go as he pleased in here. After all, his movement technique was very strange and miraculous. But if he was carrying someone and had to avoid the sight of the hidden guards in the residence, then it wasn't simple. Furthermore, thinking that Luo Fei might really have been switched by Fengjiu, the three people's expressions couldn't help but become strange. Say, what do you think they took him away to? Ning Lang asked curiously, a hint of excitement appearing in his eyes. Could he have been taken away to be sold? Duan Yi looked at the two of them and said, They haven't gone far yet. Why don't we follow them and take a look? As soon as these words were spoken, Ning Lang and Song Ming's eyes lit up and they immediately agreed. All right, let's go and take a look. Let's go. Thus, the three of them quietly left the room and followed the three people at this moment. The two cultivators who carried the gunny sack out of Luo, Yi still didn't know that they had mistaken the person, or rather, they didn't know that the person they were carrying had long been replaced by their young master. Where are they going? It's so late at night, and you're still taking the small path. Behind them, the three of them followed from a distance to avoid being discovered. They watched as the two men carried the sacks and walked until they reached a certain place. When they entered, the three of them stuck close to the wall and saw the words written there. They couldn't help but open their mouths and stare dumbfoundedly. It can't be. Is this delivered to the cafe? The three looked at each other with strange expressions. It must be Luo Fei. Shall we go in and take a look? Duan Yi looked at the two of them and asked. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them walked forward together and quietly entered the room. They just happened to see that the two cultivators had already turned around and left. Thus, they went to the window of the room and peeked inside through the slit of the window. Inside, a madam in her 30s gestured. Open the sack. I want to see how the free goods look like. Yes. The two burly men answered and opened the sack, revealing the unconscious youth inside. When the three of them outside the window saw the unconscious person, they really felt a sense of schadenfreude in their hearts. Even though they had long guessed that the person in the sack was Luo Fei, when they saw that he wanted to prank Fengjiu, but ended up being pranked by that black-bellied person instead, they really sympathized with him. Chapter 1049. After watching for a while, the three of them left quietly. Luo Fei had schemed against Fengjiu, so they didn't dare to stand up for him. Otherwise, they might be implicated. On the way back, Ning Lang looked at the moon and sighed. I suddenly feel that Fengjiu is really good to me. At least, he was only threatened to be sold to the brothel, but he wasn't actually sold to the brothel. Duan Yi agreed. Compared to you guys, he's the best of me because I'm willing to go with him. I don't have as many twists and turns as you guys. He also realized that if he was obedient, he wouldn't be punished. If he was too rebellious, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, Fengjiu wouldn't give you any face when he did things that others didn't dare to do. Others might be apprehensive of their status, but Fengjiu wouldn't. He had seen this clearly during their journey. The three of them chatted as they walked. When they returned to the courtyard, they glanced at the tightly shut door and the pet guarding outside. They couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. They were sure that Fengjiu was sleeping inside. He was the only one who could sleep so comfortably after tricking others. The three of them laughed in their hearts and returned to their rooms. They planned to see what would happen the next morning. However, to their surprise, when they washed up and went out the next morning, they saw Fengjiu sitting in the courtyard eating breakfast. He said to them, "Say goodbye to Master Luo and the rest after breakfast." Leaving? So soon? The three of them looked at him in surprise. Actually, they wanted to ask, Luo Fei isn't back yet. Is he really leaving? What? Are you guys addicted to staying here? He glanced at them with a half-smile. Haha, of course not. The three of them laughed awkwardly and hurriedly sat down to eat. Then, they followed him to the front yard to say goodbye to Master and Master Luo. Leaving? You just came yesterday and you're leaving today? Won't you stay for a few more days? Master Luo was stunned when he heard their words. Seeing this, Madame Luo looked at them and said, "It's rare for friends to come to the house. You guys should stay for a few more days. Fei, hasn't brought you around the city yet. If you leave like this, we'll feel a little embarrassed. We feel like we can't greet you." "No, it's just that we can't stay here for long," Fengjiu said with a smile. "It's been a while since I've been out. Today, I'm here to bid you all farewell. I'll be taking Luo Fei with me." "Fei also wants to go with you? He's willing to go with you?" Madame Luo was surprised. Hearing this, Duan Yi and the others smiled and didn't say anything. Fengjiu chuckled and looked at the three people beside him. He said, the three of them were unwilling at first. What he meant was that even if she was unwilling now, she would eventually become obedient as time went by. Seeing this, the Luo clan couple was stunned, and then they looked at each other and said with a smile, "That's fine. Then let him go with you. If he can be your companion, we can rest assured. This kid, why hasn't he woken up yet?" Master Luo saw that it was getting late, but he didn't see his son, so he called out, "Housekeeper, call the young master over."
Chapter 18:14. Yang Feng, who had turned into a 3,000-meter-tall giant, immediately increased his speed. Every step he took caused the sea to rumble endlessly. Boundless waves of blood rolled endlessly. This is the Heavenly Demon Tyrant Body Technique's Heavenly Demon Emergence. I heard that one can execute this secret technique only after cultivating it to the 9th layer. This Yang Feng truly lives up to being a true inheritor of the Heavenly Eagle Castle. When the many demonic Dao cultivators at the Scarlet Sea saw Yang Feng transform into a 3-kilometer-tall Yang Feng, they were all startled. Originally, they thought that after Shao Chen killed those Heavenly Eagle Castle core disciples at lightning speed, he could use his movement technique to leave. But who would have thought that Yang Feng would actually be so powerful that he could directly cultivate the Celestial Devil Tyrant Body Art to the 9th level? After transforming into a 10,000 zhong giant, his body grew larger, but his movement technique did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, it became even more ferocious, and its speed increased exponentially. In just a moment, he had caught up to Shao Chen, who had gone far away. It must be said that he was indeed terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Behind him, thunderous booms resounded. With every step Yang Feng took, the blazing sea of blood shook violently. It was as if the entire world was spinning, and even space itself was a little chaotic. In fact, this was not Shao Chen's illusion. Space itself had already been affected. After Yang Feng's body had turned into a 10,000-meter-tall giant, the space around him had already been affected. The terrifying sky demon hockey technique continued to circulate, crazily extracting the power of everything in the world. It was now equivalent to an ancient ferocious beast, affecting the normal operation of the world. Dang! Yang Feng leaped up ferociously and clenched his fist. The wind from his fist was like a mountain as he punched at Xiao Chen. His fist was like a small mountain. When it landed, a huge shadow enveloped Xiao Chen. It was as if heaven and earth had turned dark, so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. Dat! As Xiao Chen controlled the Thunder Great Tao's power, Xiao Chen poured the Great Tao's power and veritable essence energy into his left foot. Xiao Chen gently tapped his feet on the surface of the sea. The surging scarlet sea was like cotton candy. As his foot landed, everything within a radius of 100 miles caved in. Boom! Before the scarlet sea could bounce back, it was shattered by Yang Feng's fist. Amidst the loud noise, the sea of blood churned even more violently. Bang! Bang! Yang Feng, who had caught up, attacked crazily. Every move he made contained a terrifying force. An ordinary early-stage star venerate would not even be able to withstand one punch from the berserk Yang Feng. In this storm of attacks that tore apart the sea of blood, Xiao Chen was like a nimble little bird. He flew back and forth amidst the rain of flames and blood. Not a single one of them managed to hit him. As long as he was hit, even if it was only half a move, Xiao Chen would have to die here. This guy's attack was too terrifying, and the power was still increasing. Even Xiao Chen did not dare to fight him head-on at this time. As Xiao Chen dodged, his comprehension of the Thunder Dragon steps deepened bit by bit. After finding the rhythm, Xiao Chen had an easier time dealing with the attacks. He was nimble, dodging like the wind. He dodged it. Yang Feng's storm-like attacks caused people to tremble in fear. However, in such a dangerous environment, Xiao Chen was able to handle it. It was hard to imagine that Xiao Chen was just a major primal core venerate. Suddenly, everyone saw a strange scene. Xiao Chen, who had been on the mountain wall, suddenly turned around and threw a punch at the 3-kilometer-tall giant. Whoosh! Everyone was so shocked that they broke out in a cold sweat. The celestial demon tyrant body art became more ferocious the longer it lasted. The longer it lasted, the more horrifying the attack. Right now, even a holy venerate would have to retreat from Yang Feng's attacks. To think that Xiao Chen wanted to clash head-on. Brat, you are seeking death. Things move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Solitary Een does not exist, and things that are too hard break easily. Can you still hold on after fighting for so long? Stop pretending and scram. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. He had done some research on the celestial demon tyrant body art. He knew that this demonic cultivation technique could not be continuously circulated. Otherwise, it would self-destruct sooner or later. Now was the time for Yang Feng to stop the demonic cultivation technique. Damn it! As Yang Feng watched Xiao Chen charge at him fearlessly and courageously, hatred filled his heart. Yang Feng simply could not imagine why Xiao Chen's eyes were so cunning. Seeing Xiao Chen approach, Yang Feng roared ferociously and retreated quickly. His physical body reverted to its original form, and his aura plummeted. Just at this moment, when Yang Feng reverted to his original form, Xiao Chen's fistlight landed on his chest. Heaven and earth, boundless primal chaos. The two veritable essence energies in Xiao Chen's 9-star primal core circulated wildly. Two streams of energy continuously spun around Xiao Chen as he punched. Demonic Qi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy mixed and exploded. It was not over yet. At the moment when the two veritable essence energies exploded, Xiao Chen activated 30% of his blue dragon bloodline's might. The divine dragon warbody's dragon might increased, and 20 cauldron force followed right after. The first wave of explosions shattered all the defenses of the shrunken Yang Feng. Then, 20 cauldron force landed on his body without holding anything back. Dang! The dragon pattern cauldron trembled, and an ancient and savage aura spread out in all directions. Dragon might shook the surroundings. Yang Feng vomited a mouthful of blood, and his body flew back like a meteor, landing on the shore. Yang Feng's strength was somewhat scary. The heavenly eagle castle is only a... Xiao Chen smiled faintly and spread his arms. Electric dragons surrounded him as he headed proudly over the vast scarlet sea. Yang Feng, who fell into Xiao Chen's trap and crashed to the shore, was so frustrated that he vomited another mouthful of blood when he heard this. The other cultivators at the shore had already fled far away. They did not dare to appear by Yang Feng's side at this moment. A bona fide Heavenly Eagle Castle true inheritor was reduced to such a sorry state. Who knew how angry he would be? Hey! Isn't this Brother Yang? What's wrong with you? Why are you smiling so unsightly? Did you eat dog shit? Just at this moment, unpleasant mocking laughter rang out. A handsome but evil young man walked over with a group of people. This was O Zhenyun, second only to the top true inheritor of the Fantasy Cloud sect, Xiahou Xian. The nearby crowd felt startled. Another ruthless person arrived. The Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Fantasy Cloud sect had always been on bad terms. Now that they saw Yang Feng's dispirited appearance, they could not help mocking him. Ha ha! Senior Brother O, that might really be possible. The people of the Heavenly Eagle Castle just love to eat. Ferocious beast corpses, cultivator corpses, they eat them all. Perhaps they really ate dog shit. That's right. Otherwise, why would his expression be so unsightly? With O Zhenyun backing them, the Fantasy Cloud sect disciples did not fear the severely injured Yang Feng. O Zhenyun, you loser. Do you think that you can bully me as you please just because I'm injured? After being repeatedly thwarted, Yang Feng, who was on the ground, became so frustrated that he vomited blood. He roared and charged at O Zhenyun. You overestimate yourself. O Zhenyun smiled coldly. He actually did nothing when facing Yang Feng's incredibly ferocious punch. Bang! The fist light collided with Yang Feng's chest and produced a muffled sound. Yang Feng screamed in pain. Yang Feng cried out in pain, revealing an extremely horrified expression. He could not help punching again with his left hand, resulting in another dull sound. The bones in his two arms were shattered by the recoil, and they were temporarily crippled. This old man refined this essence magnetic treasure armor to deal with you mad dogs of the Heavenly Eagle Castle. Today, I will deal with you first. O Zhenyun grinned, looking incredibly ferocious. He waved his hand, and a ghost pennant appeared in his right hand. Then, he waved it gently. Ghosts howled and aggrieved spirits howled. Then, a 1,000-legged centipede made of demonic chi flew out of the ghost pennant. The centipede wobbled as it chased after the retreating Yang Feng. Yang Feng felt incredible regret in his heart. Dragging his crippled arms, he ran for his life in a sorry state. Ha ha ha! Senior brother, look at him now. He really looks like a dog. When the Fantasy Cloud sect disciples saw Yang Feng running away with his arms dangling, they all started laughing. O Zhenyun showed an extremely cocky expression, feeling very pleased in his heart. Seeing that he managed to push Yang Feng to this extent, he smiled and said, Yang Feng, in the future when you see this old man, run far away. Come, let's quickly go to that continent. The myriad holy church was once destroyed there. There must be a great fortuitous encounter there. This time, after I obtain the essence magnetic treasure armor, I will definitely kill everyone. O Zhenyun felt very heroic as he controlled the 1,000-legged centipede to carry the Fantasy Cloud sect disciples across the Scarlet Sea. Chapter 1815. Xiao Chen finally set foot on that continent, which was the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart. This continent was incomparably vast, and it looked just like a real continent. There were already countless experts on this continent. Strong auras spread in the air. Xiao Chen even sensed the auras of several holy venerates. As expected, those holy venerates had probably already noticed that something was wrong with this forbidden land. However, Xiao Chen did not know where Yan Zhi and Senior Chai were now. The two of them were very strong and had the Scarlet Blood War banner. The obstacles in front would not be able to harm them at all. The gravity on the heart was much stronger than that of the Sea of Fire. Walking in, it was a great test of a cultivator's physical body. Xiao Chen cultivated the Divine Dragon War body and activated 30 to 40% of his Blue Dragon bloodline. Hence, he did not feel much pressure flying in it. The ancient bloodline gave Xiao Chen a huge advantage. It allowed him, a major primal core venerate, to move about freely in this heart. He was no weaker than a late-stage star venerate or holy venerate old monster. What a strong life force! To think that I can still feel the pulse of my heart. After Xiao Chen stepped on the ground, a mysterious energy came from the depths of the ground, affecting the rate of everyone's heartbeat. Aside from this, Xiao Chen also felt sword intent. For someone as sensitive as him, He could easily sense the hazy sword intent that was everywhere in the sky and on the ground. Everything here, be it the rocks, the mountains, or the trees, was as straight and sharp as a sword. Unfortunately, this was not saber intent. If it were, Xiao Chen would cultivate it here. By absorbing the saber intent everywhere, his saber Dao would advance at a rapid pace, advancing at a rapid pace. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked into the distance. In many places, the demonic clouds churned, turning into a vast army and ancient mutated beasts. The demonic clouds seemed to be hiding something on purpose. From a distance, they looked exceptionally eye-catching. Let's go over and take a look. Executing Thunder Dragon steps, Xiao Chen's figure moved like lightning, flickering as he moved quickly. Soon, Xiao Chen caught up to the people who had crossed the blazing sea of blood. These people seemed to know that the continent was incredibly dangerous and that there were many unpredictable things, so they temporarily formed a simple team. A major primal core venerate. Upon seeing Xiao Chen appear, many of these people revealed strange expressions. Many early-stage star venerates had fallen in love with him. Many early-stage star venerates could not make it here, yet a venerate came. This was truly surprising. Humph! He probably relied on some treasure to rush all the way here. I'm afraid he's a relative of some sex elder. Let him fend for himself. The leader was a white-clad late-stage star venerate old man. He said coldly, "Let's continue on our way. Be more careful. Everything here is very strange. We might lose our lives at any moment." Clearly, this group of people's destination was also the demonic clouds. However, Xiao Chen's SS, and Xiao Chen followed him on. Chen's Tian Chen's SS. He Chen's King Dragon Ling Chen's S off. C Sect King with Chen King, as Tian Chen's star. Xiao Chen passed through a dense forest without any mishaps. Then, a boundless grassland appeared before his eyes. Every blade of grass was about 1/2 a meter long and as straight as a sword. When the wind blew, they did not move at all. This was very surprising. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen such straight grass. Indeed. Even the wind cannot move them. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. The saber intent in his body suddenly trembled slightly. This was a sign of danger. Sure enough, in the next moment, a cool breeze blew over. Bloody holes of various sizes silently appeared in the group of people in the front. Before they could say anything, they fell over. Immediately, the group fell into chaos. They all retreated, using veritable essence energy to protect themselves and drawing their weapons. It was a sword. The wind contained the sword intent that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind when he was alive. This vast grassland was the manifestation of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's sword intent. The people who fell were not just swept away by the wind. While they were clicking their tongues in wonder, the sword intent had already started to silently invade them. Xiao Chen could not help feeling his hair stand on end. Could it be that the saber intent in his body was trembling uncontrollably? It turned out that it was clashing with the sword intent. How terrifying! No matter how insignificant a swordsman's sword intent was, it was still incredibly sharp, ferocious, and tyrannical. Xiao Chen had never heard of a sword intent that could be so gentle, silent, and yet not losing its sharpness. Just how powerful must such a sword Dao be? It was simply unimaginable. Someone started to make a move, sending out a large fire, wanting to burn all the sword grass away. Who knew? It would have been better if the sword grass had not been burned. Now that it was burned, something major happened. A strong wind blew. The boundless sword intent hidden in the wind covered the sky and sun as it surged over. It was a sword wind. However, no one could tell whether it was a sword wind or a sword hidden in the wind. As the sword wind surged over, everyone panicked. Several people immediately took out their Dao tools. They could not even take care of themselves. Occasionally, miserable cries rang out as the sword wind pierced their bodies. The sword intent tore apart their bones, flesh and blood, inflicting incredible pain. Boom! Amid this chaotic scene, a person roared at the sky. A resplendent and dazzling saber intent soared into the clouds. Xiao Chen did not draw his saber. A halo of great Dao energy appeared behind him. He did not panic in the face of danger. He used his saber intent to clash with the sword wind. Xiao Chen charged forward ferociously, the Dao halo protecting him as he clashed with the sword wind. Metallic clangs rang out, sounding exceptionally melodious and resounding in the surroundings. Unknowingly, Xiao Chen had reached the very front. As the others panicked, it looked like he was about to break through the sword wind. What a strong saber intent! Great Tao energy! This youth is not simple. He actually comprehended the saber Tao's great Tao energy. To think that I could not tell earlier. If I can get on his good side and get him to bring me out, it might not be impossible. Before the envious gazes of the many experts, Xiao Chen relied on his strong saber Tao cultivation to advance bit by bit. Young man, I can tell that you still have energy to spare. Give us a hand. The eyes of the leader, the white-clad old man, flickered as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen turned his head back and said indifferently, "Sorry, I can tell that senior is doing this with ease as well. Clearly, you still have energy to spare. It does not look like you need help." This old fellow was very shrewd. As a late-stage star venerate, as long as he paid the price, he could break through this sword wind quickly. The white-clad old man wanted to rely on flattery to get Xiao Chen to work hard for him foolishly. There was no such thing as that. As the white-clad old man spoke, Xiao Chen broke through the sword wind. He switched to his great Tao energy. An electric light flickered around his body as he instantly executed Thunder Dragon steps. Thunder Great Tao. When the white-clad old man saw Xiao Chen bring out another great Tao energy, he hesitated for a moment before dismissing some of his thoughts. After passing through the huge sword wind and stopping on this grassy plain, Xiao Chen looked around. However, he did not rush. Every stalk of swordgrass was extremely valuable. Xiao Chen wondered if he should take all the swordgrass away. If others knew what Xiao Chen was thinking, they would definitely call him a lunatic. In the green grassland, the sword intent was invading his body at every moment. Every moment he stayed here was an additional risk. He could not wait to leave. How could he stop and think about these swordgrass? However, Xiao Chen was different. His saber Tao's great Tao energy had already reached an extremely deep level. Although it could not compare to the sword intent that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind, it did not reach the level of combining hardness and softness. However, with his divine dragon war body, he could barely protect himself. As Xiao Chen observed in secret, he discovered something interesting. The wind in the air did not come from the turbulence in the distance. Instead, it came from the swordgrass themselves. In this boundless grassland, there were some swordgrasses that would tremble slightly. The wind was coming from them. Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense, continuously expanding it. He discovered a total of 7 such swordgrass. Such strong swordgrass could not be called simply. They were monarchs of swords, kings of grass. Calling them sword monarch grass would be more appropriate. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived before the closest sword monarch grass. Then, he landed in the grass. The sword grass immediately pierced his body, covering him in wounds and blood. However, Xiao Chen did not care about these external wounds. He bent over and grabbed the root of the sword monarch grass. When it trembled slightly, he followed its rhythm and pulled out the sword monarch grass. Kasie! Kasie! The moment Xiao Chen pulled out the sword monarch grass, the sword grass within 500 kilometers immediately shattered like treasured swords, turning into shards flying everywhere. This caused some trouble for the demonic Tao cultivators behind, who were still enduring the sword wind. 1 hour later, all the sword grass in the entire grassy plain broke. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen obtained 7 sword monarch grass. Pusi! Suddenly, without any warning, 7 strands of sword light shot out of Xiao Chen's chest. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Xiao Chen had stayed in the grassy plain for too long. His sword intent had accumulated to a certain level, resulting in an unavoidable sword wound. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's physical body was strong. Furthermore, his saber intent had been draining the sword intent, so he only suffered a sword wound of this level. If it were Pang Ran, he would definitely die. Worth it! As Xiao Chen looked at the 7 jade-green sword monarch grass in his hand, he revealed a faint smile. Chapter 18:16. With the 7 sword monarch herbs in hand, Xiao Chen showed joy on his face. A vast sword intent burst out of his hand, causing Xiao Chen's clothes and long hair to flutter continuously. As Xiao Chen held the sword monarch herbs tightly, he felt a chill. The sword intent that leaked out was only an insignificant portion of the vast sword intent of the sword monarch herbs. How strong! If I unleash this sword monarch herb, Even a late-stage star-venerate old monster would be instantly killed. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. However, he did not know if it could severely injure a holy venerate. After all, he had not fought a holy venerate before, so he could not make an accurate estimate. However, Xiao Chen, who had seen Yan Zhe make a move before, had a rough idea. If the Sword Monarch herbs caught Xiao Chen off guard and the opponent did not understand the situation, they could definitely injure a holy venerate. It all depended on how severe the injury was. However, Xiao Chen could not use these Sword Monarch herbs right now. He needed to refine them properly. At the very least, he could not let them continue leaking sword intent. Such a waste would make one's heart ache. Xiao Chen raised his head and opened his heavenly eye. Then he swept his gaze around. After a while, he found a secluded place. Then, he gently pushed off with his feet and flew over. After arriving at the secluded place, Xiao Chen laid a simple defensive formation. Then, he started to use the heavenly flame to refine these Sword Monarch herbs. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen still had some injuries. He could take this opportunity to recuperate before departing. 3 days later, he successfully refined the Sword Monarch herbs. The half-meter-long sword soulgrass was refined to the size of a palm. It looked very simple and unadorned. They looked very plain and looked like ordinary grass. However, their hardness was somewhat different. They were like thin short swords. Xiao Chen infused his soul energy into them. After familiarizing himself with them, Xiao Chen could control them as he pleased. With a thought, the 7 Sword Monarch herbs layered over each other and turned into a beam of light dancing around Xiao Chen. With another thought, the 7 Sword Monarch herbs immediately separated, moving as he pleased and controlling them as he pleased. Withdraw! Xiao Chen spread his hand, and the 7 Sword Monarch grass were hidden in his sleeve, convenient and secretive. After being delayed for 3 days, his pace had slowed down a little, but Xiao Chen didn't mind. They were fast, but without sufficient trump cards and strength, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Moreover, no matter how fast you are, could you possibly be faster than Yan Zhe and Elder Chai? Thinking of them, Xiao Chen felt a wave of anger and a trace of helplessness. However, Xiao Chen vaguely felt that these two would come looking for him sooner or later. The Scarlet Blood War banner was no different from a fire stick in his hands. If the final inheritance still required the Scarlet Blood War banner, then the two would have to come back to look for him. This is... Xiao Chen, who was hurrying along, suddenly noticed a huge handprint on the ground in front of him. The area covered by the palm print was extremely vast. It was the size of a city. There were countless broken corpses lying on the ground, and many people were rummaging through those corpses. Several people gained a lot, feeling extremely shocked. It's the myriad holy church's experts. They were completely wiped out, killed by someone with one palm strike. How terrifying! Who exactly is this person? To think that he managed to destroy so many experts of the myriad holy church with just one palm strike. In the past, there were rumors that the myriad holy church was destroyed in one night. Now that I see it, I have no choice but to believe it. When Xiao Chen heard the discussions of the other cultivators in the palm print, he felt shocked as well. Soon he thought of something. It had to be the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's remnant will. Back then, the myriad holy church must have discovered this forbidden land by coincidence. Then, the myriad holy church mobilized the entire sect to attack. Unfortunately, they did not have the Scarlet Blood War banner and could not obtain the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's acknowledgement. When the myriad holy church rashly attacked, they ran into the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's various backup plans and got completely wiped out. As for why this group of people managed to get here, although there were many hardships, it was because of the harsh environment in the first place. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King had not done this on purpose. Otherwise, all of them would have died. It could only be said that Xiao Chen used the Scarlet Blood War banner to open this forbidden land, allowing the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's remnant will to withdraw. After all, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King wanted to pass down his treasures, not kill every cultivator who barged into this place. Xiao Chen leaped over the palm print. Along the way, he saw all sorts of corpses. These corpses all died in special environments. They were injured by sword qi, which could only be attributed to carelessness. 7 days later, Xiao Chen finally arrived at the place where the demonic clouds churned. Xiao Chen felt a huge pressure as he stood at the summit of the mountain where the demonic clouds churned. The demonic clouds materialized all sorts of terrifying mysterious phenomena. There was a vast army, a flood dragon, a flaming phoenix, a centipede, or an ox head. Just looking at them made one tremble in fear. This test before Xiao Chen was much stronger than the one at the entrance of the cave. This time, Xiao Chen could not rely on his speed to charge over unscathed like before. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's tests came one after another. Without the corresponding strength, one would not be qualified to obtain the treasures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. If one died, one died. There was no one to blame. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. Without hesitation, he drove the primal chaos veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core and charged over. Boom! The first to charge over was an ox-horned beast materialized by the demonic clouds. It roared ferociously, and black demonic flames burned on its hooves. This ox-horned beast charged at Xiao Chen with a tyrannical force. Its strength was no weaker than Si Shengjia's. Heaven and earth, boundless primal chaos. The 9 stars on Xiao Chen's primal core flickered, and 2 streams of veritable essence energy circulated wildly, forming a formless but unbreakable Taiji force field around Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen punched, the Taiji force field mixed with demonic qi, spiritual energy, and veritable essence energy exploded. The force of one punch shattered this ox-horned beast. Kill! 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 Xiao Chen moved like he was flying and punched like the wind. Fighting spirits surged in his heart. He did not stop at all, charging towards the summit. Everywhere Xiao Chen passed, the mountain path was littered with corpses. They were all cultivators who died under the relentless charge of the demonic clouds. There were also cultivators who persisted bitterly, making their way to the summit. Damn it! Who is this youth? He is so strong. He is really fast. Even the true inheritors of the 3 great demonic Dao sects are not as fast. To think that he is just a venerate. Damn. I really don't understand. Seeing Xiao Chen pass by them, these cultivators carefully moving forward were incredibly shocked. Since when did a primal core venerate become so much stronger than them, star venerates? Halfway to the summit, Xiao Chen brought out the first Saber Dao's great Dao energy. A dazzling saber light started flickering in his fist light. About 2/3 of the way, Xiao Chen activated the Thunder Great Dao. Aside from the resplendent saber light, his body started flickering with a dazzling electric light. With only the final 100 meters remaining, Xiao Chen activated half of his blue dragon bloodline and started to circulate his vital qi. Just like that, Xiao Chen grew increasingly ferocious. As he stepped on the corpses, he did not stop at all, passing the cultivators who persisted bitterly. Xiao Chen entered the surging demonic clouds. Clang! The instant Xiao Chen entered the demonic clouds, he did not hesitate to draw his tyrant saber and start a boundless massacre. He fought with all sorts of mutated beasts in the demonic clouds for 3 days. Then, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. His white robes looked spotless as he passed through the demonic clouds, standing proudly. In front of him was a shocking scene. He did not know how high the sky was or how deep the ground was in this vast space. It was like he stood in the starry heavens, feeling an unimaginable vastness. As the saying went, the world was as vast as one's heart was. In the center of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart, Xiao Chen finally saw the true meaning of this saying. His heart was vast, boundlessly vast. It was hard to imagine that this vast space was just a corner of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's physical body. After a huge battle, when Xiao Chen saw this scene, he felt boundless shock. The legendary pirate, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King, seemed to be announcing that even if I die, you are still as insignificant as ants in my heart, insignificant. To be able to see such a scene, even if I do not obtain anything, it is worth it. As Xiao Chen stood at the edge of the cliff, he felt completely convinced. He did not feel any sense of defeat or helplessness. The vast space before Xiao Chen was not empty. There were more than 10,000 huge stone pillars in it. When Xiao Chen looked around, many of the stone pillars shone with treasure light and spiritual energy spreading out. Of course, this was accompanied by a boundless massacre and all sorts of intense battles. It looked like these stone pillars were treasure pillars. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures were hidden in these stone pillars. The cultivators who arrived earlier had already started fighting on the stone pillars. Xiao Chen looked into the distance. A clump of flame burned on the centermost stone pillar, illuminating the surroundings. The sky was filled with the radiance of the stars, flickering with resplendent light. A faux god flame. With one glance, Xiao Chen could tell the origin of that flame. Just to be careful, Xiao Chen leaped into the air and flew towards the stone pillar closest to him. Boom! The moment Xiao Chen raised his foot and stepped into the air, he felt like lightning struck him. It was like an invisible mountain fell on his back. This was the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's lingering will. It contained boundless might and pressure, the faux god might. Great Tao energy of the divine dragon war body. Xiao Chen grunted. Enduring this pressure, he landed on the stone pillar with much difficulty and heaved a long sigh of relief. That was close. If I had not been careful and did not take big steps, I would have fallen. Thinking about this height and the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's faux god might, I would have fallen. Once I fell, I would not be able to make a comeback, shattering my bones. Whoosh! The moment Xiao Chen landed on the stone pillar, a treasure light flashed in the center of the stone pillar. Then, a pile of spirit jades appeared on the platform. Above the spirit jades was an inherited Tao tool, giving off a dazzling treasure light. An inherited Tao tool. Before Xiao Chen could make a move, he saw many figures flying over. They were all the demonic Tao experts that barged in. These people were very strong. However, when they leaped up, several of them were caught off guard. The faux god might ruthlessly push them into the deep abyss. Miserable cries echoed in this vast world, inspiring fear. Whoosh! 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 In the end, only 4 or 5 people landed on the stone pillar where Xiao Chen was. After they landed, they eagerly launched themselves at the inherited Tao tool. However, a murderous intent shot into the sky. The sword light of the inherited Tao tool pierced the bodies of the people who flew over, causing them to die with grievances. Xiao Chen had expected this long ago. A glistening golden Taiji yin-yang flame diagram appeared in front of him, blocking all the sword lights for him. Restrictions. The inherited Tao tool would definitely have restrictions left by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. This restriction was simple and tyrannical. Nothing fancy at all. It was just a strand of sword chi containing the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will. Chapter 1817. After glancing at the 5 corpses on the stone pillar, Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the inherited Tao tool. That was a spear, a treasure that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King casually obtained when he was alive. Clearly, he did not use it. Without touching it, Xiao Chen decided to give up after comprehending it for a while. The Tyrant Saber could not compare to Xiao Chen's Tyrant Saber, so he had to take the risk to remove the restrictions. This was simply a waste of time. However, there was no need to stand on ceremony with the spirit jades below. The restrictions on the spirit jades were not strong. Xiao Chen easily took them away. With a wave of his hand, he spent hundreds of thousands of medial-grade spirit jades. Xiao! With a leap, Xiao Chen landed on the stone pillar before him. A legacy Tao artifact and a pile of spirit jades appeared in the middle of the stone pillar. Similarly, Xiao Chen only took spirit jades. He wasted no time on the restrictions of the inherited Tao tools. Looking around, one could see that many of the battles on the stone pillars were for the sake of the inherited Tao artifacts. If you want to break the restrictions, you will not only have to deal with the sword chi that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind but also the sneak attacks of the other cultivators. To be honest, it was indeed a waste of time. If the inherited Tao tool left behind was stronger than the Tyrant Saber, it might be able to stop Xiao Chen. If it wasn't as strong as the Overlord Blade, there was no need to waste time on it. He took the spiritual jades and left. Compared to the others who were excited and risking their lives, they might not even be able to obtain an inherited Tao artifact. Xiao Chen appeared to be much more carefree. He landed on a platform and collected the spirit stones. As more and more people passed through the demonic clouds, it was obvious that the battles on the stone pillars would become more and more intense. However, Xiao Chen also discovered something else. The further in he went, the more he looked, the more he felt. The faux god might that Xiao Chen received became stronger. At the start, he only needed to pay attention. Otherwise, the faux god might would not push him into the deep abyss. But gradually, even though he had the intention, every step he took was filled with trepidation. What looked like a game of hopscotch had turned into a gamble with one's life. No one could have predicted this. Xiao Chen wondered how strong the faux god's might would be when he jumped to the next stone pillar. However, everyone could predict that the deeper they jumped, the more valuable the treasures on the stone pillars would be. Xiao Chen, who had been collecting spirit stones, felt very moved. Now, he casually collected more than 1,000,000 spirit jades. Ah! In the vast and empty world, a cry of despair suddenly reverberated. It turned out that a martial artist had decided to continue jumping. After being struck by the foe god Might, Xiao Chen fell to the ground like a shot put. He executed all sorts of martial techniques, but they were all useless. The shrill screams continued for a long time before a heavy smack was heard. There was no need to look anymore. He had definitely been smashed into a pile of flesh and blood. This pressure was proportional. The foe god's might that one endured at the top of the stone pillar was fine. However, the lower one descended, the stronger the foe god's might. Up until now, no one had expected anything good to happen to them. This miserable cry echoed for a long time. Many of the cultivators who were about to jump felt a chill down their spines and hesitated. The place that seemed to be full of treasures had become a game for the brave. This was a test of one's heart and courage. One jump could separate life and death. This was especially so when one fell to their death. No cultivator would be willing to die in such a sullen manner. Naturally, Xiao Chen was not willing, either. Whoosh! 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 Wind howled from behind. 4 or 5 people descended to the top of the stone pillar where Xiao Chen was. All of them were middle-stage star venerate old men. Some were demonic Dao loose cultivators, and some were the upper echelon of 7-star pirate ships. As they looked at Xiao Chen, they all showed hostile expressions. Xiao Chen did not want to fight with them. He gently pushed off with his feet and stepped forward. "I'll send you off." Who knew? Someone behind suddenly attacked. The instant Xiao Chen jumped, that person laughed coldly and threw a palm strike. This prompted the others to follow suit. Several attacks immediately flew at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. However, he could not turn back now. At this critical moment of life and death, Xiao Chen could not afford to overthink. He had to face the strengthened foe god Might and these killing moves later. He could not afford to get distracted at all. Before the huge pressure, Xiao Chen executed Thunder Dragon steps to its limits. The 2 Dao Might merged and did their best to neutralize the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's foe god Might. Xiao Chen moved like lightning, quickly changing positions several times in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xiao Chen narrowly dodged all the attacks of these old fogies. However, when he landed, he had already charged past several stone pillars and arrived before a stone pillar that Xiao Chen had not planned for. What a fellow! To think that he did not die. This youth is not simple. Hee. This is a good opportunity to test his limits. Otherwise, he would have purposely left. When we fought ferociously and were caught off guard, we would have fallen for his trap. It is good to chase him away. Seeing Xiao Chen avoid several stone pillars and go far away, the people who attacked were startled. What a strong treasure light. There are still people on it. The distant Xiao Chen showed a slightly startled expression. He discovered that there were already 3 people on the stone pillar. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen needed to climb the stone pillar. He could not hesitate at all. Steeling himself, Xiao Chen landed on it. He saw a white mask hovering in the center of the stone pillar. It looked exquisite and smooth, like porcelain. Black demonic qi wafted around the mask. The demonic qi was so dense that it looked like silk. Ancient black scriptures were written on the mask, looking exceptionally strange. This is a soul tool. Xiao Chen's heart trembled, and he showed a slightly excited expression. Soul tools were also known as soul tools. Normally, only rank 6 sects were qualified to possess soul tools. As the name suggested, soul tools were treasures that were forbidden from being used during normal times for various reasons. Once used, it would shake the world and turn the tide. This soul tool before Xiao Chen was somewhat special. It did not look like an ordinary soul tool but a mask. Mask-type secret treasures were rare in the first place. A soul tool mask would be even more attention-grabbing. Forging a soul tool was extremely difficult. To think that Xiao Chen wasted so many resources just to forge a mask. Xiao Chen had to admit that this was somewhat willful. The owner of this mask must have looked down on everyone when he was alive. He must have been a powerful overlord. The owner of this mask must have had countless rare resources. Otherwise, he would not have casually used them to forge a mask. Compared to the mask, secret treasures like sabers, swords, cauldrons, and bells were clearly more valuable. However, that was not certain. This was Xiao Chen's first time seeing a secret treasure. His thoughts ran wild, causing him to short-circuit. Hee. Young man, this is a soul tool. What do you think? It is beautiful, right? 3 people stood in each corner of the stone pillar's platform. The one who spoke was a somewhat plump, middle-aged man. He smiled at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen sensed for a while, and his heart sank slightly. This time, he had really jumped into a wolf's den. These 3 were peak late-stage star venerates. Their auras were exceptionally deep and distant. With one look, it was clear that they had been at this cultivation realm for a long time. Every one of them could be said to be unrivaled among star venerates. Unless a holy venerate appeared, it would be hard to suppress them. Aside from the middle-aged fatso, the other 2 were a pretty woman of indeterminate age and a cold black-clad swordsman. The pretty woman looked at Xiao Chen and smiled charmingly. What a handsome junior. Come to elder sister's side. Elder sister will explain to you what a soul tool is. The pretty woman smiled faintly, looking very charming. It was like thousands of flowers bloomed in Xiao Chen's heart, giving him a favorable impression out of nowhere. Charm technique? This is child's play. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. However, he did not know what to do about it. He seemed to have entered a situation that could erupt at any moment. Clearly, these 3 had been at a stalemate for a long time. None of them were confident of winning. Seeing Xiao Chen arrive, the eyes of the middle-aged fatso and the pretty woman lit up. They thought to themselves, here comes a stepping stone. The middle-aged fatso smiled and said, Little brother, you must not go over. This flower beauty is the famous venomous widow. If the men who died under her skirt were piled up, they would be taller than this pillar. Ha ha ha. Damn you, fatso. How dare you expose this old lady's secret? Ha ha. Do you still need someone to expose your secret? You are already an old monster that has lived for several hundred years. You are really shameless to try to seduce this junior. So, little brother, come to my side. As the saying goes, fat people are kind at heart. This is definitely true. The middle-aged fatso's words were very vicious, angering the pretty woman so much that she wished she could kill him immediately. At the same time, the pretty woman giggled and invited Xiao Chen to stand with her. Cassie. However, the cold swordsman did not say anything. He only drew his sword by 1 centimeter. A strand of resplendent and dazzling sword light instantly landed at Xiao Chen's feet, leaving a deep sword mark on this ancient stone pillar. Clearly, this was a threat to Xiao Chen, telling him not to move and not to go to any side. Xiao Chen lowered his head and looked at the sword light at his feet. Then he smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. I will not pick a side. Whoosh. However, right after Xiao Chen spoke, he stretched out his hand and pulled the soul treasure over. Chapter 1818. Of course, Xiao Chen would not choose a side. The soul tool was right before him. His thoughts were very simple. I have to obtain it. The instant the porcelain-like mask was sucked into Xiao Chen's hand, the strong restrictions in it immediately activated. A resonant sword hum rang out, and the mask burst out with a resplendent sword light. A terrifying might spread out from it. The sword chi containing the scarlet blood pirate kings will shot out in all directions. Cassie. The sword light flashed everywhere, looking resplendent and dazzling. The middle-aged man, fatso, the pretty woman, and the cold swordsman were preparing to attack Xiao Chen. However, when the sword light arrived, they had no choice but to face the sword chi first. Xiao Chen had expected this long ago. The moment he touched the mask, he immediately let go and executed the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. A crisp cracking sound rang out. The restriction that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left on the soul tool was much stronger than an inherited Dao tool. The sword chi instantly pierced through the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, turning it into flames and scattering. Fortunately, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram blocked for a moment, giving Xiao Chen time to dodge. Xiao Chen tilted his body slightly and dodged. Chi! The sword chi left a mark on the right side of Xiao Chen's face, leaving a wound that leaked out blood. Compared to Xiao Chen, who was already prepared, the other 3 were caught off guard. This strand of sword chi nearly knocked them off the stone pillar. It was not over yet. The sword chi in the mask had yet to scatter. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will was in the mask. As long as that will did not scatter, the sword chi would remain forever. It would be rather difficult to subdue the soul tool just like that. Earlier, these 3 had been in a stalemate, not daring to act rashly. Clearly, there was a reason for this. However, Xiao Chen could not care so much. He grabbed the mask again and leaped towards the stone pillar behind him. Boom! With the support of the Saber Dao's great Dao energy, Xiao Chen's entire body burst out with a resplendent saber light and the sword light from the mask. An intense clash ensued. Boundless sword chi and saber chi overflowed in all directions. Boundless sword chi and saber chi spread out in all directions, forming terrifying saber winds and sword winds. What a powerful saber intent! The power of the great Dao. As expected, those who can reach this step are all simple people. If this goes on, the soul tool might really be subdued by him. Chase. The middle-aged fatso, the beautiful woman, and the black-clad swordsman charged through the terrifying sword and saber winds, chasing after Xiao Chen. The moment he laid his eyes on the mask, Xiao Chen decided that he must obtain it at all costs. Xiao Chen was certain that the mysterious scripture on the mask had a great origin. As Xiao Chen retreated, he filled his entire body with great Dao energy, materializing a boundless saber intent. The mask continuously whittled down the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will in the mask. This was an exceptionally intense process. At every moment, Xiao Chen was engaged in a life-and-death battle. Every time the saber intent and sword intent collided, his internal organs churned and his entire body ached. The sword intent and saber intent rampaged in his body, testing Xiao Chen's physical body at every moment. Fortunately, Xiao Chen possessed dragon bones and a blue dragon bloodline. His recovery ability was extremely strong. Otherwise, this physical body would not last long before the rampaging sword intent and saber intent destroyed it. How can this fellow be so fast? Under the suppression of the foe god might, everyone's speed was less than half of their normal speed. The middle-aged fatso could not help cursing, panting as he chased. Cold light chop. The cold black-clad swordsman drew his sword, and a sword light infused with his will of soul quickly swept towards Xiao Chen. A chill suddenly arose. Xiao Chen glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a cold wind behind him. There was no sword light or sword intent. The sword hid in the wind, carrying the cold swordsman's will of soul as he attacked. It was like a monarch of swords hiding in the wind, looking at Xiao Chen coldly. This swordsman sent out such a killing move without making a sound. This swordsman was really strong. Left without a choice, Xiao Chen grasped the mask with his left hand and turned around to send out a saber strike. Whoosh! The scabbard flew out and punched a large hole in the formless cold wind. Then, a saber light flashed. In an instant, Xiao Chen brought out 80% of the tyrant saber's might. With a loud boom, the cold wind scattered in all directions, turning into thousands of sword lights that shot out in all directions. He broke it. The cold swordsman felt slightly stunned. After a while, he noticed the saber in Xiao Chen's hand. An inherited Dao tool, the saber of misfortune. No wonder. No wonder. The cold swordsman said, no wonder twice in a row, clearly finding it strange. To think that someone could obtain the recognition of this saber. This was simply incredible. Those who understood the history of the tyrant saber would look at Xiao Chen with the same expression as this cold swordsman after recognizing the tyrant saber. Dang! While Xiao Chen made his move, the pretty woman's attack also arrived. A palm wind containing an extravagant fragrance pressed down on Xiao Chen. The palm energy was soft and gentle, looking very soft. The pretty woman easily dodged Xiao Chen's saber and headed for Xiao Chen's chest. Xiao Chen let go. The tyrant's saber fell to the ground and stabbed into a stone pillar. Then, he clenched his right hand into a fist and stored up force. A dragon roar resounded, and Xiao Chen gathered dragon might. In the time it took for a spark to fly, a fist light containing 20 cauldron force clashed with the soft palm wind. The pretty woman was immediately sent flying by Xiao Chen. However, her soft palm energy was like a venomous snake that barged into Xiao Chen's body. Intense pain came from Xiao Chen, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Then, he held up the tyrant's saber and continued to retreat. Little fellow, why don't you know how to show mercy to the fairer sex? The pretty woman smiled charmingly and gently drifted to the ground. After resting for a while, she continued to give chase. The middle-aged man, Fatso, was one step too slow and could not attack Xiao Chen. However, he was happy to see Xiao Chen exhaust the other two. As Xiao Chen gave chase, he had to deal with the two's harassment and wear down the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will on the mask. Danger lurked at every step, making him very passive and unbearable. If he got careless, he would fall into the deep abyss and shatter all his bones. However, Xiao Chen already made up his mind. He had to obtain this mysterious mask, no matter the cost. I have to fight. I have to fight. Damn it! That brat is charging over. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen's aura startled the group of old men who attacked him earlier. The 4 old fogies were currently fighting intensely. None of them wanted to admit defeat, wanting to collect the inherited Dao tools on the stone pillars. When they suddenly saw Xiao Chen arrive, they were startled and quickly stopped. I just knew that this brat was up to no good and would definitely charge back. Indeed, that was the case. He is too sinister. Later, we will attack together and make him stay. The 4 old men started to make false accusations. Not only did they sneak attack Xiao Chen, but they also placed the blame on Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen, who was fleeing for his life, saw that he had returned to his original spot, he felt slightly stunned. However, the 3 old men behind him were chasing too closely, so he could not care too much. Xiao Chen leaped up firmly and landed on the stone pillar. That is, when the 4 old men who were preparing to attack Xiao Chen saw the mask in Xiao Chen's hand give off a strong might and pressure, they were stunned. Before the 4 old men could react, Xiao Chen's saber intent clashed with the mask sword intent again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amid the dazzling lights, saber lights and sword lights danced around. The 4 old men cried out miserably and used all their means to barely stand firm at the edge of the stone pillar. The saber lights and sword chi cut the 4 old men until they were covered in blood, a cruel sight to behold. They were so frightened that their hearts thumped heavily, pounding endlessly as they panted heavily. Ah! However, before the 4 old men could catch their breaths, the cold swordsman landed on the stone pillar. The moment his strong sword intent landed, it surged out. The 4 old men standing at the edge of the stone pillar let out startled cries. Their bodies wobbled, looking like they would fall into the deep chasm at any moment. The black-clad swordsman ignored the 4 old men. He looked around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen, continuing to give chase. Following that, the pretty woman landed. A fragrance spread out, tugging at one's heartstrings. The 4 old men, who were bitterly enduring, felt dizzy. The 4 old men complained in their hearts. After the pretty woman left and the middle-aged fatso landed, the 4 finally stopped struggling. They could no longer complain. When the middle-aged fatso landed, the stone pillar trembled visibly. The 4 old men, who were struggling bitterly, cried out miserably as they fell into the deep chasm. Only 30% remains. As Xiao Chen flew, he felt the remnant Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will on the mask slowly weaken. For the first time, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's saber intent was at a disadvantage. This was great news. Xiao Chen became a little calmer as he dealt with the harassment from the cold swordsman and the beautiful woman. It was no longer as dangerous as before, as if he would step into the gates of hell at any moment. This kid seems to be about to subdue that mask. The indifferent swordsman, who had been expressionless, could not help but feel a little anxious. The movement technique Xiao Chen displayed was clearly stronger than the 3 of them. In this vast space, no matter how powerful the 3 of them were, they would not be able to trap Xiao Chen. No, I have to take a gamble. 1/10. Only a tenth of the sword intent remained on the mask. Xiao Chen was completely at ease. Xiao Chen's saber intent completely suppressed the white mask sword intent. Just a moment more, and he would be able to subdue this white mask. But at this moment, Xiao Chen felt a strong sense of danger, the shadow of death looming over his head. At this moment, if Xiao Chen stubbornly persisted and continued to split his attention to suppress the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will in the mask, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King would die. In the next moment, he would definitely die. Xiao Chen glanced back and happened to see the cold swordsman hovering in the air, turning into a cold moon that lit up the surroundings. Someone in the moon roared with a sword in hand. Xiao Chen looked around, and a pair of incredibly cold eyes appeared in the cold moon. This person happened to meet Xiao Chen's gaze. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Damn it! This swordsman's senses are really too sharp. If Xiao Chen waited another moment, he would be able to subdue this mask and escape unscathed. However, this swordsman chose to clash head-on with Xiao Chen at this moment. Xiao Chen looked around. On the other side, the middle-aged man, Fatso, and the beautiful woman were quickly approaching. Xiao Qin immediately made up his mind. Go all out. He could not stop subduing the mask. Once he missed this great opportunity, he would not get it again. It was rare for one to risk one's life. Xiao Chen had never been afraid of risking his life. Making up his mind, Xiao Qin immediately increased the speed at which he subdued the mask. 2 wheels of great Tao energy spread out behind him. Xiao Chen's 9-star primal core lit up, and the Taiji force field suddenly took form. The tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand spat out electric light. Saber intent soared into the clouds, flickering endlessly with electric light. Crack! However, just as the two were about to clash, the cold moon in the sky suddenly shattered. The cold swordsman's physical body shattered into pieces, and he died on the spot, losing all signs of life. Holy Venerate! The middle-aged man, Fatso, and the beautiful woman trembled in fright. Then they quickly turned and fled. Yanzhi slowly appeared amid the shattered moonlight. He sheathed his sword and looked at Xiao Chen with a smile. Little brother Chen, big brother saved your life again. Chapter 1819. The moment the cold moon shattered, Xiao Chen happened to neutralize the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will in the mask. Xiao Chen was first startled when he saw Yanzhi appear. Then, he quickly and stealthily put the mask away into his storage ring. Big brother, you've come at the right time. May I know why you've come? Now that he faced Yanzhi again, Xiao Chen had a plan in mind. His expression was calm and unperturbed as he asked indifferently. Yanzhi did not care. He landed in front of Xiao Chen and pointed to the stone pillar in the center. Little brother Xiao Chen, do you see that stone pillar? The faux god flame burning on it contains the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance. The faux god flame. Naturally, Xiao Chen had already discovered that this faux god flame was different from the one he obtained in the underground dragon city. His life force was also exceptionally strong, his flames were exuberant, and his divinity was abundant. The underground dragon city's faux god flame was severely depleted due to the constant suppression of the Black Dragon King. When Xiao Chen had obtained it, it had been on the verge of extinction. The memories he had inherited were only fragments. His memories were blurred, and he was missing a lot. The faux god flame mainly helped Xiao Chen comprehend the complete will of soul at the major primal core realm. This faux god flame before Xiao Chen was filled with divine nature. He would probably be able to perfectly inherit the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's memories from when he was alive, all the memories of a legendary pirate king, be it the cultivation techniques he cultivated. This was the true Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance, as well as the various battles he experienced and everything he saw. Even if all the treasures on the stone pillars were added up, they would not be as tempting as the faux god flame. This was because it was clear that obtaining these treasures would not help one become a strong faux god like the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. At best, it would allow one to break through the shackles of the Cloud Sea realm and become a divine vein sovereign emperor. Furthermore, after obtaining the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance and all the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's memories, it is very likely that you will become the next Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Right now, the elders and true disciples of the 3 great devil sects, the captain of the Silver Fox pirate ship, and the other holy sages have all rushed to that place. Unfortunately, no one can approach the stone pillar where the divine flame resides. A trace of pity flashed in Yanzhi's eyes. He and Elder Chai were the first to arrive. Unfortunately, after trying in all directions, the two of them still couldn't get close to the stone pillar where the divine flame was located. By the time the two remembered Xiao Chen, the other Holy Venerate experts and the disciples that rivaled Holy Venerates had all rushed over. He lost the initiative just like that, and it caused Yanzhi to be rather vexed. Now, even if he brought Xiao Chen over, the possibility of him monopolizing the faux god flame was close to zero. The situation was out of control, and it was no longer something he could control. If Xiao Chen wanted to drag things out until the sovereign personage experts of the 3 great demonic Dao sects arrived, it would be even more hopeless. Now, he could only make a Hail Mary effort and bring Xiao Chen back. Controlling Xiao Chen was the only advantage that Xiao Chen had. Although he didn't reveal everything, Xiao Chen could guess the gist of the matter from a few words. He could only say 2 words. Serves you right. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King was smart and full of schemes. However, he could not do anything before the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's strength. This strengthened Xiao Chen's resolve. Before the strong, schemes were all meaningless. Not to mention how strong the Scarlet Blood Pirate King was when he was alive. Just the various means he used after his death showed that they were all open schemes and no schemes. However, this left Yan Zhe, who was full of schemes, at his wits' end, at a loss. Had he brought Xiao Chen over from the start, he would not have had to worry so much. The situation would not have turned out like this. However, it was already too late for Yan Zhe to regret it now. Xiao Chen looked at Yan Zhe and said, "So, Big Brother Yan thinks that the Scarlet Blood War Banner is the key? However, without me, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's war banner is just an ordinary war banner, useless." When Yan Zhe heard that, he showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. "You can say that. Don't worry. As long as you stand with me, Senior Chai and I will definitely let you obtain a satisfactory harvest from the treasures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left here. The strength of this faux god flame before us surpasses our expectations. Honestly speaking, with your strength, you will not be able to obtain the inheritance." Even now, this Yan Zhe was still trying to dupe Xiao Chen, trying to get Xiao Chen to help him willingly. This would increase the chances of obtaining the faux god flame by 1 point. With Xiao Chen's help and Senior Chai's and Yan Zhe's strength, the chances of obtaining the faux god flame would indeed be the highest. Xiao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. This person before him was extremely hypocritical and ruthless. Xiao Chen had already seen through him long ago and naturally would not fall for it. He said, "Big Brother Yan, please lead the way." Seeing that Xiao Chen's expression did not change, Yan Zhe rejoiced in his heart. He smiled and said, "Good, it is settled then. I'll bring you over." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yan Zhe used the will of soul of a holy venerate to forcefully resist the faux god might. Then, he led Xiao Chen through the many stone pillars, moving quickly. Such speed was simply startling. As they passed by some stone pillars, people still fought intensely over the soul tools. Yan Zhe's expression did not change at all. The faux god flame was a great temptation before him. With the great temptation of the faux god flame before him, the soul tools here paled in comparison. Compared to the value of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's faux god flame, a soul tool was simply not worth it. Furthermore, subduing a soul tool was not easy. If one spent the effort on a soul tool, one would have to give up on the fight for the faux god flame. Hence, a strange scene could be seen. There were about 10 soul tools in this place. However, the ones fighting the most intensely were the late-stage Star Venerate experts. They fought to the death as they carefully broke the restrictions. None of the holy venerates fought for these soul tools. Their target was the faux god flame. Before I came earlier, I seemed to have sensed the aura of a soul tool. Did you snatch a soul tool from that group of people? Yan Zhe suddenly asked casually. This startled Xiao Chen, but his expression did not change at all. Big Brother Yan must be joking. It is just a peak inherited Dao tool. What's wrong? Is Big Brother Yan interested? I'll take it out and show it to Big Brother Yan. Ha ha. How can that be? I was just casually asking. Yan Zhe smiled magnanimously and did not say anything more. In reality, Yan Zhe also felt that it was unrealistic for Xiao Chen to subdue a soul tool. Yan Zhe had seen that even if several star venerates worked together, they would have difficulty breaking the restrictions. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was a major primal core venerate. How could he withstand the restrictions on a soul tool? Yan Zhe probed Xiao Chen a little and stopped asking. If it really was a soul tool, Yan Zhe would not hesitate to fall out with Xiao Chen and force it out. With a soul tool in hand, even if Yan Zhe could only bring out 10% of its might, his chances of obtaining the faux god flame would increase significantly. However, no matter what, Yan Zhe could not imagine that Xiao Chen did obtain a soul tool. However, the soul tool in Xiao Chen's hand was somewhat special. It was not an offensive soul tool. Back then, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King had obtained it by chance. He had not studied it thoroughly, only treating it as an ordinary soul tool. The restrictions on it were not as strong as those of other soul tools that focused on offense. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's cultivation of the Saber Dao was abnormally horrifying. He also had the Divine Dragon War Body and the Blue Dragon Bloodline. With a fortuitous encounter, he managed to break the restrictions. If it were anyone else, even a holy venerate, it would not be easy to break the restrictions on this mask. Just how to neutralize that sword intent was enough of a headache. Furthermore, when the sword intent injured the physical body, dealing with it would be even more difficult. If one was not careful, the sword intent could take over the life force of the physical body and kill the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's restrictions. Boom! Suddenly, extremely strong auras came from the front. Even Xiao Chen's expression changed involuntarily. Even the weakest of these auras was terrifyingly strong. Without a doubt, these were either experts equal to holy venerates or holy venerates themselves. Their target was only one: the faux god flame. Xiao Chen looked around and discovered that these people were mostly in groups of 3 to 5, occupying a stone pillar. No one touched the soul tools on the stone pillars or the spirit jades under the soul tools. Everyone's gazes landed on the brightest stone pillar in front, looking fervently at the clump of flame burning on it. That was the faux god flame that represented the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance. Chapter 1820. Boom! A loud explosion resounded in the sky filled with dazzling sparks. As it approached the divine flame pearl, it was violently jolted back. His face was pale, and a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. His expression was one of unwillingness as he landed on his stone pillar. A banner embroidered with a silver fox hung on that stone pillar. A group of unruly star venerates with surging killing chi gathered around the banner. The space between their brows was filled with hostility. With one look, one could tell that they were ruthless pirates who had killed countless people. It still won't work. Even a sovereign personage would not be able to break through the faux god might here, said the middle-aged man indignantly after he landed on the ground. This man was the pirate overlord of the Infinite Star Sea, the captain of the Silver Lake Pirate Group, also known as Holy Sage Silver Fox. As Xiao Chen stood beside Yan Zhe, he sized up the surroundings. He was somewhat surprised to discover some familiar people. The one in the lead was the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion's young master, O Zhenyun, whom Xiao Chen had met in the pirate hall. He was the one who had sold the black tortoise's shell to him. He was also the one who sent people to kill him. This fellow occupied a stone pillar alone, not even bothering to look at the spirit jades and soul tools on it. He stared at the pillar of divine fire, his eyes full of desire and the flames of ambition flickering in them. The true inheritors of the Fantasy Cloud sect surrounded him, each occupying a stone pillar by themselves. They occupied an area and had a holy venerate elder overseeing it. Their overall strength was extremely strong. However, even if these true inheritors were from the same sect, there would definitely be intense competition for the faux god flame. The situation of the other two great demonic Dao sects, the Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Blood Demon Palace, was similar. The true disciples each occupied a stone pillar. The old acquaintance, Yang Feng, was also here. It wasn't surprising that Lin Yun was delayed by a few days to subdue the Imperial Sword Herb. Along the way, he had cleared the checkpoints alone, so it was normal for this person to be ahead of him. Other than that, there were also some wandering cultivators who formed groups of 2s and 3s. Like the Silver Fox, the other two 7-star pirate gangs in the Infinite Star Sea, the Bloody Shadow Pirate Gang and the Fierce Gale Pirate Gang, also raised their banners and gathered in one direction. Xiao. Yan Zhe brought Xiao Chen and landed on the stone pillar where Elder Chai was. "Young man, we meet again," Elder Chai said with a fake smile when he saw Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen answered with a grunt. There was also a pile of spirit jades on this stone pillar. A soul tool hovered above the spirit jades. Superior grade spirit jades. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Chen discovered that the stone pillars surrounding the divine flame pillars were all filled with superior grade spirit jades. Compared to medial grade spirit jades, superior grade spirit jades were of much higher quality. One superior grade spirit jades was equivalent to thousands or even tens of thousands of medial grade spirit jades. Even in the Great Thousand Realms, there were pitifully few spirit veins that could produce superior grade spirit jades. Moreover, without exception, they were all occupied by some holy lands, dynasties, and rank 7 sects. Xiao Chen wondered what this group of people was thinking. There was a pile of superior grade spirit jades before them, yet they treated it like nothing. Xiao Chen kept staring at the faux god flame. It was like if he focused on the superior grade spirit jades, the faux god flame would brush past him if he delayed. Yan Zhe and Elder Chai spoke in low voices. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with them. He directly started to break the restrictions on the superior grade spirit jades. Compared to the medial grade spirit jades from before, the restrictions on the superior grade spirit jades were much stronger. However, they were definitely not as strong as the restrictions on the soul tools. It was only a matter of time before Xiao Chen broke them. Boom! The sword intent soared into the clouds. Such a strange movement immediately startled the surrounding people staring at the faux god flame. Yan Zhe, when did you sneak back here again? The Silver Fox Pirate Group's captain's gaze lingered on Xiao Chen for only a moment before shifting to Yan Zhe, who had returned. Hee, you even brought along a young man who is greedy for money. Ha ha ha. He is only a major primal core venerate. I wonder if the restrictions will shake him to death. Yan Zhe, aren't you going to help? When the pirates spoke, they were very carefree. As they looked at Xiao Chen's actions, their eyes filled with disdain. Anyone with some experience here would not care about superior-grade spirit jades compared to the foe god Flame. Superior-grade spirit jades were simply nothing. Even if Xiao Chen wanted to make a move, it would be more reliable to obtain the soul tools. Collecting the spirit jades made others look down on him. Everyone here had status. If they were not holy venerates, they were true inheritors of rank 6 sections. Their experience was not low. Yan Zhe showed a slightly embarrassed expression. He had not expected Xiao Chen to suddenly make a move on this pile of spirit jades. However, he discovered that Xiao Chen did not care at all, continuing to break the restrictions on the superior-grade spirit jades. Little brother Chen, I'll help you collect these spirit jades later. There is no rush. Yan Zhe coughed twice and looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said casually, it's fine. Go about your business. In any case, you are just standing around. It's you. Two people in the crowd showed shock in their eyes. One of them burned with rage, and the other showed a murderous intent in his eyes. Naturally, the one burning with rage was Yang Feng. He turned his head and said to the leading elder of the Heavenly Eagle Castle, Elder Gao, he is the white-robed mad demon who killed my sex core disciples. With two holy venerates by Xiao Chen's side, naturally, Yang Feng did not dare to make a move. He could only turn his gaze to the Heavenly Eagle Castle's holy venerate elder. Haha. Is he also the person who kicked junior brother Fei Yang? The other true inheritor of the Heavenly Eagle Castle mocked softly. Elder Gao and the top true inheritor of the sect, Long Tingyu, stood on a stone pillar. Long Tingyu opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flickered in them. Elder, this person is somewhat strange. If he is useless, Yan Zhe would not have brought him here for no reason. We can test him. Elder Gao sent a voice projection. That is exactly what I was thinking. Elder Gao raised his gaze and fixed it on Yan Zhe. Captain Yan, please hand over this person beside you. He killed more than 10 of my Heavenly Eagle Castle's core disciples. If you do not hand him over, the Heavenly Eagle Castle will treat you as an accomplice. Yan Zhe, this fellow also killed my Fantasy Cloud Sect's core disciples and several outer administrators. His crimes are unforgivable. If you do not hand him over today, my Fantasy Cloud Sect will treat you as an accomplice as well. Just as Elder Gao finished speaking, the voice of the Illusory Cloud Sect's leading elder rang out. The situation immediately turned interesting. Two great demonic Dao sects actually wanted people at the same time. Yan Zhe immediately felt a headache coming on. Since when did this Xiao Chen create such a huge problem? Before Yan Zhe could plan how to use Xiao Chen, someone already targeted him. Yan Zhe turned his head to look at Xiao Chen. He saw that Xiao Chen was still anxiously breaking the restrictions on the superior-grade spirit jades as if nothing had happened. Damn it! This bastard's ability to cause trouble is really heaven-defying. Previously, Xiao Chen helped me destroy the Silver Fox Pirate Group's young master. This time, he actually offended two great demonic Dao sects at the same time. Could it be that he wants me to help him deal with this? Yan Zhe looked at Senior Chai. However, Senior Chai remained expressionless as he said indifferently, "It has already come to this. No matter how you plan, it is already too late. Just say it in advance. The sooner you say it, the better." Yan Zhe immediately cursed in his heart. He knew that this Senior Chai had no intention of competing for the foe god Flame. He mainly wanted some natural treasures that could extend one's life. There was no need to worry too much. Two great demonic Dao sects wanted to cause trouble at the same time, and Senior Chai expressed his neutrality. After thinking for a while, Yan Zhe suddenly smiled and said, "This Yan has no connection with this little brother. I only brought him here because of some fortuitous encounters." At this crucial moment, Yan Zhe made a decision. He could not offend the two great demonic Dao sects for Xiao Chen. The two great demonic Dao sects were horrifying factions with sovereign personages and many holy venerate elders. They were much stronger than 7-star pirate groups. Yan Zhe could not afford to take this blame. Xiao Chen, who was currently breaking the restrictions, revealed a mocking smile. He was not surprised. It was already very impressive that this cheap big brother of his could act for so long. In that case, why are you still not handing him over? The two demonic Dao sect elders pressed forward with an aggressive aura. Yenja smiled and said, I really cannot hand him over. He is the one who opened the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove. He is the only one who can break through the foe god might and enter the treasure pillar with a divine flame. What? The moment Yenja said that, a huge commotion immediately broke out. Some of the people who originally did not care about this matter focused their gazes on Xiao Chen. The person who could enter the treasure pillar with the divine flame and break the stalemate was a major primal core venerate? Or was he the one who opened the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove? That was impossible. There were so many of them, older generation holy venerates and outstanding talents of the demonic Dao sections. Who knew how many methods they had tried? All of them returned empty-handed. An insignificant major primal core venerate could enter the treasure pillar with the divine flame? Many questions gathered in everyone's mind. Only one word appeared in everyone's mind: disbelief. The elders of the two great devil sects were also shocked. They didn't expect that after a round of interrogation, they would actually get such a result. Words are no proof. Captain Yen, you have to prove it, Elder Gao said coldly as he stared at Yenja. Yenja felt helpless that the situation had turned out like this. However, at this point, he could not be bothered to overthink it. He only hoped to break the stalemate quickly. Given his and Senior Chai's strength, they still had a high chance of obtaining the foe god flame. Senior Chai's strength was even more terrifying than many people imagined. As long as he was around, Yenja had a 60% chance of success. It was worth a gamble. However, if this continued and the demonic Dao sect sovereign personages arrived, Senior Chai would not be strong enough, and Yenja would not have any hope. Little brother Xiao, this is your only chance to preserve your life. Prove it to everyone. Yenja took out the Scarlet Blood War banner and handed it to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not turn around or care about Yenja. He continued to break the restrictions on the superior grade spirit stones. Yenja showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. Everyone's gazes were focused on this place. However, Xiao Chen still acted like nothing had happened. All he cared about was the superior grade spirit stones. No one knew what Xiao Chen was thinking. Brat, quickly prove that you opened the Scarlet Blood War treasure trove. Quickly. If you can climb the pillar with the divine flame, I'll give you 10,000 superior grade spirit jades. As long as you can remove the foe god might, I'll give you 100,000 superior grade spirit jades. Although Xiao Chen was not in a rush, the group of holy venerate experts became anxious. Some of the unruly pirates even could not hold back and showed signs of snatching Xiao Chen away. Just as everyone's patience reached its limit, Xiao Chen finally subdued the pile of superior grade spirit jades and slowly turned around. Xiao Chen glanced at Yenja, then at the anxious crowd. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Since everyone hopes that I can climb the pillar with the divine flame, I will not stand on ceremony." Chapter 1821. Someone needed to break this stalemate, especially someone who was only a major primal core venerate. This was because such a cultivation would not be able to endure the inheritance of the foe god flame. If one's cultivation was too low, their soul would explode. Most importantly, in their opinion, Xiao Chen was a major primal core venerate. So what if he could climb the divine flame pillar? He could still kill him if he wanted to. If it was someone else, such as Yen Jie or Elder Chai, the situation would definitely be different. The instant Xiao Chen received the Scarlet Blood War banner, his aura suddenly changed. The war banner flapped loudly, giving off a faint scarlet light. The situation suddenly changed. Xiao Chen's body seemed to be covered by a layer of invisible light, becoming the main character of this space. It made people unable to ignore him and uncontrollably focus their attention on Xiao Chen. Kacha kacha. The flags of the 3 7-star pirate crews started to tremble violently. Cracks even appeared on the flagpoles. He really obtained the acknowledgement of the Scarlet Blood War banner. Quickly put away the Silver Fox War banner. The Silver Fox Holy Venerate's expression changed drastically. Daring to raise his flag before the legendary Pirate King's war flag was undoubtedly a form of mockery. There was naturally a price to pay for mocking the King War banner. Blood Shadow and Violent Gale, the two great pirate groups, also hurriedly put away their war flags. If they persisted, the war banner would definitely be damaged under such pressure. A strong aura spread out from Xiao Chen's body. Standing beside Xiao Chen, Yan Zhe, Senior Chai, and the others frowned slightly. With a light tap of his feet, he landed on another stone pillar. At this moment, there was no need for him to prove himself. When Xiao Chen grasped the war banner, everyone believed Yan Zhe's words. The scarlet blood treasure was indeed Xiao Chen's. There was indeed only one person who could climb the treasure pillar of divine fire. Ha ha ha, Yan Zhe. You didn't lie after all. Brat, hurry up and ascend the divine flame pillar. Take out the foe god flame. The Blood Shadow Pirate Group's captain could not help but laugh loudly. The stalemate continued for a long time. The various holy venerates present all tried countless methods. However, they were unable to climb the divine flame pillar. Now that hope was right before their eyes, they were all extremely excited. Junior, what are you waiting for? Quickly climb the treasure pillar with the divine flame and retrieve the foe god flame for us. Why are you dilly-dallying? Do you want to die? Hurry up or I'll kill you. All kinds of impatient noises could be heard, and all kinds of angry words were directed at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen sneered in his heart. His expression was calm and indifferent. This won't do. Before I go up, I have to leave a restriction on his body. Unlike the others, Yan Zhe knew that Xiao Chen was not as simple as he looked. He was not an ordinary major primal core venerate. If he was allowed to ascend the pillar of divine fire, something uncontrollable might happen. It was necessary to leave a countermeasure in case anything went wrong. Xiao Chen's expression did not change, but he frowned slightly. Yan Zhe had completely shed his disguise. That's right. It's good to leave a restriction behind, lest that little bastard try anything funny. You, Yan Zhe, can leave a restriction in his body. Our Heavenly Eagle Castle. Right after Yan Zhe spoke, the Heavenly Eagle Castle's Yang Feng immediately chimed in. Right, that's right. Our Fantasy Cloud sect needs to leave a restriction in his body as well, Oh Jinyun said coldly as his eyes flickered. That makes sense. Our Fantasy Cloud sect needs to leave a restriction in his body as well. Ha ha ha. Of course, our Blood Shadow Pirate Group needs to leave a restriction in his body as well. Ha ha ha. Of course, my Silver Fox Pirate Group can't miss out on such a thing. After Yan Zhe stirred up trouble, he immediately got people to speak up one after another, saying that they wanted to leave a restriction in Xiao Chen's body as well. The four holy venerates and the various true inheritors all looked at Xiao Chen like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. There was no respect in their eyes at all, and their words were impudent. Interesting. All of you are shouting so happily. When did I agree to your request? To ask you to leave a restriction in my body. Amidst the clamor, a bone-chilling voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Chen's gaze swept through the surroundings, passing through the faces of the people making a fuss. As Xiao Chen's cold gaze drifted around, the clamor slowly calmed down. Humph! Are you qualified to retort? You are just a mere major primal core venerate, and you dare to be so unbridled before us? Don't forget that your life is still in the hands of our Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Fantasy Cloud sect. When Yang Feng saw Xiao Chen's gaze, he raged in his heart. He continued coldly, You trash, don't think of playing any tricks. I told you to be obedient, so be obedient. Don't think that you are the reincarnation of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King just because of this. Xiao Chen shifted his gaze and fixed it on Yang Feng. He did not say anything, only looking at him coldly. Seeing Xiao Chen's gaze, Yang Feng felt extremely pleased. What's wrong? Feeling sullen? Here, we are either holy venerates or rank 6 demonic Dao sect true inheritors. In terms of identity, status and strength, who can you compare to? Just be obedient and listen to me. Yang Feng shifted his gaze and knelt in Elder Gao's direction. Elder Gao, please let me make a move and teach him a lesson. Obediently leave a restriction in his body to show the might of my Heavenly Eagle Castle. Elder Gao's expression turned sullen, feeling extremely upset in his heart. Yang Feng killed so many core disciples of my Heavenly Eagle Castle, yet he still dares to retort. Does he not know what kind of situation he is in? This is too unbridled. Very well. Yang Feng, I permit you to make a move. Leave a restriction on my Heavenly Eagle Castle and teach him to be more obedient. Yang Feng showed wild joy on his face. He could finally teach this fellow a lesson and wash away his previous humiliation. Yang Feng knelt on one knee and performed a cupped fist salute with a smile. This disciple obeys. I will definitely not humiliate my heavenly eagle castle. Ah! But before he could finish his words, he saw a blade of grass silently fly over. In the next moment, a resplendent sword light burst out of Yang Feng's body, immediately cutting off all signs of life. Sword holes appeared all over his body, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Yang Feng still maintained his kneeling posture. The joyful smile on his face did not fade away, instead freezing. Yang Feng. Elder Gao showed a startled expression as he looked at Yang Feng. This was simply inconceivable. The late-stage star venerate Yang Feng, a heavenly eagle castle true inheritor, died in the blink of an eye before Elder Gao. Absurd. Absurd. This is simply absurd. Senior brother Yang. Junior brother Yang. Boom! When the many heavenly eagle castle true inheritors and the leading elders called out, Yang Feng finally responded. The sword intent in his body accumulated and exploded wildly. The resplendent sword light soared into the clouds. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, a cruel sight to behold. The scene was dead silent. Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. As they looked at Xiao Chen, horror flashed in their eyes. This young man was terrifyingly calm. He had made his move without making a sound. When Yang Feng knelt on one knee with his side facing Xiao Chen directly attacked without hesitation. Xiao Chen killed a rank 6 sect true inheritor on a whim. Even if some of the holy venerates among them could kill Yang Feng, they would not dare to do so in front of Elder Gao. It was a little too daring, too lawless. Such decisiveness in killing and boldness were something that many ambitious and ruthless people of the demonic Tao could not compare to. What was a demon? A demon was a person's pride and unyielding character. A demon was innately proud. They were extraordinary. Those who humiliated me died. Those who scolded me died. Those who killed me had to die. As Yanzhe looked at Xiao Chen, he was so shocked that he could not close his mouth. It was like at this moment, he truly got to know Xiao Chen. This white-clad bladesman before Yanzhe was much more terrifying than he had imagined. From the very start, Yanzhe could not control Xiao Chen. Yanzhe felt some regret in his heart. He should not have brought Xiao Chen here. This is impossible. Elder Gao somewhat lost his rationality. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with confusion. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, not showing any fluctuations. It was like everything that happened earlier was not his doing. Elder Gao clenched his teeth and enunciated every word clearly. You killed him. Xiao Chen replied indifferently, if someone wants to kill me, I will definitely kill them. Good. If someone wants to kill me, I will definitely kill them. Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples, heed my orders. Immediately kill this white-clad thief. Roger. The enraged Elder Gao snorted coldly. The remaining 5 true inheritors of the Heavenly Eagle Castle did not dare to attack. Aside from the top true inheritor, Long Tingyu, the others all soared into the air and charged at Xiao Chen. They circulated their demonic Tao cultivation techniques and forcefully absorbed the power of everything in the world. Their auras soared continuously. They soared into the air, looking like a mountain range, a river, or a surging sea. Good timing. Xiao Chen laughed loudly, and his eyes shone with golden light. He instantly activated his great desolate Aeon Overlord class bloodline. Xiao Chen reared his head back and roared. A dragon roar spread out in all directions. The terrifying dragon might immediately knocked away the foe god might in the surroundings. I am a true dragon, born with a lofty character and filled with hot-bloodedness. Why would I fear a battle? Chapter 1822. Kill. The Heavenly Eagle Castle's demonic cultivation technique focused on aura. Once they circulated their demonic cultivation technique, the Heavenly Eagle Castle's demonic cultivation technique would explode. Once they circulated their demonic cultivation technique, they would extract the aura of everything in the world at all times. The longer they used it, the stronger their aura would be. They gave off an endless feeling. The cultivators who fought with them would all feel extremely sullen. This was a completely unreasonable fighting method. As long as one took a step back, one could forget about advancing further. This was because the other party's next strike would definitely have an aura that was twice as strong as the previous strike. perhaps even several times stronger. What did it mean to be unreasonable? That was exactly what it meant. However, today, this group of people met Xiao Chen, who was even more unreasonable than them. When the 4 Heavenly Eagle Castle true inheritors worked together to charge over, Xiao Chen instantly activated his blue dragon bloodline, an overlord-class bloodline of the ancient Great Desolate Aeon. At this moment, Xiao Chen unleashed it without holding anything back. The terrifying aura even temporarily knocked away the foe god might. Without the suppression of the foe god might, the 4 immediately felt their physical bodies relax. However, this relaxation did not last for even a second. In the next moment, a dragon might even more terrifying than the foe god might surged over. Boom! The 4 suddenly suffered a heavy blow, and their expressions changed drastically. They all felt their bodies plummet toward the deep abyss like lead balls. In that instant, these 4 revealed horrified expressions. Once they fell into the deep abyss, they would die without a burial. That would truly be dying without a burial. Even a holy venerate would not be able to escape death, smashed into meat paste. No one could survive. Elder Gao's expression changed slightly, and he immediately wanted to help. However, Long Tingyu stopped him. Elder Gao, this is not a good time to make a move. Those old fellows are watching. The next moment, Elder Gao realized that if he was injured in any way, he would not be able to escape. If Xiao Chen got injured, he would not be a match for the other holy venerates at all. Furthermore, those who can become my Heavenly Eagle Castle's true inheritors are all skilled. How could they fall so easily? A crafty light flashed in Long Tingyu's eyes. He shouted, "Junior brothers, don't hold back anymore. Quickly capture that white-clad thief." The moment Long Tingyu said that, the people of the other factions could no longer hold back. If the Heavenly Eagle Castle's people really captured Xiao Chen, then the foe god Flame would end up in the Heavenly Eagle Castle's hands. The leading elder of the Fantasy Cloud sect said, "Quickly make a move. We absolutely cannot let the Heavenly Eagle Castle's people capture that brat." Roger. Aside from Xiahou Yuan, the 5 true disciples of the Fantasy Cloud sect, including Ou Zhenyun, moved out at the same time. All of you, wait for an opportunity to strike. If there's a chance, snatch him over. A cold light flashed in the Silver Fox Holy Venerate's eyes as he instructed his late-stage Star Venerate subordinates beside him. Hee, I guarantee it will be a piece of cake. Immediately, the true inheritors of the 3 demon royal halls and the experts of the 3 7-star pirate groups took action. In their eyes, Xiao Chen had become a delicious cake that they had to fight over. The situation was completely out of control. Yanzhi's gaze was gloomy as his gaze descended onto Xiao Chen, and his killing intent was like a blazing flame that burned fiercely. The 4 Heavenly Eagle Castle true inheritors finally brought out their trump cards. Under the pressure of Xiao Chen's strong dragon might, they forcefully climbed up the stone pillar where Xiao Chen was. When they looked at Xiao Chen, they did not hesitate to surround him. Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. However, no matter how fast they were, how could they be faster than Xiao Chen, who had been waiting for a long time? The moment the 4 climbed up the stone pillar, they executed their killing moves. However, this time, the Thunder Dragon 9 transformations did not split up. Instead, the attack power of the 81 saber strikes of the 9 transformations all gathered into one move. In that instant, the Scarlet Blood War banner in Xiao Chen's hand pierced through the chest of one of the 4 true inheritors, sending him flying into the deep abyss. Startled cries rang out, but Xiao Chen's hands did not stop moving. The Primal Chaos veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core spun, and the Taiji force field instantly formed. With the support of the horrifying dragon might, Xiao Chen's Taiji energy became even more clingy. The 3 true inheritors in the depths could only bring out 60% of their strength. That was already their limit. Dang, dang, dang. One man and one banner, Xiao Chen easily dealt with the 3's attacks. The dragon might from the ancient blue dragon firmly suppressed the 3's auras. This prevented the 3 from bringing out the characteristics of their demonic cultivation techniques. From start to end, Xiao Chen suppressed them. It looked like the experts of the Fantasy Cloud sect and the other factions would charge over soon. Xiao Chen did not want to drag this out. He stabbed the Scarlet Blood War banner into the ground and quickly drew the tyrant saber with his right hand. With a saber in hand, Xiao Chen was like a different person from without a saber. The saber Dao and the thunder Dao layered over each other. Then, Xiao Chen executed an incredibly tyrannical thousand-army break. With the tyrant's saber in hand, Xiao Chen could block 1,000 soldiers alone. Break! The strong saber technique materialized a berserk saber wind that blew on the 3 Heavenly Eagle Castle true inheritors. The saber wind cut the 3's bodies, leaving them covered in wounds. The true inheritors did their best to block Xiao Chen's killing move. However, after the blue dragon bloodline activated, their auras were firmly suppressed. The true inheritors could not circulate their demonic cultivation techniques. How could they block Xiao Chen's saber strike? When the tyrant's saber arrived, the might of thousand-army break burst out, knocking the 3 out of the stone pillars and into the deep abyss. 10 moves. In less than 10 moves, the 4 true inheritors of the Heavenly Eagle Castle all lost. This was completely unexpected. Even Long Tingyu, who played a trick, did not expect this. Originally, Long Tingyu thought that these people should be more than enough to last until the experts of the other factions arrived. However, who could have imagined that when facing Xiao Chen, who had activated his bloodline and held the terrain advantage, these people couldn't even last 10 moves? How terrifying! Is this the might of an overlord-class bloodline of the Great Desolate Aeon? Truly incredible. The top 100 of the Great Desolate Aeon bloodlines are all demonic geniuses. Among them, the overlord-class Great Desolate Aeon bloodlines are even more heaven-defying. However, I have never heard of such a dragon race bloodline among the 6 dragon race bloodlines. Who cares about the dragon race bloodline or the Great Desolate Aeon bloodline? He cannot last for long. No matter how heaven-defying he is, he will reach the end soon. When the experts of the other 2 demonic Dao sects and the 3 pirate groups arrive, he will have no choice but to surrender. No matter how powerful his bloodline is, he will not be able to last for long. He might be awe-inspiring now, but he will become a dog later. Upon seeing Xiao Chen kill the 4 true inheritors in 10 moves, the experts of the various factions felt shocked. However, they were all peerless experts with broad horizons. They could tell at a glance. With one glance, they could tell that Xiao Chen relied on the power of his bloodline to suddenly erupt with such strong power. Even if Xiao Chen erupted with the power of his bloodline, he would not have been able to kill the 4 true inheritors so easily elsewhere. Once the power of the bloodline was exhausted, Xiao Chen would immediately revert to his original form, becoming a major primal core venerate that he could easily crush. He couldn't retreat now. He had to seize this opportunity to capture Xiao Chen and control Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's eyes shone with a dazzling golden light as he looked at the experts coming from all directions. His gaze was ice-cold, devoid of any emotions. Dragon might surged from Xiao Chen's body. After activating his bloodline, he was no longer suppressed by this space. His aura surged violently, and the dragon's roar reverberated in all directions. He watched as these people surrounded him and approached him. Xiao Chen was expressionless and didn't move at all. What is this guy trying to do? You know you can't escape death, so you've given up resisting? No matter how much he jumps around, he is still just an evil dragon. He can't possibly overturn the heavens. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not take any action, the holy venerate experts observing the situation all started mocking him. However, just as the experts from all directions approached Xiao Chen, the situation suddenly changed. Xiao Chen's left hand quickly moved, forming a strange hand seal. It was like a lotus flower never touching water or the sun and moon never hanging high in the sky. Buddhist sect 7-kill seal. In that instant, Xiao Chen's already horrifying aura soared 7-fold, turning into a pitch-black veil-like killing chi that spread into the surroundings. Damn it! I can't move. This killing chi has already infiltrated my internal organs, limbs, bones, and even the depths of my soul. It's all his killing chi. It's over. What should I do? Immediately, fear spread throughout the bodies of the various experts in the depths of the killing chi. This was a fear that was stuck in their throats, unable to express. Horror filled their hearts. This feeling was 100 times more unbearable than suffocating. Kill. An expressionless Buddha appeared behind Xiao Chen. At this moment, resolving the mundane cut off all emotions and desires, severing all attachments to the mundane world. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique second move. Resolving the mundane. Boom. An eternal saber light swept out, igniting the killing chi in the surroundings. Kasie. In this instant, the physical bodies and souls of all the attackers turned to dust. Not to mention that being emotionless was demonic, but becoming a Buddha with a thought was even more terrifying. The golden light in Xiao Chen's eyes faded, and his great desolate Aeon bloodline went dormant once more. Then, his aura slowly recovered. However, the surroundings remained silent. Not a single sound could be heard. The seemingly thin white-clad youth standing beside the Scarlet Blood War banner held a saber in his hand as he looked around. It was like he was announcing who was the true ruler of this place. Chapter 1823. He made use of the great desolate Aeon bloodline to stay for a final period of time. Xiao Chen used the vast dragon might to turn it into a sevenfold killing chi to kill all the true inheritors and star venerate experts who came to attack. His body and soul were annihilated. Such a cruel massacre inevitably stimulated the demonic nature in Xiao Chen's body. As his long hair fluttered in the wind, his body emitted a terrifying demonic might. Even without the primordial dragon might, no one dared to underestimate this demonic might. Many of the demonic path experts present looked at the current Xiao Chen. None of them dared to say that their demonic might was stronger than Xiao Chen's. Yan Zhe's expression changed. As he looked at Xiao Chen, he exclaimed in shock, "You entered the demonic Tao." He remembered that when he first met Xiao Chen did not have the slightest bit of demonic nature. He cultivated the righteous cultivation technique and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His temperament was also upright. But at this moment, Xiao Chen was clearly full of demonic nature, and his eyes were filled with the gaze of a primordial beast. This was a gaze similar to the Yazi beasts. The demonic nature that Xiao Chen's body gave off was also the result of his physical body and bloodline being modified by the immemorial demon soul formation. It was inevitable for Yan Zhe to be surprised. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. With this smile, all the demonic aura disappeared in an instant. The swastika on Xiao Chen's forehead shone with a golden light. His entire body was bathed in a gentle Buddhist light. The light of the Mahasvara Buddha's Sarira that his physical body had absorbed slowly spread out. Becoming a Buddha with a smile was like a spring breeze. "Tell me, am I a Buddha or a demon?" Xiao Chen looked at Yan Zhe and said softly with a faint smile, "What a pure Buddhist light! How is this possible?" Yan Zhe turned pale with fright. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The holy venerate experts on the other stone pillars, as well as the top true inheritors of the demonic sect, all opened their eyes, dumbfounded. He had never seen a person with two completely different temperaments. Furthermore, they were both extremely pure. Furthermore, they were two completely opposing Daras. You actually cultivate both Buddhism and demonic Tao. How audacious. Sooner or later, you'll go crazy. Since ancient times, good and evil have always been incompatible. Those who dared to cultivate both Buddhism and demonic Tao never had a good ending. Since ancient times, there has never been an exception. Sooner or later, you will be doomed eternally. That's right, the righteous path cannot tolerate you, and the demonic path cannot tolerate you either. There won't be a place for you in this world, and your life will be filled with calamities. It was unknown which nerve of these people had been angered, but when they saw the demonic might on Xiao Chen's body recede and the Buddha's aura appear, they were all shocked. The experts of the older generation started cursing loudly. Xiao Chen laughed out loud. Amidst his presumptuous laughter, the Buddhist light on his body disappeared, and the Buddhist mark between his eyebrows quietly faded away. The saber intent all over Xiao Chen's body turned into a move that soared into the clouds, clashing with the faux god might filling the sky. Buzz buzz buzz. The crisp hum of a saber resounded in all directions in an instant. That was a pure saber intent, unbridled and proud, free and unrestrained. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and said, "I am not an immortal or a demon, nor am I a Buddha. I am me, the white-robed Xiao Chen. My original heart has not changed, and my original heart has not changed. I look at flowers with tears in my eyes, and the flowers cry. I look at the moon with worry, and the moon grieves. Gods, Buddhas, immortals, and demons are just superficial appearances. The heart has all sorts of appearances. Hence, all things in the world have all sorts of appearances. You see me killing people like flies, so you treat me as the white-robed mad demon. Others see me as pure and untainted, so they call me the white-robed bladesman. However, in the end I am me. What does what you think of me have to do with me?" At this moment, Xiao Chen did not have any demonic might or Buddhist light. There was only a pure saber intent and the pride of following his original heart. Xiao Chen's words stunned many of the people present. They vaguely felt touched in the depths of their hearts. The voices scolding and cursing Xiao Chen stopped abruptly. None of them could say anything. After a long time, Yan Zhi startled awake. He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "What exactly are you trying to do? With your strength, there is no way for you to obtain the faux god flame. Why must you do this, offending all of us?" "That's right. If you are willing, this place is filled with soul tools. As long as you are willing to hand over the faux god flame, we will naturally work together to help you break the restrictions on the soul tools. There is no need to be so stubborn." The moment Yan Zhi said that, another Holy Venerate immediately agreed. At this moment, the Silver Fox Holy Venerate also said, "Junior, it was our fault for wanting to plant restrictions in your body earlier. We can also forgive you for killing our subordinates. As long as you are willing to hand over the faux god flame, we can fulfill another request." Immediately, all sorts of voices rang out. The various Holy Venerate experts all said that as long as Xiao Chen was willing, they could let bygones be bygones. They could let bygones be bygones. If Xiao Chen wanted a soul tool, they could even work together to help him break the restrictions. As Xiao Chen looked at the flame on the divine flame pillar, which gave off a divine light, he remained silent. After a while he suddenly said, "The faux god flame belongs to those who are capable. You can fight for it, so why can't I?" As the saying goes, if one's obsession is not dispelled, it will become a demonic barrier. However, if one does not forget it, there will be an echo. Senior Scarlet Blood Pirate King, am I right? It seemed like Xiao Chen did not hear the various promises and temptations from the surroundings. He only looked at the faux god flame and muttered to himself. However, as though it was responding to Xiao Chen, the faux god flame suddenly dimmed somewhat. The Scarlet Blood War banner fluttering beside Xiao Chen dropped its aura and slowly lowered. "That's not right." This is the faux god flame's response, telling Xiao Chen that something is not right. After being stunned for a while, Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile as he entered deep thought. At this moment, Xiao Chen remembered his obsession, the moon-seeking. After obtaining the faux god flame's response, he suddenly understood some things. There were many things in the world that the more one cared about, the tighter one grasped it. The more one cared about it, the more uncontrollable it was. In the past, Xiao Chen always felt that he had to be as strong as the outstanding talents of the Great Thousand Realms before he could be worthy of meeting Ruyue. Hence, Xiao Chen's obsession did not disappear. He could not forget about the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance, treating it as something that he had to obtain if he wanted to meet Lu Ruyue. The more Xiao Chen cared about it, the deeper his heart demon became. Even after he obtained the faux god flame, his heart demon still remained. Even after obtaining the faux god flame, he would still feel doubtful, feeling that he was not strong enough and was not worthy of meeting Ruyue. Furthermore, he would increase his strength like he was possessed. If that was really the case, Xiao Chen might embark on a path of no return until he truly met Lu Ruyue. Perhaps the other party would only see a familiar stranger and not him at all. In the end, it would be like water flowing from his hand. With such a blow, perhaps Xiao Chen would end up like the Qing Emperor back then, falling into the demonic Tao, not recognizing his kin, killing his master, killing his lover. This fellow is smiling one moment and frowning the next. Has he turned stupid? That is really possible. It is hard to avoid accidents when dual cultivating Buddhism and demonic Tao. It would not be surprising for him to become a fool. Should we take this opportunity to directly suppress him? Right now, he is distracted. It will be incredibly easy to subdue him. Just when everyone thought that Xiao Chen had gone crazy, Xiao Chen suddenly started laughing again. However, this time, his laughter was filled with joy and relief. It was a kind of release, a kind of enlightenment after realizing the wrong path. As Xiao Chen laughed, he looked at the faux god flame. Then he used all his vital qi and shouted, "My name is Scarlet Blood. My body is scarlet iron, and my blood is burning." His voice was like thunder, echoing in all directions. Everyone was stunned by this, and they were feeling anxious and bewildered. Just as they were feeling bewildered, an even more majestic, resonant, and sorrowful voice rang out in the vast space. This voice was filled with hot-bloodedness as it replied to Xiao Chen excitedly. "For half my life, I wandered from place to place, wandering from place to place. For half my life, I was unrivaled, moving about without fear. That voice entered one's blood, bones and soul. The voice was filled with hot-bloodedness and iron bones. It reverberated in the surroundings, never fading. When Xiao Chen heard the echo, his eyes also filled with excitement. He replied with a voice that came from his flesh and soul, "My body is like a sword filled with pride. My heart is like the sun and moon, shining brightly for 10,000 years." Loud laughter rang out in the reply. "My body is like a mountain, spanning 5,000 kilometers. My eyes are like the many stars, making the sky shine without night." Suddenly, surging demonic clouds gathered in the sky and turned into a gargantuan hand. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King traveled through time and space, and a heavy voice rang out, covering the sky with one hand. Boom! There was no light in the world, pitch black. One could not even see their own fingers when they stretched out their hands. The various holy venerates could not even send out their mental energy. They were completely blind, no different from ordinary people in the dark. However, the voice of covering the sky with one hand kept echoing in their ears. Xiao Chen's laughter stopped. He only grasped the Scarlet Blood War banner beside him and replied to the words of the surroundings. He said, "Proclaim myself emperor with one hand." Then he raised his hand to the sky, and all the faux god might was drawn over, burning on Xiao Chen's body. In the boundless darkness, the faux god might became the only light in the world. Chapter 1824. However, at this crucial moment, a black figure suddenly appeared before Xiao Chen at lightning speed. It was not just a clump of flame but also the inextinguishable will left behind by a legendary pirate king. The flame on Xiao Chen's body blazed even more intensely, and his faux god might soared. These holy venerates could not block one strike from Xiao Chen at all. Bang! Cracks appeared in the stone pillar under Xiao Chen's feet, trembling slightly. Xiao Chen's voice reverberated in the surroundings. A continuously strengthening faux god might appeared on his body. Xiao Chen soared into the air and flew towards the stone pillar with the divine flame. Yan Zhe flew back while vomiting blood. He roared ferociously and launched himself at Xiao Chen again, extremely dissatisfied. A careful look revealed that the first item was a spirit jade. However, this spirit jade flickered with light, looking crystalline and translucent, not tainted by any dirt at all. It looked like a precious star treasure. The entire space seemed to turn into a solid sea. Waves surged, forcing the many holy venerates back several steps. Attack together. Comparisons were odious. After all, Xiao Chen was going to inherit the faux god flame before them. To the darkness, Xiao Chen was the spark that lit up the night, dazzling and resplendent. Yan Zhe guffawed like a maniac. He shouted, "However, it is not too late to kill you now." Xiao Chen used his strongest appearance to climb the stone pillar with the divine flame that everyone dreamed of. However, Yan Zhe could not do anything about it. On the stone pillar with the divine flame, Xiao Chen's faux god might had already reached a terrifying level. Then he moved his left hand and ferociously pointed at Senior Chai. With just one more step, Xiao Chen would be able to climb the pillar. Even if a sovereign personage descended, that sovereign personage could only watch helplessly like them. "Haha! You trash! You want to kill me?" Yan Zhe could not move at all, losing control of his soul and physical body. He was at the mercy of others, unable to retaliate. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and endured. Then, he ferociously swung the Scarlet Blood War banner in his hand against the immense pressure. Cassie! 8 treasures shining with light appeared in the surroundings. He wanted to extinguish the flame on Xiao Chen's body and suppress his faux god might. Grabbing the war flag, he twisted it lightly. Yan Zhe's expression was extremely gloomy. When he saw that Xiao Chen was about to fly to the pillar of divine fire like a hot knife through butter, the rage in his heart immediately burned. Many figures flew over from the sky. There were the elders of the demonic sect, the captains of the 7 stars, and various itinerant cultivators. Supreme-grade spiritual jade. When Xiao Chen looked around, he saw many holy venerates lying on the stone pillars, unable to get up. These holy venerates showed hateful expressions as they looked at Xiao Chen. However now, Xiao Chen was burning with flames. The might of a faux god came from all directions like moths flying over. Its entire body was pitch black like ink, and its radiance was restrained. The banner that descended from the sky was embroidered with a primordial ferocious beast. It was the size of an ox, and its appearance was that of a tiger. It wore scarlet fur that was like a porcupine, and a pair of wings were spread open. A single horn grew out from between its brows, and its eyes were extremely vicious and filled with demonic nature. If looks could kill, Xiao Chen would have died more than 100 times already. The holy venerate will layered over each other and turned into a horrifying demonic image that landed on Xiao Chen's head. There were the holy venerate wills of the 3 pirate group's captains, the holy venerate wills of the 3 demonic sect elders, Yan Jie, Senior Chai, and the other itinerant cultivators. Xiao Chen continued looking. The second item was a pitch-black ghost pennant. This was an extremely high-quality soul tool. This was a cold light that prevented all of them from obtaining the faux god flame. The fourth item was an exquisite pipa. The fifth item was a secret manual. The sixth item was a mutated fruit. The seventh item was a treasure bow. The eighth item was actually a kasaya. The surging sword intent was like a vast army surging out, kicking up boundless yellow sand. It carried a cold killing intent and turned into a boundless sword intent of storm. Light. The faux god might infused into Xiao Chen's body went from weak to strong, slowly strengthening. Ha 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 ha. Who is your big brother? You son of a bitch. This old man really regrets not smacking you to death back in the grave sea. Not only did he have to risk his life, he could be killed by the sword intent at any time. Xiao Chen sent the various holy venerates flying like sandbags, vomiting blood and tumbling in the air. Xiao Chen held up the scarlet blood war banner. Faux god might continuously poured into his surroundings, burning fiercely as it supported him. The war banner fluttered beside him. Xiao Chen gently waved his hand, and the faux god flame that many dreamed of appeared. The pressure from Yan Zhe's holy venerate will gradually weakened. In the end, Xiao Chen actually repelled it. Xiao Chen gently opened his hand and did not hesitate to put away the peak-grade spirit jades in his storage ring. How could Xiao Chen endure this? Senior Chai's expression changed slightly. However, before he could react, Quick! 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 Quickly stop him. Otherwise, no one will be able to stop him. Xiao Chen immediately felt immense pressure. This was the will of soul from a holy venerate. Compared to a star venerate's will of soul, Xiao Chen felt immense pressure. However, in the end, all of this ended up benefiting Xiao Chen. However, this holy venerate will was nothing before Xiao Chen. Under normal circumstances, this holy venerate will alone would be enough to suppress Xiao Chen. Withdraw. Every time Xiao Chen withdrew it, he could hear the sound of his heart shattering. Xiao Chen only took a glance before putting this Chongqi demonic pennant into his storage ring. Dang! The other holy venerates no longer dared to hold back. Immediately, this place started shaking intensely. The many holy venerates wished that they could swallow Xiao Chen alive. They thought about the soul tools here. Just thinking about the soul tools here, even if many holy venerates worked together, they might not be able to break the restrictions. Yan Zhe's boundless sword move was like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves with this thrust, easily breaking. Several holy venerates were so frustrated that they lost their minds. They clenched their right fists and continuously pounded the stone pillars. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen's aura flourished. He held the war banner in his hand and charged forward ferociously. When the scarlet blood war banner opened the treasures on the stone pillars with the divine flame, there were no restrictions. Who knew? Xiao Chen gently leaped up and stomped on Yan Zhe's head, continuing to fly towards the stone pillars with the divine flame. Whoosh! Xiao Chen did not rush to summon the faux god flame. Instead, he sized up the surroundings. In that instant, the demonic clouds in the sky churned like a tsunami. Only this flash of light existed in the boundlessly dark and vast space. Boom! Big Brother Yan, you are still unwilling to give up. They were not on the same level at all. However, right now, Xiao Chen's faux god might was flourishing. His strength was no longer on par with his cultivation. This sword wind could destroy a city. Yan Zhe thought about how much time and schemes Yan Zhe had put in for the sake of this scarlet blood race inheritance. Xiao Chen held the war banner and leaped onto the stone pillars with the divine flame. Xiao Chen said coldly as he looked expressionlessly at Yan Zhe, who had lost control of his emotions somewhat. Yan Zhe was on a completely higher level. It was like a sage appearing, reigning supreme. Xiao Chen did not have time to take a closer look. He only sized it up before putting it in his storage ring. The sound of countless hearts shattering rang out. The eyes of the many older generation holy venerates and the top true inheritors of the various demonic Tao sects on the stone pillars in the surroundings nearly popped out. Kasie! Kasie! About 10 layers of holy venerate wills surged over, putting immense pressure on Xiao Chen. Even the burning flame on his body was suppressed. Who could have imagined that an insignificant major primal core venerate would be able to stand before so many outstanding talents and older generation holy venerates? At this moment, the faux god flame was very close. The gargantuan hand covering the sky above dropped down a finger. In an instant, it knocked Senior Chai into the air and made him vomit blood. It slowly landed in Xiao Chen's hand. However, at this moment, his eyes were calm. It was Senior Chai. He looked at Xiao Chen sinisterly and said, "Junior, you need to use this Scarlet Blood War banner to release the faux god might on you. Now, I am restraining your Scarlet Blood War banner. When the faux god might on you scatter, you will find it hard to escape death." The Scarlet Blood War banner moved like a hot knife through butter. Just as it was about to pierce Yen's chest, a sword blocked it. "If you want to reach the deity platform, you have to get past me first." To the many holy venerates fighting for the faux god flame, the warm light was like a flash of cold light. At this distance, they could already feel the faux god flame's temperature, its heaviness, and the vicissitudes of history. Damn it! To think that he really went up. That feeling was too unbearable. You are overthinking. The stone pillars were empty. However, there was a groove in the center. However, now, Xiao Chen easily collected 8 supreme treasures in front of them. When Yenji swung his sword, a cold light filled the air. Yenji's terrifying sword technique turned into a storm surging towards Xiao Chen. These were originally powerful treasures that belonged to them. Now, this white-clad brat collected them just like that. Withdraw. Xiao Chen looked at the Scarlet Blood War banner in his hand. Then, he walked over and inserted the end of the war banner into the groove perfectly. Break for me. Whoosh. Faux god might. A skinny hand grabbed the flagpole like a pincer. Yenji roared hoarsely, and his aura surged out. A holy venerate will surged out of his forehead and pressed down on Xiao Chen. Yenji's aura slowed, and Xiao Chen's flame, which was about to extinguish, took this opportunity to burn fiercely. Damn it! Damn it! Xiao Chen continued looking. The third item was an extremely strange medicinal pill with an overwhelming bestial nature. It did not look like it was meant for cultivators to consume. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen twisted his wrist and gently swung the Scarlet Blood War banner, striking Yenji's face and sending him flying. With the support of the faux god might, Yenji swung the war banner, and the entire space surged like the tide. As Yenji advanced, the pillar of the divine flame became very close. Yenji swung the war banner, and the Scarlet Blood War banner became like a spear as it charged forward. Faux god might gathered at the tip of the banner as he gently thrust it forward. Great Desolate Aeon Ferocious Beast Qiongqi. This was once one of the 10 great ghost pennants of the demonic Tao, the Qiongqi demonic pennant. To think that it is in the hands of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Xiao Chen swung the Scarlet Blood War banner in his hand and ferociously thrust it forward. Kasie. Yenji drew his sword, and a cold light shone. Then, he leaped up and stood in front of Xiao Chen, blocking him. As long as Xiao Chen waved his hand, he could reach out and grab it. Xiao Chen recognized it with one glance. This was a powerful treasure known as a sub-divine crystal. Its significance already surpassed that of spirit jades. Qiongqi. Qiongqi wanted to stop Xiao Chen from climbing the pillar of the divine flame. Damn it! That is the supreme treasure of my demonic Tao sect. Chapter 1825. Xiao Chen held the faux god flame in his palm. He was only one step away from the Scarlet Blood inheritance. He did not even need to be one step away. With a thought, Xiao Chen could refine and absorb this faux god flame. He would obtain the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's valuable experience, the various mysterious sea maps, the treasures of the Forbidden Sea, and the various secrets of the 100,000 Great Peaks. When looking around, all the Tao tools and soul tools on the stone pillar were not worth mentioning compared to this faux god flame. They were not even a drop in the bucket. Completely incomparable. Damn it! Why? When Yenji saw this scene, he showed a dispirited expression. His eyes turned unfocused like a walking corpse. Yanjia had planned this for a long time, putting in a lot of effort and time, making all sorts of calculations from start to finish. However, in the end, it was all for naught. The ending was too cruel. Yanjia, who harbored great expectations, could not take the blow. It was not just Yanjia. Although the other older generation holy venerates were not as exaggerated as Yanjia, they showed helplessness on their faces and deep jealousy in their eyes. Even if a holy venerate obtained the inheritance, they would accept their defeat wholeheartedly. However, right now, it was Xiao Chen, an ant that they could casually squish to death earlier, who climbed the divine flame pillar and controlled the foe god flame. It looked like Xiao Chen was about to receive the inheritance and soar into the sky, becoming resplendent and dazzling. Anyone would find it hard to accept that a junior was stepping on them to rise to prominence. While Xiao Chen was on the divine flame pillar, preparing to absorb the foe god flame and receive the inheritance, something strange happened. The foe god flame created a barrier, preventing Xiao Chen from absorbing it. At the same time, a thought entered Xiao Chen's mind. The thought first sighed, then turned into a sentence. What a pity! You are very suitable to receive my inheritance in all aspects. Unfortunately, you are only missing one thing, and that is the thing that I care about the most. Is that so? Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment before saying, I understand. However, senior, please give me a chance. There is someone in my heart who can receive this scarlet blood inheritance. Good. No matter how you look at it, you are very similar to me. I believe in you for being able to reach this step. However, you cannot receive the inheritance. Your foe god might will not last for long. I hope you can get out of here alive. After the voice projection ended, the foe god flame turned into a mark on Xiao Chen's palm. The flames on his body slowly extinguished, and the demonic clouds in the sky receded like a receding tide. Hua! The foe god might vanished from Xiao Chen's body. All the Dao tools and soul tools on the stone pillars flashed with lights and returned to the stone pillars. Only the spirit stones were still piled up on top of it as a consolation. What's going on? Everything had happened too suddenly, surprising everyone. All of the inherited Dao tools and soul tools had vanished. Those who thought that even if they could not obtain the foe god flame, they would still be able to subdue a soul tool. This was a worthwhile trip for the holy venerate. He was shocked. This was a complete loss, with nothing to gain. The white-robed mad demon accepted the inheritance? Yes, but no. The foe god flame is indeed gone. However, there are no changes to his body. The might of the foe god realm disappeared. Strange. How unlucky. To think that even the soul tools disappeared. This trip is a complete loss. Ha 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 ha. Just at this moment, someone suddenly laughed maniacally. It was the Iron Horn pirate group's Yanjia. Yanjia laughed like he had gone mad. Everyone looked at him strangely, not understanding what was going on. However, Yanjia continued laughing. He pointed at Xiao Chen and said, Ha ha ha. This fellow cannot accept the inheritance. He only put away the foe god flame. Look, he does not have dragon might or foe god might on him now. He is so weak that we can ignore him. The others' expressions changed drastically. They all sent their mental energy to Xiao Chen and revealed smiles. Haha, that's true. He did not accept the inheritance. His will of soul did not change at all. Kill him. Kill him. Upon seeing such a change in the foe god flame no longer on the stone pillar, the originally dispirited holy venerates immediately became spirited. As they looked at Xiao Chen, they were like hungry wolves seeing a sheep. Right now, Xiao Chen had many valuable treasures on him. He was definitely a fat sheep. Suddenly, the situation changed once again. Yanjia, who was like a walking corpse, immediately came to life. His eyes shone brightly like a wild beast's. Whoosh! Yanjia took the lead and charged at Xiao Chen, wanting to capture Xiao Chen first to vent the hatred in his heart. On the stone pillar with the divine flame, Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He did not feel discouraged by losing the inheritance at all. Before climbing the stone pillar with the divine flame, Xiao Chen had proven his Dao heart. In his opinion, that was something even more precious than the inheritance. Of course, it would be for the best if he could continue obtaining the inheritance. However, if he could not, it did not matter. Proving his Dao heart and walking out of the demonic heart were more valuable than anything else. You are really my good big brother. As Xiao Chen looked at Yanjia, who took the lead and rushed to the front, A mocking smile appeared on his face. Xiao Chen grasped the scarlet blood war banner with both hands. With a thought, a black and white Taiji diagram appeared around him. Mottled light flickered in the surroundings. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared continuously. The Taiji diagram spun continuously. The vast demonic chi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's 9-star primal core circulated wildly. Xiao Chen's aura soared endlessly. He is going to break through. As Xiao Chen's long hair fluttered and his aura soared infinitely, those with discerning eyes immediately saw some clues. That was right. After absorbing the demonic chi accumulated on Blood Spirit Island for 1,000 years, Xiao Chen could break through at any time. Xiao Chen's cultivation had already accumulated to a terrifying level in the major primal core realm. His foundation was terrifyingly firm. Once Xiao Chen broke through, he would completely erupt. Boom! In that instant, Xiao Chen's aura soared several-fold, instantly breaking through the shackles of major primal core venerates. He became a Cloud Sea Star Venerate. However, Xiao Chen's aura continued to soar, directly advancing to peak early-stage Star Venerate. However, Xiao Chen's aura was much stronger than those late-stage Star Venerate true inheritors. Scram! When Xiao Chen's aura reached its peak, he ferociously swung the Scarlet Blood War Banner. Boom! Boom! Before Xiao Chen waved the war banner, he infused it with an irresistible veritable essence energy that was like seawater. Xiao Chen, who had not expected such a result, was ruthlessly knocked back by Xiao Chen again, causing him to vomit blood. Ha ha ha! So what if you broke through? There are so many holy venerates here. In the end, you will not be able to escape death. Xiao Chen, you will not be able to escape death. Although Xiao Chen forcefully knocked Yanzhe away, Yanzhe laughed endlessly as he looked at Xiao Chen like he had gone crazy. Yanzhe was right. The difference in cultivation was obvious. Even if Xiao Chen could bring out 120% of his strength, he would only be able to block one holy venerate. However, there were 10 holy venerates here. Aside from Yanzhe, who had a weak foundation, the other holy venerates were either demonic Dao sect elders or 7-star pirate group captains. No matter how one looked at it, Xiao Chen could not succeed in breaking through. Where there is a will, there is a way. There is no need for you to care about my life or death. Thank you for your curse. However, Xiao Chen saw through everything. His body trembled, and he suddenly turned into a 3-kilometer-tall giant. Xiao Chen instantly executed Dermic World. Using the undefeatable aura of his Dermic World, Xiao Chen swung the war banner. A huge force directly swept away the many holy venerates that were trying to surround him. Xiao Chen raised his leg and leaped over 100 stone pillars. Then, he charged out of the encirclement of the holy venerates and rushed forward. After him, the holy venerates that got knocked away did not suffer much damage. They knew that this was a secret technique that Xiao Chen used and could not last for long. These holy venerates used their holy venerate wills to resist the omnipresent foe god might in the sky. Then they moved quickly, chasing after Xiao Chen. As the holy venerates gave chase, they executed all sorts of attacks without holding back. Naturally, the means of a holy venerate were extremely horrifying. Even though Xiao Chen turned into a Dermic World giant, he still found it hard to avoid injury. Pussy. When Xiao Chen's body reverted to its original form, he vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. Xiao Chen's complexion paled slightly. This was somewhat taxing. Holy venerates were scarier than Xiao Chen imagined. If there were only 2 or 3 holy venerates, it would be very easy to escape. However, there were simply too many holy venerates behind. There were also some strong top true inheritors that were not to be trifled with. Brat, let's see what other means you have. When the people chasing saw Xiao Chen fall to the ground in a somewhat sorry state, they all laughed loudly, feeling much more confident. Capture him. We must cut him into 1,000 pieces, extract his soul, and torture him ruthlessly. After killing so many people from our 3 great demonic Dao sects, we cannot let him die so easily. Ha ha ha. To think that you would have such a day like this. I can only say that you are unlucky, unable to receive such great luck. When the many holy venerates saw Xiao Chen fall into dire straits, all of them felt extremely delighted. This was especially so for Yanzhe. He felt his entire body rejuvenated. Seeing Xiao Chen in such a sorry state was even more delightful than obtaining the foe god Flame himself. Relying on this sickly willpower, Yanjia charged to the very front once more. Who dares to injure my big brother? Just at this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. This voice was like divine thunder from the 9 heavens, shaking all the gods and Buddhas in the sky. The tens of thousands of stone pillars in this vast space trembled intensely when this shout rang out. Even the might of the foe god realm trembled, surging like waves. The many holy venerates in hot pursuit immediately stopped in their tracks, forcibly stopped by this shout. When they looked up, there was a piercing silver light in the distance. It was so resplendent and dazzling that no one dared to look directly at it. That was Dao Might, the pure saber Dao's Dao Might. It was much stronger than the Dao Might on Xiao Chen's body. Amid the silver light, that person ferociously pointed his saber forward. A boundless saber move turned into a strong wind that filled the air, instantly surging over. It was like an army of thousands of horses, or like a huge wave in the ocean, surging over. However, with a flash of silver light, that person spread his arms and flew over like a Kuan Peng. In the blink of an eye, that person arrived at the very front of this saber move. His body was like the sharpest saber in the world. He sliced through the foe god Might in the air like it was a piece of cloth, instantly arriving. Acting all mysterious. No one can save him today. Yanjia, who had already charged to the very front, snorted coldly. He did not stop moving, continuing to fly towards the stone pillar where Xiao Chen was. You are seeking death. A silver light flashed, and that terrifying saber move vanished together with the silver light. When the silver light reappeared, that person appeared above Yanjia's head. The saber move that filled the air suddenly erupted. The saber light landed, and Yanjia was instantly chopped in half. His head separated from his body, no longer showing any signs of life. Dang! After the saber cut Yanjia's body, it landed on the surface of the stone pillar. The stone pillar's surface cracked into pieces, and cracks appeared. As Xiao Chen looked at that person, his eyes filled with heavy surprise. He nearly could not help cursing. He simply could not believe what he saw. Chapter 1826. The person who had just arrived was dressed in monk robes. He had thick eyebrows, large eyes, and an eye-catching bald head. Who else could it be but the little monk Yan Chen? Xiao Chen had always heard the little monk say that he was an expert, a very powerful expert. A middle-stage star venerate did not interest him at all. Even his own saber skills were only a little interesting in his eyes, and he still needed his guidance. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe it at all. However, the earlier scene flabbergasted everyone. Yanjia, who had just advanced to Holy Venerate, could not even catch a single saber strike from Xiao Chen. Even though Yanjia had already suffered a series of blows from Lin Fan previously and had sustained injuries that were neither heavy nor light. However, no matter what, he was still a Holy Venerate. Silver light flickered. Just like that, he was cleaved into 2 halves, his life force gone and his soul scattered. The 3 great devil sect elders, the 3 great pirate captains, the many rogue cultivators, and the chief true disciples of the devil sect were all frightened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Was he still a monk? He had delicate features, but how could he be so ruthless and heartless? He did not have the slightest scruple of the Buddhist precepts. He killed as soon as he said he would, not showing any mercy at all. He was not afraid of violating the precept of killing. Little monk, you are an eminent monk of the Buddhist sect. How can you collude with this white-clothed mad demon? He is a great villain who has fallen into the demonic path. The Fantasy Cloud sect's elder Gao said shamelessly. He seemed to have forgotten that he himself was a great demon. The refinement of the Fantasy Cloud sect's ghost penance was utterly devoid of conscience and inhumane. But now, with righteous words, he was pointing at Xiao Chen and calling him a demon. It had to be said that the little monk Yan Chen's strength truly frightened them to the point that they even used such an excuse. Yan Chen could not be bothered to say anything more. He pointed with his saber and said sullenly, I don't care about so much. I'll kill whoever kills my big brother. It's not up to you people to tell me who the saber in my hand will be with. His words had completely blocked the path of peace talks. Humph, do you really think you can kill all of us by yourself? Yanjia was just careless. Everyone, attack together and kill this bald donkey. Even though the strength that the little monk displayed was frightening, Xiao Chen simply had too many precious treasures on him. Be it the faux god flame or the 8 divine platform treasures, they were worth risking their lives for the little monk. Moreover, they had the advantage of numbers, so they would always have a mental advantage. Yan Chen smiled faintly. His smile was like that of a Buddha, appearing benevolent and benevolent, like the reincarnation of a living Buddha. Every action and every expression contained a supreme Buddhist intent. The dense Buddhist might turned into a pure silver light that shone in all directions. This light is really special. It's rare to hear that the Buddha's might can emit a silver light. Xiao Chen took the opportunity to get up. When he saw this scene, he was secretly surprised. There seemed to be some records of the silver Buddhist light in the incomplete memories of the underground dragon city's faux god flame. Unfortunately, this was not the time to reminisce. Taking advantage of the little monk's appearance, Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and quickly healed his injuries, recovering his strength. Gotcha! However, just as he sat down cross-legged, he heard a blood-curdling scream. A silver light flashed, and the Buddhist might and horrifying saber intent on the little monk vanished without a trace. When Yan Chen reappeared in the next moment, he landed before a top true inheritor. That top true inheritor was the fantasy cloud sect's Long Tingyu. Yan Chen's cultivation was similar to Long Tingyu's, similar to his. However, when Yan Chen faced Long Tingyu, he broke the ghost pennant in his hand with just one move. The saber intent did not stop there. That silver monk's saber continued descending, directly blasting Long Tingyu's physical body into a pool of blood. Not even a corpse remained. Whoosh! After killing one person, Yan Chen landed on a stone pillar. Then, he looked at the holy venerates with stunned expressions and smiled faintly. It will be difficult for you all to catch me. Right after Yan Chen spoke, he spread his arms again. Then he moved like an eagle, and a silver light flashed as he instantly streaked across the sky. The group of people charging at Yan Chen missed. Their expressions changed drastically as they quickly looked in another direction. Whoosh! 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 It was like a game of hide and seek. After repeating this a few times, the many holy venerates could not surround Yan Chen. I'm coming. Yan Chen laughed loudly and suddenly appeared before the somewhat fatigued top true inheritor of the Blood Demon Royal Hall. Without even thinking, he swung his saber. This saber strike gave off a resplendent silver light. The little monk revealed a strange smile. It was like he had lived in the mortal realm for hundreds or even thousands of years. He had seen all sorts of life, seen all sorts of prosperity, only loneliness and vicissitudes remained. Yan Chen's saber light immediately turned incredibly heavy. It was like he had traveled through time and space, experiencing the baptism of thousands of years. Bang! The top true inheritor of the Blood Demon Royal Hall, who met this saber strike, immediately turned to ashes, turning into dust. Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He immediately recognized the saber technique that the little monk used. It was the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, which was forbidden by the Buddhist sections. It should be an incomplete manual. Like Xiao Chen, the little monk practiced only a few moves. However, no matter how strong the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique was, it could not be compared to an ordinary killing move. With the little monk's strength, Xiao Chen had no choice but to admit that there were indeed people in this world who could bring out their strength many times over. Regular cultivators who could bring out 80% of their combat prowess would be considered pretty good. If one could bring out 100%, one could be called a genius. If one could bring out 120%, one could be called a demonic genius. People like Xiao Chen, who could bring out 150% of their peak state, could be counted on one's fingers. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. As for people like the little monk, one could only look for them in ancient records. To think that a late-stage star venerate cultivator could easily deal with 9 holy venerates surrounding him, killing 3 with a wave of his hand. This simply did not make sense. Good timing. Just at this moment, a cold snort rang out. The little monk's figure flickered again, and he appeared before the strongest holy venerate, Senior Chai. Senior Chai did not show any fear. He gently threw a palm strike with his skinny bone-like hand. Rumble! The sky shook and the ground shook. The nearby stone pillars trembled. This old fellow had lived for who knew how long. As Senior Chai waved his hand, the force he drove was incredibly horrifying. Bang! The little monk vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. This was the first time everyone saw him in such a sorry state. Ha ha ha. Senior Chai is incredible. With Senior Chai around, there is nothing to worry about. After seeing Senior Chai's strong strength, the other holy venerate's confidence soared. You are a person who is about to die. Let's see how many more times you can send out such strong energy. Yen Chen wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. However, he was not convinced at all. A silver light flashed, and he sent out another saber strike. Everyone was somewhat shocked to discover that before Yen Chen's strange movement technique, it was simply impossible to surround and attack him. They could only watch as Yen Chen fought with Senior Chai alone. Yen Chen received each move more effortlessly than the one before. It was clear that Senior Chai was growing increasingly weaker. His lethargy grew heavier. He was too old. If it were 10 years ago, Senior Chai might not care about Yen Chen at all. However now, Yen Chen's lifespan was approaching its end. Under such a head-on clash, Senior Chai felt his lifespan dwindle pitifully. His lifespan dwindled rapidly, like a lamp running out of oil at any moment. In the mortal realm, an ancient smile appeared on the little monk Yen Chen's face again. The silver saber light that the Buddhist monk's saber gave off instantly turned heavy. All sorts of mysterious phenomena of the mortal realm appeared continuously, layering over each other. With each layer, it looked like a growth ring was carved on the silver saber light. Boom! After Senior Chai's frail body received this saber strike, his lifespan drained. He was like a lamp running out of oil. His body withered like an old tree, falling into the deep abyss like a lead stone. I remember now. Just at this moment, the expression of a demonic Tao sect elder changed dramatically. The finger he pointed at the little monk could not stop trembling. The little monk's eyes filled with horror. At first, he was stunned. Then, he turned somewhat flustered. The Buddhist sect's silver saber, the heavenly eagle demonic monk. Kasie. Right after the little monk spoke, Yen Chen's berserk saber strike struck him, severely injuring him on the spot. As Yen Chen held the Buddhist monk's saber, he could not help feeling regret. Damn it! I was still too late. Quickly leave! Quickly leave! He is the little demonic monk's silver saber. He has an innate body of misfortune and holds the Buddhist sect's Buddhist monk's saber. He is not restrained by the abstinence from killing, and is the nemesis of the demonic Tao sections. Even if he commits overwhelming sins, he can become a Buddha immediately. After the other holy venerates recognized the little monk Yen Chen, they stopped pestering him and scattered. The little demonic monk's silver saber? When Xiao Chen, who was recuperating, heard this title, he held back a smile. A corner of his lips twitched involuntarily. This title was indeed tyrannical. No wonder the little monk immediately jumped to it every time the title was mentioned. Chapter 1827. After recognizing the little monk Yen Chen's origins, those demonic Tao sect elders did not think anything else and immediately scattered. It looked like they steeled their hearts and did not want to fight with this person. Given the little monk's movement technique and his horrifying saber Tao cultivation, they could not surround him. The holy venerate will, the only thing that could win, was mostly neutralized by the little monk's Buddhist might. They felt like they could not attack. Not only did numbers not have a positive effect, but they even hindered each other, resulting in a negative effect. Right now, these demonic Tao sect elders already gave up on the idea of monopolizing the treasures on Xiao Chen. They only hoped that their sovereign personages would arrive. Only with the overwhelming strength of a sovereign personage could they easily suppress this little monk. It turns out that there is no one who can fight. Yen Chen's lips curled up as he revealed a smile. Then, he turned around and leaped towards Xiao Chen. Furthermore, Yen Chen had delicate features and wore monk robes. His charming eyes had not matured yet, making him look young. Such a little monk was known as the little demonic monk silver saber. Ha ha ha. Big brother Xiao, I told you before. I came as an expert. A monk does not lie. Yen Chen held his Buddhist monk's saber and leaped over many stone pillars. The remnant Buddhist might from his body had yet to scatter as he landed heavily. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly, not knowing how to answer. Boom! Suddenly, something strange happened. The moment the little monk landed, the stone pillar under him crumbled, sending him plummeting into the deep abyss. Big brother, save me! All this happened in an instant. Xiao Chen and Yen Chen could not react in time. Anyone, including a holy venerate, would die without a doubt once they fell. The gravity of the deep abyss was not something that ordinary people could endure. Then, Xiao Chen thought about the many experts who fell and died without exception. His expression changed dramatically. He quickly leaped up and went to the edge to take a look. Xiao Chen saw the little monk grabbing the hole in the stone pillar with one hand. Occasionally, shattered rocks fell by his side, but there was no sound for a long time. The little monk tried to exert force several times to leap up. However, it felt like there were many mountains on his back. He could not get up at all. Seeing Xiao Chen stretch out his head, the little monk said hurriedly, "Quick, quick, quick! Give me a hand. I can't hold on for much longer. This place is too strange. After the stone pillar fell, I can't use my strength at all." In the darkness, the little monk's bald head was particularly eye-catching. Just a minute later, the little monk was already in such a sorry state. It was indeed true that he was born with a body of misfortune. Xiao Chen laughed involuntarily. He stretched out his hand and said, "Come on up. He's here." Damn! Who knew that when the little monk stretched out his hand, Xiao Chen would feel a huge suction force. It was so fast that he couldn't react at all. His entire body was pulled down by Yan Chen. Boom! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Xiao Chen reached out and grabbed the gap in the stone pillar. His other hand was firmly grasped by the little monk. He felt as if his entire arm was about to be torn apart by the suction force of the little monk. Xiao Chen finally understood what Yan Chen had just said. After falling off the stone pillar, Zhang Xian found himself in a completely different world. Under the pull of gravity, he could not bring out his strength at all. He could not even circulate his veritable essence energy normally. He could only rely on his vital qi to hold on bitterly. Normally, if Xiao Chen were alone, he would be able to get up by circulating all his vital qi. However, now that he had to drag the little monk, he felt somewhat powerless. "Big brother, don't ever let go," the little monk said with a bitter expression as he grabbed Xiao Chen's arm. Xiao Chen wanted to get angry. However, when he looked at the little monk's face and thought about the title that scared everyone away, he got so angry that he laughed. "If I have to die, so be it. In any case, if the little monk did not come, I would not be able to escape death." However, Xiao Chen clearly could have escaped already. If he did this again, he would feel dissatisfied. No wonder those people wanted to run. Who would not be afraid of such misfortune? Not only would their opponents be afraid, but even their friends would be afraid. "Don't worry. I won't let go. I'll just hang on like this. When I run out of strength, we can just fall down together." Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. Feeling depressed, Yan Chen said, "Why am I so unlucky? Even holy venerates have to retreat when they see me." "Why?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Stop complaining. Think of a way." Complaining was never the way to solve problems. Faced with adversity, Xiao Chen was startled for a moment. Then, he calmly thought of all sorts of ways to escape. Xiao Chen continuously analyzed the situation before him, trying to figure out how it happened. Even when Xiao Chen leaped from stone pillar to pillar, he did not feel such a terrifying gravity. Why did it feel like he was in a completely different world when he landed on the stone pillar? After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. The many stone pillars in the vast space might have formed an invisible barrier. The height of the stone pillar was the threshold. Once one jumped over the stone pillar, they would no longer be affected by the barrier. Aside from the pressure of the faux god might, one would also be affected by the gravity of this place. "Big brother, I feel that this might not be gravity. It is heart force. I once heard Master say that before the Kasyapa Buddha became a Buddha, he cultivated heart force. Heart force is boundlessly ethereal, extremely profound. Ordinary people cannot comprehend it." Xiao Chen felt doubtful as he asked, "Heart force?" Actually, Xiao Chen had already noticed it long ago. No matter how horrifying a normal gravity was, it would not affect a person's veritable essence energy. It would not be to the extent where one's abilities could not be brought out. Furthermore, this place happened to be the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart. It was possible that it was heart force. However, what exactly was heart force? Xiao Chen had never heard of it before. "Is there a way to break it?" "No," the little monk answered straightforwardly. Xiao Chen was speechless. After speaking for so long, it turned out that it was all nonsense. "This won't do. My arm is about to break. The suction from the little monk is getting stronger. If I persist, my arm will be torn off sooner or later. At that time, although I can save myself by severing my arm, the little monk will definitely die. Given Xiao Chen's physical body, cultivation, and resources, reattaching an arm would not be a big deal. Severing an arm to save himself was indeed a pretty good way to escape. Big brother, I think I should let go. It's better for one to die than for both of us to die. The little monk could feel the state of Xiao Chen's body. At this moment, he was more open to it. However, he felt somewhat guilty. In the end, it was the little monk who implicated Big Brother Xiao. There's no need. Xiao Chen directly let go, and the little monk let out a startled cry. Then, the two of them plummeted. They were like shot put. A strong wind blew as they fell faster and faster. Those who fell to their deaths did so because their physical bodies were not strong enough. They directly smashed into meat paste. With his physical body, perhaps he could give it a try and take a gamble. All the bones in Xiao Chen's body had already become inferior-grade dragon bones. His meridians had already turned into dragon tendons. In a situation where Xiao Chen could not circulate his veritable essence energy, his vital qi could surge through his dragon tendons. Xiao Chen immediately brought out his divine dragon war body, and a heavy dragon might spread out on his physical body. It formed an invisible divine dragon artifact armor that protected his body. After spinning around twice, Xiao Chen accelerated his descent. Then, he placed the little monk on his back. The sound of the wind grew louder by his ears. The wind was already like a knife cutting his body, causing him to grimace in pain. Unfortunately, even moving his mouth was very difficult now. Bang! After some time, Xiao Chen landed on the ground. The huge rebound flung the little monk away. Pussy! Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's lips. His internal organs shattered on the spot. A mouthful of blood containing some of his shattered liver fell to the ground. Cracks appeared all over Xiao Chen's body, spreading continuously in his bones. Just as the cracks were about to multiply, the bones all over Zhang Xian's body came to a stop, just a hair's breadth away from crumbling. The cracks stopped spreading. That's good. Xiao Chen heaved a long sigh of relief. He had already landed. His bones had not shattered. This was truly a blessing in the misfortune. As long as Xiao Chen rested for a while, the self-healing ability of the blue dragon bloodline in his bone marrow would take effect. The self-healing ability of the dragon race bloodline would allow him to recover very quickly. Even if his internal organs were shattered and his mind was shaken, recovering was just a matter of time. Ha ha ha. Big brother, I'm fine. To think that I'm completely fine. Only my chest feels a little stuffy. I'm completely fine. Before Xiao Chen could say anything, he saw the little monk Yan Chen rush over excitedly after escaping death. Xiao Chen immediately paled in fright. He hurriedly said, Don't come near me. Ha! However, before Xiao Chen finished speaking, the incredibly excited little monk placed his hand heavily on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Crack! Crack! Xiao Chen's bones, which were originally on the verge of shattering, shattered with the little monk's strike. All the bones in Xiao Chen's body shattered, and his dragon bones were damaged. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted from the pain, losing consciousness. Before Xiao Chen blacked out, he thought of only one sentence. I'm so unlucky. Unlucky can really kill. Chapter 1828. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, 4 hours had already passed. Big brother, you're finally awake. When Yan Chen saw Xiao Chen open his eyes weakly, he revealed a joyful smile. He said, You have no idea how dangerous it was earlier. The sovereign personages of the 3 great demonic Dao sects are all here. Fortunately, they did not sense our presence. This made sense. Many holy venerates chose to leave because their sect's sovereign personages were about to charge over. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, It looks like I have to thank you. Otherwise, we would not have been able to survive in the hands of a sovereign personage. Yan Chen smiled awkwardly and said, There's no need to thank me. The merits and demerits offset each other. Big brother Xiao, don't blame me for patting your shoulder earlier. Don't mention it, or I'll beat you up. Hiss. Xiao Chen was just about to move his body, but he didn't expect that he would move his whole body. He was in so much pain that he sucked in a deep breath. His bones were all broken and he couldn't move at all. Now, he was lying on the stone pillar. He could only open his eyes and close his mouth to speak. Yen Chen hurriedly said, "Big brother, be careful. I just took a look. Your injuries are rather severe. Your bones seem to have been refined into dragon bones, making it harder for them to recover than ordinary people. What was more serious was that his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were shattered, and his blood and qi were weak. If not for his brother's extraordinary physique, he would have died long ago. Speaking of which, why am I completely fine? Really?" Yen Chen rambled on endlessly. However, he did not notice that when he looked up, he happened to meet Xiao Chen's murderous gaze. He quickly smiled apologetically and said, "It's my fault. It's my fault. If I don't blame you, who should I blame? If it weren't for your slap, the dragon bone wouldn't have been damaged. After a while, he would be able to recover. After recovery, the blue dragon bloodline could be produced in his bone marrow, and his internal organs would slowly recover. Everything was not a big problem. And he still had the cheek to say that he was fine? If I didn't carry you on my back, how could I be fine?" Xiao Chen had never been so unlucky before. He was so injured that he couldn't even move. He couldn't even take out the healing pills from his storage ring. If this continued, his injuries would continue to worsen, forming a vicious cycle. He might really have to give up his life here. When it came to life and death, Xiao Chen had always been very open-minded. Anyone would find it hard to accept such an outcome. It could only be said that life and death were up to fate, and riches and honor were up to the heavens. Xiao Chen sighed softly, expelling all the grievances in his heart. "Big brother, why are you sighing?" Yen Chen asked, finding it strange. He still could not make out Xiao Chen's current state. Xiao Chen leaned against the stone pillar and smiled casually. "Let's not talk about this. Speaking of which, why did you come back? Didn't I chase you away back then?" Yen Chen scratched his head and said, "At that time, I felt that something was off. I felt that Big Brother's tone was somewhat off. When I returned, I happened to hear your conversation with that person. Only then did I realize that you let me go on purpose." "I see." Xiao Chen suddenly understood. That was good too. He didn't have to explain himself. Yen Zhi was too difficult to deal with. With the little monk's intelligence, he might be tricked into becoming Yen Zhi's fighter. However, it was hard to say if Yen Zhi could bear the little monk's luck. Thinking about himself, Xiao Chen felt helpless. The two chatted casually. Trapped in this place, they could not do anything else. As they chatted, Xiao Chen understood many things. Why did the inheritance demonic mirror take the initiative to fly to the little monk back then? It was because the little monk had many sins on him. The number of people he had killed was even greater than Xiao Chen's. That was why the demonic mirror took the initiative to fly to the little monk's hand. Normally speaking, those with such horrifying sins were either major figures of the demonic Tao or ferocious demonic beasts. Yet, the little monk lived like that without a care in the world. This was truly an anomaly. The little monk was indeed very strong. However, the price for his extraordinary strength was enormous. Bad luck accompanied him for life. It was as his master had said. The little monk was born with great luck. Or rather, it could be said that he used up all the good luck in his life. The senior and junior brothers in the temple all knew about the little monk's matters. They were definitely unwilling to interact with him. Wherever he went, he would get into trouble for no reason, inevitably blaming himself. If it were an ordinary person like the little monk, they would definitely be extremely reclusive. It would be easy for them to become extreme existences and end up in tragedy. Fortunately, the little monk had a very good master. His master kept smiling and telling Xiao Chen that he was the Buddhist sect's fortune. Furthermore, his mental state was rather open and optimistic, allowing him to live until now without a care in the world. After chatting for a long time, a medicinal pill appeared in Xiao Chen's palm with a thought. Then, he got the little monk to feed it to him. Without a high-grade medicinal pill, the injuries on his body would not be able to heal at all. Xiao Chen could only barely alleviate some of the pain. The crucial thing was how to heal the dragon bones. Only then could he treat the root of the problem. Otherwise, he would never recover. "Oh right, I have something for you." Xiao Chen recalled that among the 8 supreme treasures, there was a soul tool, a kasaya. The little monk received it joyfully. Then he exclaimed in shock, "This is a soul tool. However, I can't use it. My cultivation is not high enough to wear a kasaya. Can't use it? That's good. I can save some money. After all, it is a soul tool. If I exchange it, I can obtain many things. Hee. However, my master can use it. Thank you, big brother Xiao. The little monk quickly put away the kasaya, not standing on ceremony. Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly and said, "That's fine. Let me ask you one more thing. Was the saber technique you used earlier the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique?" "That's right. Big brother Xiao, how did you know?" Indeed, the one in the little monk's hand should be an incomplete one. However, if Xiao Chen exchanged it with a little monk, he wondered if he would violate the Buddhist sect's rules. Truth be told, I also have an incomplete manual and practice 3 of the moves. Xiao Chen answered honestly. When the little monk heard that, he rejoiced. Indeed, the heavenly book scholar said that I would definitely run into a great fortuitous encounter in this ash-gray sea's myriad star mountain. It turns out that it was true. Big brother Xiao, are you willing to exchange the incomplete manual with me? Xiao Chen was still feeling awkward, wondering how he should bring it up. Who knew? The little monk did not mind at all. Speaking of which, aren't you violating the Buddhist sect's rules by being so direct? The little monk smiled and said, I've broken too many precepts. I can't be bothered to count. Now that I think about it, aside from lust, I've broken almost all of them. Xiao Chen said softly, That's good. I have the same thought as well. However, we will discuss this after I recover from my injuries. At the mention of his injuries, Xiao Chen could not help feeling helpless. All the bones in his body were shattered. He could not move at all, like he was paralyzed. The little monk was right. If not for Xiao Chen's extraordinary physique, he would already be a dead man. Xiao Chen could not think of a good way to recover at the moment. If he were outside, he could seek treatment from a famous doctor. With corresponding medicinal pills, he would be able to recover after lying in bed for half a year or even a year. However, he clearly did not have such conditions here. Actually, Xiao Chen should rejoice. Even holy venerates died when they fell. He was already very fortunate to be alive. You are really stupid. This is the best place to treat your injuries. What are you thinking about? Just at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, making him feel joy. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. You are finally willing to show yourself. Xiao Chen had said long ago that the next time they met would be the day he broke through to Star Venerate. After breaking through to Star Venerate for so long, Xiao Chen had nearly died several times. I also want to show myself. However, do you think that I will not exhaust your life force if I show myself? I am a remnant soul attached to you, relying on you to exist. In your current state, I really do not dare to casually appear. In the past you were at your peak. Exhausting a little is nothing. Now, if I casually exhaust a little, you might fall on the spot. Xiao Chen had not thought of this. He said softly, Let's get back to business. Why is this place the best place to treat injuries? Haha. This place is filled with heart force. To think that you managed to find this place with the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's physical body. This is really surprising. Heart force. It's heart force again. I'll teach you a method to use the heart force of this place to stimulate the damaged dragon bones in your body. When your physical body recovers, I'll explain to you what heart force is. Chapter 1829. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and glanced at Yan Chen, who was beside him. Little monk, go and take a look around. There might be some fortuitous encounters in this place. Fortuitous encounter? That makes sense. This place is filled with heart force. Perhaps we can find the secret to comprehending heart force. Yan Chen thought for a while and nodded. Then he said, In any case there is nothing else. Even if there is no fortuitous encounter, it is good to see if there is an exit. In that case, big brother, stay here first. After Yan Chen went far away, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's playful laughter rang out in Xiao Chen's heart. Must I wait for this monk to go far away before I can start? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor disdained the so-called body of misfortune. However, Xiao Chen could not be more cautious. Unable to explain too much, Xiao Chen changed the topic. Let's begin. You can tell me the method now. After a while, a profound incantation appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. This was the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor telling him how to use the heart force in this place to treat his injuries. The incantation looked incredibly profound. However, after comprehending it, Xiao Chen discovered that the principle was incredibly simple. It was like absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. However, spiritual energy needed to be absorbed by the dantian into the body. The absorption of heart force depended on the heart. While it sounded very profound, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor used an extremely simple method. This was because his method was not truly absorbing heart force. It was just absorbing heart force into the body to treat Xiao Chen's injuries. It was not truly possessing and controlling heart force. Xiao Chen's current cultivation and comprehension ability were far from sufficient to grasp heart force. Even if it were sufficient, it was not something that could be comprehended in a short time. By the time Xiao Chen comprehended it, his injuries would have already worsened, and he would no longer show any signs of life. Hence, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's method was very special and ingenious. Following the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's instructions, Xiao Chen continuously emptied his mind. As Xiao Chen recited the incantation, his thoughts drifted. The soul in his soul pool swayed like a candle flame on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. Slowly, Xiao Chen entered a wondrous state. He was on the verge of sleep but did not have any thoughts. His consciousness drifted, like a dead person. However, he could truly feel his thoughts. Xiao. Suddenly, the souls in his soul pool went out like candlelight. The entire soul pool turned pitch black. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, who was hidden in the 9-star primal core, formed a profound hand seal. Xiao Chen's limp body floated up like a sponge in water. The originally formless heart force in the world transformed into thin halos of light that surrounded the surroundings. As the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor continuously formed hand seals, the invisible light continuously poured into Xiao Chen's body and then flowed out. It was like clean water washing away dirt. However, at this moment, it was using the most mysterious force in the world to help Xiao Chen clean the wounds in his body. Under the influence of the heart force, Xiao Chen's shattered dragon bones slowly fused back together. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor gently blew out a mouthful of pure scarlet dragon qi, and Xiao Chen's mended bones immediately stabilized. After the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor blew out this mouthful of pure dragon qi, his figure weakened even further. While the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor said that he was using his heart force to treat Xiao Chen's injuries, in reality, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor himself was the one doing the actual work. The most important thing was still that mouthful of scarlet dragon qi. However, there was no need to tell Xiao Chen about all this. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor looked at the demonic qi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy in the essence movement pill. His expression appeared uncertain, thinking about something. Xiao Chen had asked him why he had not appeared after breaking through to Star Venerate. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did not tell Xiao Chen the true reason. Turning into a demonic qi. Is this an unavoidable fate for all the experts of my blue dragon race? I hope that you are luckier than me. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then, he continued to focus on using his heart force to treat Xiao Chen's injuries. 4 hours were enough. The shattered bones in Xiao Chen's body had already fused back together, and his dragon bones had recovered. The rest was not a big deal. By relying on the strong recovery ability of the dragon race bloodline, Xiao Chen's internal injuries would heal quickly. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor stopped, and the surrounding light screen vanished. Xiao Chen's hovering body slowly descended. Big brother! Big brother! There really is a fortuitous encounter. The unconscious Xiao Chen opened his eyes and saw the little monk rushing over to Xiao Chen in wild joy. Without saying a word, the little monk tried to carry him. Whoosh! This startled Xiao Chen. He gently slapped the ground and stood up. Hey, big brother, your injuries have healed? Xiao Chen also felt surprised. His dragon bones had healed, and his injuries were mostly healed. This was truly strange. Xiao Chen wanted to ask the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor about it. However, he discovered that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was already asleep. This was truly surprising. Xiao Chen still had many questions to ask the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. For example, he did not have time to ask about the Black Dragon King suppressed in the underground dragon city. Now that my dragon bones have healed, all I need is time to recover from my remaining internal injuries. What fortuitous encounter did you discover? Initially, Xiao Chen just wanted to send the little monk away. Unexpectedly, The little monk actually found a fortuitous encounter. "Come with me." There are actually words carved on a stone pillar. I did not have time to take a closer look before I ran over to inform Big Brother. The little monk turned around and led Xiao Chen forward. The underground filled with stone pillars was like a maze. As the two walked, they came to a stone pillar and stopped. Xiao Chen took a look and saw that this seemed to be a treasure pillar with a divine flame. "Big Brother, look. The words are here." When Xiao Chen looked carefully, it was indeed as he had expected. Many words were carved on a string of stone pillars. "I studied heart force for 1,000 years. Before my death, I had to admit that heart force cannot be passed down or imparted. Whether one can comprehend it or not depends on fate. However, there are also some comprehensions that I left behind. If you see them, it can be considered fate." After reading carefully, Xiao Chen and the little monk rejoiced. These were actually the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's comprehensions of heart force. As Xiao Chen continued reading, he saw that Xiao Chen was frowning heavily, feeling vexed. It turned out that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's comprehensions were also cryptic and hard to understand. They were extremely profound, like a heavenly book. To think that this is the simplified version of heart force. This Scarlet Blood Pirate King is really incredible. He knew that heart force cannot be passed down, yet he took another path and left behind this heavenly heart art. After cultivating it, one can use soul energy to imitate the simplified version of heart force. After the little monk finished reading, he felt deeply moved and revealed joy on his face. "You can understand it? It's very simple. It's even easier to understand than the ancient scriptures I read in the temple. How could I not understand it? What's wrong, Big Brother? Could it be that you can't understand it?" The little monk showed a strange expression as he looked at Xiao Chen, looking like he deserved a beating. Some mockery and some confusion. "You can't even understand this?" Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly and said, "It's all right. I understand a little." "Oh, I thought that Big Brother did not understand and was prepared to share it. It looks like there is no need. Normally, our abbot would come to me for guidance on the annotations of some ancient scriptures." After the little monk finished speaking with a smile, he sat down and started cultivating. The little monk could understand the ancient scriptures that even the abbot did not understand. If Xiao Chen had known, he would not have had to worry. Xiao Chen felt depressed, but he could not do anything about it. He could only continue reading the scriptures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. After reading it 10 times, Xiao Chen finally gained some comprehension. He understood where the heavenly heart art came from. After reading it 100 times, Xiao Chen revealed an expression of understanding. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King was indeed strong. To think that this heavenly heart art could imitate the simplified version of heart force. After comprehending it in his heart, Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate the heavenly heart art. Xiao Chen's comprehension ability was extremely rare in this world. After he comprehended the heavenly heart art from the words on the stone pillars, his cultivation speed was not slow. In merely 1 hour, the heavenly heart art successfully drew out the soul energy in his soul pool. 4 hours later, he opened his eyes, and a pale white flame could be seen in his palm. This was the heart flame. This was what the Scarlet Blood Pirate King called the simplified version of heart force. True heart force was formless and invisible. However, it was ever-changing and could be used on any martial technique. As Xiao Chen looked at his palm, he felt somewhat vexed at this tiny heart flame. How should I maximize the might of this tiny heart flame? Ha ha ha. Delightful. Just as Xiao Chen felt vexed, he heard the little monk laughing continuously. Then, he saw the little monk leaping around underground and jabbing a finger into the air. With a point of his finger, an illusory figure shot out. The image was a gigantic finger of an ancient Buddha with a faint flame burning inside. This was the heart flame that the little monk just cultivated. When Xiao Chen saw this, he felt horrified. What a fellow! To think that he managed to merge the heart flame and the Buddhist sex martial technique so quickly. This completely formed a brand new martial technique. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. Xiao Chen looked at his palm. He had not figured out how to use the heart flame yet. Then, he shook his head and put it away. Originally, this should have been a joyous matter. However, compared to Yan Chen, Xiao Chen could not bring himself to feel happy. Boom! All of a sudden, the gigantic illusory fingers that were randomly weaving among the stone pillars hit one of the stone pillars by accident. Bang! The ancient stone pillar instantly crumbled, falling towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not find this strange. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he got up and retreated, narrowly dodging the attack. If Xiao Chen had been struck, his newly recovered physical body would not have been able to endure such a blow. However, he still could not avoid being covered in dust. Ha ha ha! Big brother Xiao, how is the might of the heavenly heart finger that I comprehended? Yan Chen said with a smile as he ran over excitedly. Just as Xiao Chen was about to answer, he suddenly felt a terrifying will of soul surpass the many layers of heart force obstruction and sweep over. Fortunately, with the obstruction of the heart force, this will, which should have been incredibly fast, slowed down significantly. Xiao Chen pulled the little monk and quickly retreated, moving behind the stone pillar with the divine flame. Those sovereign personages have not left yet. The little monk whispered with lingering fear in his heart. That is within reason. Xiao Chen remained expressionless. He did not find this unexpected as he thought of a countermeasure. How could the sovereign personages of the demonic Dao sects leave so easily with such vast benefits? Not to mention the faux god flame that could make sovereign personages fall out with. Just the 8 supreme treasures were worth a sovereign personage waiting here for half a year. It would be rather difficult to leave now. The only good news was that the terrifying heart force underground deterred sovereign personages from coming down to check. However, the two could not execute their movement techniques due to the heart force, so they could not leave. Chapter 1830. A stone pillar suddenly collapsed, but I didn't see the two of them. Strange, what's going on? Could it be that someone can survive a fall? On top of the stone pillar, the 3 elders from the devil sect looked at each other and felt that it was a little difficult to understand. The sudden collapse of the stone pillar had attracted the 3 of them here. However, after looking around, they did not find anything. As for going down, however, the sovereign personages from the 3 great demonic Dao sects all had their own thoughts. The 2 sovereign personages from the Blood Demon Royal Hall and the Fantasy Cloud sect would definitely not take the risk. Although the 2 were sovereign personages, their physical bodies were not heaven-defying. If they fell, they would not fare much better than those holy venerates. As for the Heavenly Eagle Castle's sovereign personage, Xiao Chen was confident that he would not fall to his death. But how to get up was a problem for him. He also had to worry about whether the other 2 people up there would trip him up. If he was trapped for 10 or 100 years, that would be too much of a loss. Brother Hong, the demonic cultivation techniques of your Heavenly Eagle Castle mainly cultivate the physical body. How about going down and taking a look? An old man holding a ghost pennant greeted the Heavenly Eagle Castle sovereign personage rather politely. Bullshit. How is that ordinary gravity? It's clearly the legendary heart force. I might be fine if I go down, but how am I going to come up? The rather stout Heavenly Eagle Castle sovereign personage shook his head, showing no intention of going down. It's probably a mess now. If the 2 of them were really down there, even if they didn't fall to their deaths, they wouldn't be able to come out. If we really want to break this heart force, only if the sect masters of our 3 sects join hands will we have a chance. The Blood Demon Royal Hall's sovereign personage seated on the underworld ghost bird said softly. The faux god flame is sufficient for the 3 sects to work together. However, what if there is no one down there? The 3 sovereign personages discussed endlessly, unable to come to a consensus. In the pitch-black abyss, the little monk and Xiao Chen were unable to see or hear the situation above. He could only feel a few terrifying wills piercing through the obstruction of his heart force and scanning the area several times before leaving. Big brother, what should we do? The little monk asked nervously. Xiao Chen said calmly, after they leave, we'll split up and see if there's a way out. In fact, even if he couldn't find a way out, Xiao Chen still had another risky method to keep as a record. All right. Xiao Chen's calmness infected the little monk. Yan Chen's nervousness eased significantly. The vast space was like a labyrinth. To Xiao Chen and the little monk, each of the stone pillars was like a heavenly pillar. Looking up, he couldn't see the top at all. Half a day later, the 2 of them met under the divine flame precious pillar. They spread their hands, but neither of them came to a conclusion. I didn't come across any fortuitous encounters. The small monk rubbed his bald head and said gloomily. Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. Do you think that opportunities are like cabbages that can be found anywhere? Let's take a break and continue searching. The space was very big. Since the two of them had not finished walking, they might still have a chance. Yes. Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and swallowed another healing pill, mobilizing his true essence to speed up the recovery of his injuries. After breaking through to peak early-stage star venerate, Xiao Chen had not checked his cultivation properly yet. When he looked inside with his spiritual sense, he saw that the space within the 9-star primal core had expanded significantly. The 9 spots of starlight carved on the primal core had also become increasingly resplendent, vaguely showing signs of breaking out, forming the scene of 9 stars revolving around the primal core. When Xiao Chen entered the primal core, the demonic chi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy maintained a balance. However, they could not fill the entire primal core space like before, being everywhere, leaving no gaps. How to balance the two veritable essence energy in the future would be a headache for Xiao Chen. Although the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had a strange origin, it was a bona fide righteous Tao cultivation technique that absorbed spiritual energy. Demonic Tao cultivation techniques also absorbed spiritual energy. However, the origin of demonic Tao cultivation techniques was comprehended from the ancient great desolate Aeon ferocious beasts. Demonic Tao cultivation techniques were completely different from righteous Tao cultivation techniques. They walked the path of being vicious and tyrannical, benefiting only oneself. The demonic Tao cultivation techniques required several times, even 10 times, more veritable essence energy than righteous Tao cultivators. However, when one advanced to the early stages, it was extremely horrifying. Due to the vast amount of veritable essence energy, it was hard to avoid remnant impurities and other energies. The demonic Tao cultivation techniques suppressed the demonic chi veritable essence energy, pitch black, tyrannical, and horrifying. The pros and cons of such a cultivation method were very clear. It opposed righteous Tao cultivators. It was just like the relationship between humans and great desolate Aeon ferocious beasts. It was unavoidable. Right now, what Xiao Chen needed was a demonic Tao cultivation technique. After withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen sent his consciousness into his soul pool. Compared to veritable essence energy, what he valued more was his soul energy. Xiao Chen already understood the importance of soul energy when he was in the major primal core realm. After advancing to the star venerate realm, Xiao Chen's consciousness could easily inspect his soul pool. His soul pool was as vast and boundless as before. The azure-colored dragon seal formed by his soul hovered in the center. The surroundings were vast and hazy, with a layer of white fog spreading. Many bright spots of light in the sky looked like stars, lighting up his soul pool. The star venerate realm was also known as the starry sky realm. This was because the sky in his soul pool was filled with spots of light. This was a mysterious phenomenon that would appear only after one advanced to star venerate. When starlight flickered in one's eyes, it was like the many stars decorating the sky. Then one's will of soul could fly out. The strong could even let their will of soul truly roam the starry heavens. It was like the primordial spirit of an immortal leaving his body. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, most of his injuries were already healed. Then, he had a simple conversation with the little monk. The two continued exploring the surroundings. When they met again, they returned empty-handed. 3 days later, "Big brother, it looks like the two of us will really have to grow old alone here." The two had already explored the space at the bottom of the stone pillar. The surroundings were all dead ends. After obtaining the result, the little monk became more open-minded. Being able to die here with Big Brother Xiao is pretty good. After leaving the temple, aside from Master, I met many people. Either they ran when they saw me or they saw that I was young and wanted to cheat me. Yan Chen mumbled a lot. At first, it sounded normal. However, as he spoke, tears started flowing out. In the end, the little monk was still young. His eyes had not matured yet, and the childishness on his face had not faded. Thinking about death, he still found it hard to feel happy. Speaking of which, little monk, how old are you? Sob. 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 17. What's wrong? The little monk said in a somewhat choked voice. 17. Xiao Chen knew that Yan Chen was not yet 20. However, he was surprised. He was not even 18. That made sense. In the end, Yan Chen was only 17. How could he let go of the thought of dying here? If it were Xiao Chen, he probably would not be able to do it, either. Wait a minute. 17 years old, silver Buddhist light. Master said that my birth is the greatest blessing. He suspects that I am the reincarnation of an esteemed monk. My comprehension ability and talent are even more terrifying than that of a demonic genius. Suddenly, many scenes flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. The fragmented memories of the dragon race expert's foe god flame suddenly appeared. The silver Buddhist light did not represent the reincarnation of an esteemed monk. Instead, it was the reincarnation of a Buddha, the reincarnation of a Buddha from the previous epoch that rivaled an immortal. 17 years. When Xiao Chen thought about the time, he happened to match up with that Buddha. Mahasvara Buddha. Mahasvara Buddha. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt somewhat excited in his heart. There was an answer to all these questions. Buddhists talk about fate and believe in karma. I saw some Buddhist-ine essence in you. Perhaps we can meet again. In that instant, Xiao Chen recalled the words of the Mahasvara Buddha before he passed away. This fate has not been extinguished, and karma still exists. The little monk's body was covered in killing and sin. One could say that he was covered in filth. However, his heart was pure, clean, crystalline, and transparent. Great freedom. Everything about the little monk was now firmly in line with these 3 words. Buddha is in my heart, and Buddha is a true Buddha. If there is no Buddha in my heart, how can I find a true Buddha? With Buddha in one's heart, even if one committed overwhelming sin and killed boundlessly, one can still be free and unfettered. Xiao Chen pressed his palms together and solemnly bowed to the little monk. This fate has not been extinguished, and karma still exists. Venerable, you are right. Thank you. Whether it was the Adumbara Buddha on the Emperor's Road, you saved my life, Xiao Chen, or the Buddhist sect's magic skill, Dermic World, which allowed me to escape danger several times, or the various instructions you gave me before you passed away, or now, when the Saraira entered my body and suppressed the demonic nature in my body. Both of them received a bow from me, Xiao Chen. Chapter 1831. Xiao Chen's inexplicable bow immediately confused the little monk. He smiled between tears and said, Big brother, I am not an esteemed monk or a Buddha. It is useless for you to bow to me. The 2 of us will still be trapped here until we die. However, right after the little monk spoke, he saw the image of a large Buddha behind Xiao Chen. This Buddha pressed his palms together and smiled, exuding a supreme Buddhist might. This was not the strangest thing. The strangest thing was that the little monk actually felt that this large Buddha image was smiling at him. Who said that the 2 of us will die here? Xiao Chen looked up at the little monk and smiled faintly, feeling a sense of familiarity. That's not it. Big brother, I saw a Buddha behind you earlier. The little monk felt incredibly shocked. Fearing that Xiao Chen would not believe him, he emphasized, It's true. It really is a large Buddha. It even smiled at me. Of course, Xiao Chen believed it. However, he would not tell the little monk the reason. Illusion, illusion. Illusion? However, that is clearly not the case. That's right. Big brother, you said earlier that we don't have to die here? The little monk exclaimed in pleasant surprise as he suddenly recalled something. Xiao Chen nodded. I never said that we will die here if we cannot find the way out. We just have to take some risks. What method? The little monk asked curiously, feeling interested. Xiao Chen did not answer. He only took out the scarlet blood war banner and held it tightly with both hands. Then, he closed his eyes and sensed the black cutlass cruising the vast sea. His essence, blood and soul had already merged with the immemorial demon soul formation. No matter where the black cutlass was, as long as he focused, he could sense it. This was because the black cutlass was already a part of him. I see it. I see it. Slowly, a scene appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. In this scene, Xiao Suar and the others were cruising the sea on the black cutlass. People came and went on the ship. The strange black cutlass gave off a layer of scarlet mist as it bobbed up and down in the waves. Xiao Chen's consciousness slowly sank in. Soon, he saw the immemorial demon soul formation in the compartment. There was a terrifying heartbeat in the depths of the scarlet demon soul formation, thumping continuously. Within the hazy blood mist, one could vaguely see an extremely terrifying, evil and ferocious beast grinning. The little monk who was standing on Xiao Chen suddenly felt a terrifying demonic aura coming from his body. Xiao Chen's long hair danced wildly in the wind. His eyes were pitch black and full of devilishness, causing others to not dare to look directly at him. Slowly, this wave of demonic might continuously strengthened. If it wasn't for the heart force here stopping it, it might have already rushed into the heavens and caused a great phenomenon. Not good. The little monk's keen senses told him that something was wrong. He rolled on the ground. With a loud bang, a demonic ship shrouded in a bloody mist appeared out of nowhere. As Xiao Chen stood at the bow of the ship, Xiao Suo and the others rushed out of the deck, putting up their guard and feeling suspicious. When Xiao Chen, who was at the bow of the ship, saw him, his expression relaxed. Young Master Xiao, what is going on? Elder Tang and the others asked in confusion. We'll talk about it later. Xiao Suo, come here for a moment. Xiao Chen turned around and withdrew his demonic might, returning to normal. Then, his gaze fell on Xiao Suo. Xiao Suo felt that something was wrong. His intuition told him that something big was about to happen to him. Big brother, what's the matter? Xiao Suo asked as he looked at Xiao Chen, showing a nervous expression and feeling somewhat nervous in his heart. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He opened his palm, and the faux god flame that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind slowly appeared, hovering in the air. Senior, what do you think of this person? This is the person you chose for me? His talent is ordinary, and he is rather old. Just when Xiao Chen thought that it was hopeless, the faux god flame changed the topic. Its voice rang out in his mind again. However, he does have a pure pirate's heart, something that you do not have. However, this is what I value the most. Back then, my talent was also ordinary. As long as one maintained a pure pirate's heart, one could become a legendary pirate king. That would not be incredible no matter what era it was. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Indeed, it was as he expected. Back then, when the Scarlet Blood Pirate Kings said that he lacked something, Xiao Chen recalled that he lacked a pirate's heart. He realized that what he lacked was a pirate's heart. Xiao Chen's ambition was not this. How could he have a pirate's heart? This was very normal. Xiao Suo, this clump of flame represents the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance. Today, I will pass this fortuitous encounter to you on behalf of Senior Scarlet Blood Pirate King. I hope that you will not bring disgrace to the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's name in the future, and persevere in your pirate's heart. Xiao Chen enunciated every word seriously as he looked at Xiao Suo. Big brother. This fortuitous encounter is too great. I cannot accept it. I am not too ambitious. I just want to drift on the sea for the rest of my life. Big brother, you are... Xiao Suo still wanted to say something, but Xiao Chen interrupted him. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Don't say any more. Back then, even I misjudged this Scarlet Blood War banner at the auction. It was you. You were the one who personally won this war banner. This is the will of the heavens. This fortuitous encounter was prepared for you, Xiao Suo. Before Xiao Suo could reject, the faux god flame in Xiao Chen's hand directly entered Xiao Suo's forehead. Whoosh! A fierce flame immediately blazed on Xiao Suo's body. An incredibly vast aura surged out from his body. Without exception, Xiao Chen and the others on the deck were all knocked back by this aura. The Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang, who were more knowledgeable, immediately petrified on the spot, feeling startled. Faux God Flame. This is the legendary Faux God Flame. The Iron Hand Yama muttered. It really is a Faux God Flame. Furthermore, it is the Faux God Flame left behind by the legendary pirate, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Suddenly realizing something, the Iron Hand Yama looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Xiao Chen, did you snatch this from Yan Zhe? Xiao Chen shook his head and said, No. Indeed, Xiao Chen had taken it from under the noses of 10-odd holy venerates, including Yan Zhe, and the many demonic Dao sect true inheritors. What about Yan Zhe? Elder Tang and the Iron Hand Yama looked around, feeling cautious and fearful. Clearly, Yan Zhe left too great an impression on them, nearly leaving a barrier in their hearts that they could not overcome. Hee. I killed him with one saber strike. The little monk Yan Chen said with a cocky expression as he ran over with a smile. Where did this little bald donkey come from? Just chant the scriptures properly and stop messing around. The Iron Hand Yama looked over speechlessly, not believing Yan Chen at all. If it were in the past, he would have directly pushed the little monk away when he was in a bad temper. Xiao Chen said softly, I did indeed die at his hands. Without him, I would not have survived until now. Let me introduce you. This is Yan Chen, a Buddhist sect expert from the Central Great Realm. He is known as Cough. Cough. The little monk coughed, and Xiao Chen recalled. He smiled and said, his nickname is not important. What is important is that Yan Zhe did indeed die at his hands. You don't have to worry about Yan Zhe appearing again in the future. The Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang showed shocked expressions as they looked at the little monk in disbelief. However, since this was what Xiao Chen said, it was absolutely true. It was nothing much. Seniors, there is no need to be too shocked. The little monk Yan Chen smiled faintly, showing the demeanor of an expert. Whoosh! Just at this moment, Xiao Sua's aura on the deck suddenly withdrew. In the next moment, he opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in them. Xiao Sua did not open his cultivation. However, his gaze was deep and calm. Everyone could sense that Xiao Sua was no longer the same as he was in the past. Envy flashed in the eyes of the Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang. Of course, the two would not hold any grudges. Xiao Chen had risked his life to obtain this faux god flame. The two would not mind who Xiao Chen gave the inheritance to. However, they could not help but feel disappointed. Big brother. Xiao Sua leaped into the air and landed before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. I already obtained the complete memories of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Although the treasures in this stone pillar are very difficult to take out, the entire Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body is filled with vast treasures. However, the entire Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body is filled with vast treasures. What we have seen now is just the tip of the iceberg. Xiao Sua's aura turned much steadier. While he spoke of shocking matters, he was now incredibly calm and steady. Xiao Chen was not surprised by Xiao Sua's words. In his opinion, the entire 100,000 Great Peaks were the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. Just this body alone was already so valuable that it was immeasurable. Right now, Xiao Chen was not concerned about this. He nodded and said, right now, there are still some sovereign personages in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. We are trapped here, unable to get out. Xiao Sua smiled calmly and said, that is simple. Xiao Sua gently snapped his fingers, and a mark appeared in the bodies of Xiao Chen and the others. In the next moment, Xiao Sua snapped his fingers again. He smiled and said, it's done. I have already sent out all those without the scarlet blood mark in their bodies. The cave entrance is also closed. They have inherited the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will. Even if sovereign personages gather here, they will have to obey the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will. Come, let's go to the blazing sea of blood. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's warship is there. Chapter 1832. After inheriting the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will, Xiao Sua was like a monarch in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's physical body. He could easily do many things that were unimaginable in the eyes of ordinary people. For example, with 2 snaps of his fingers, he could easily move those sovereign personages away. With a thought, the black cutlass carried everyone into the blazing scarlet sea like it teleported. The problem that had troubled Xiao Chen and the small monk was easily solved just like that. How miraculous! I came out just like that. On the deck, the little monk stood at the bow of the ship. As he looked at the boundless blazing sea of blood, he sighed ruefully. Boom! 10,000 li ahead, the scarlet flame waves parted, revealing a majestic scarlet pirate ship. With a tremendous pressure, it rode the wind and broke through the waves. Scarlet Blood Warship. The pirate crew of the Black Cutlass immediately felt excited. However, when the Scarlet Blood pirate ship got closer, they discovered that the ship was in ruins. It looked old, as if it had gone through a heaven-shaking battle. It had already been tens of thousands of years, and they hadn't had the time to rest. Xiao Chen saw it clearly. Not bad, the skeleton is still there, and the formation is not damaged. You just need to repair it slowly. I don't think you can afford to give you a legendary battleship all at once. Xiao Sua nodded. Before the Scarlet Blood Pirate King died, he seemed to have purposely arranged this. Regardless, it's not too bad. It has a solid foundation, and with enough resources, it will become a legendary battleship sooner or later. Xiao Chen sighed lightly, and only after a long time did he say, it's time to part ways. Both of you can enter closed-door cultivation here for a while. There are still many fortuitous encounters in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. After cultivating here for half a year, he will definitely gain a lot. Xiao Sua knew what Xiao Chen meant. The moment the Black Cutlass completely demonized, it was no longer suitable for the crew to remain. Big brother, thank you. Xiao Sua said solemnly as he looked at Xiao Chen. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Xiao Chen smiled casually and said, "Don't stand on ceremony with me." It's settled then. What about you, big brother? Do you need to go into seclusion here? There's no need for that. The biggest thing I've understood here is that I've broken the demon barrier in my heart. I've already wasted too much time, and I can't delay any longer. I have to go to the place I want to go. Take care. Xiao Sua did not force Xiao Chen to stay. He called out, and everyone on the Black Cutlass came over to say goodbye to Xiao Chen. After this parting, he really did not know when they would have the chance to meet again. Luo Nan and Fei Er, the young couple, Elder Tang, and the Iron Hand Yama were much more saddened than the others. Big brother Xiao Chen, take care. Fei Er will miss you too. Fei Er was still the same as before. Every time they parted, her eyes would be filled with tears. On the other hand, Luo Nan appeared rather calm. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Big brother Xiao, although I do not know what you are going to do, I can sense it." This trip of Big Brother Zhao's was not easy. Xiao Chen was very satisfied to have such a group of friends to send him off when he was leaving. "Goodbye," Xiao Chen said with a cupped fist salute. He felt some reluctance in his heart. He did not know when they would meet again. At the bow of the Scarlet Blood Warship, Xiao Sua held up the Scarlet Blood War banner and ferociously waved it. Then, an irresistible force sent the Black Cutlass out. This was because Xiao Chen had specifically instructed the Scarlet Blood Warship to be sent as far as possible, lest they ran into the people of the three great demonic Dao sections. When the Black Cutlass reappeared, Xiao Chen did not know where it was, either. Looking at the little monk beside him, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It's just the two of us again." Hee. Speaking of which, big brother, are you going to the Central Great Realm? Yes. Where exactly? The Central Great Realm is incredibly vast. There are 4 dynasties, 8 empires, many tribes, and all sorts of desolate places. It is simply too big. The Dragon Race. That is the Divine Dragon Empire. That is a good place. However, I have never been there before and am not very familiar with it. Xiao Chen felt excited. The little monk before him came from the Central Great Realm. He could ask the little monk for advice on how to get to the Central Great Realm. "Oh right. Little monk, I still have not asked why you came to the Ash-Gray Sea?" Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. The little monk scratched his head and smiled. There is a heavenly book scholar in the Yanwu dynasty. He is good at divination and knows the dragon-seeking art. He is known as the Book of All Things. There is no fate that he cannot divine. Many people seek him out to divine their fortuitous encounters. I was curious, so I sought him out as well. Then, he said that the greatest fortuitous encounter of my life is in the Myriad Star Mountain. Then I came here in a daze. The Heavenly Book Scholar? The Book of All Things? Interesting. If there is a chance, I should see for myself. I can get him to divine for me and see if he is really that divine. However, the Ash-Gray Sea should be very far from the Central Great Realm. How did you get here? Compared to the Heavenly Book Scholar, Xiao Chen was more concerned about this. How to get to the Central Great Realm. There are trans-realm transportation formations. The Ash-Gray Sea has them as well. However, they require a lot of spirit jades, and there is a limit to how long they can be activated. They are all ancient transportation formations that require frequent maintenance. Good. Bring me to the trans-realm transportation formation. That should not be a problem, right? Hee. Leave it to me. Although I am rather unlucky, I don't think I have ever gotten lost. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. As he looked at the little monk's confident expression, he thought to himself, I still have to prepare another backup plan. I cannot place all my hopes on the little monk. Whoosh. In the next moment, Xiao Chen's figure vanished and reappeared in his cultivation room. With a casual wave, the 8 supreme treasures that he obtained from the stone pillar with the divine flame appeared one by one. That's not right. There are only 7 now. I gave one of them to the little monk, the Kasaya. After subduing these supreme treasures, Xiao Chen had not had time to look at them. Actually, Xiao Chen had been anticipating them for a long time already. Then, he looked around and fixed his gaze on the peak-grade spirit jades. Xiao Chen thought to himself, the value of the peak-grade spirit jades already surpasses that of spirit jades. They are treasures of the world. Even a sovereign personage would desire them. Everything else aside, just the spiritual energy contained in the peak-grade spirit jades could allow Xiao Chen to break through to middle-stage star venerate without any difficulty. The most important thing was that the spiritual energy in it was exceptionally pure and dense, not containing any impurities. If Xiao Chen relied on it to advance, he would not need to spend time consolidating his veritable essence energy. However, it was too much of a pity to use it now. Furthermore, he could not maximize its value. After putting it away, Xiao Chen's gaze landed on the medicinal pill that was clearly for ferocious beasts to consume. This medicinal pill was about the size of a chicken egg. It was bright red, and a flame burned on its surface. One could easily feel its ferocious and tyrannical medicinal energy without even consuming it. Clearly, Xiao Chen had no use for it. If the demon blood vulture were here, he could consider letting it consume it. After all, it had followed him for a long time. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen did not know where it ran off to. He could only put it away for now and think about it in the future. Next was the pipa. As Xiao Chen gently plucked it, a melodious sound rang out, sounding exceptionally clean. This was also a soul tool. It was very valuable, but Xiao Chen could not tell how valuable it was. After all, Xiao Chen was not proficient in everything. He knew very little about musical instruments. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of a person, and his lips curled up in a smile. It was not headliner Ling Long but his martial nephew, Ling Yu. Didn't Ling Yu already admire headliner Ling Long for a long time and even set a 5-year time limit with her? Xiao Chen decided to keep it for Ling Yu. When Ling Yu went to ask for her, he would use it as a betrothal gift. The remaining items were a ghost pennant, a treasure bow, a secret manual, and a mutated fruit. These were the 4 supreme treasures that Xiao Chen valued the most. These 4 items were of direct help to Xiao Chen's strength. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chen grasped the treasure bow. Then he looked at it carefully and saw 3 words carved on it. God's Shadow. It turned out that this bow was called the God Shadow Bow. Did it mean that the arrows it fired were like the afterimages left behind by a god? Just this name inspired Xiao Chen's anticipation and excitement. In the past, Xiao Chen also liked using bows. Back in the Sky Dome realm, that Soul Slayer had helped him kill many strong enemies. There was a bow but no arrows. However, there should be some arrows in his storage ring. After searching, Xiao Chen found many arrows. However, they were all high-quality arrows forged in the Sky Dome realm. He did not know if they could be used with the God Shadow Bow. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of something. He circulated the heavenly heart art, and a strand of heart flame soared up from his palm. This was a simplified version of heart force formed from soul energy. Xiao Chen thought back to when the little monk easily shattered an ancient stone pillar with the heavenly heart finger. The might of the heart force was still fresh in Xiao Chen's mind. At that time, he had been worrying about how to use this heart flame. Now that he had a bow and arrows, Xiao Chen immediately thought of how to use them. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he put away the God Shadow Bow. Then he went to look for the little monk, Yan Chen, with a smile on his face. "Big brother, why are you smiling so happily? What's the matter?" The little monk asked out of curiosity, not knowing that danger was approaching. "After you comprehended the heavenly heart finger, you have not had an opponent to practice with. I thought about it and decided that since I have nothing to do, I might as well help you practice with it." Xiao Chen showed a calm expression, not showing any fluctuations as he spoke softly. The little monk smiled and said, "Haha, Big brother really understands me. My hands have been itching for the past few days. After I comprehended my unique secret technique, I could not find an opponent to practice with. It was very frustrating. However, the heavenly heart finger is very mighty. Furthermore, I just comprehended it. I will not take responsibility if I accidentally injure Big brother." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry. Just do your best." The two went to the deck and pointed to the sea. Then, the little monk leaped off and flew 1 kilometer. A little further. Whoosh! The ash-gray sea moved like it was flat ground. The little monk flew 5 kilometers away and shouted, "Is that enough?" Still not enough. After moving 100 kilometers, Xiao Chen verified that the little monk's vision was somewhat blurry. Then, he took out the God Shadow Bow and knocked an arrow. "Why does it feel like something is wrong?" The little monk said, feeling it was strange as he scratched his head. Chapter 1833. On the deck, Xiao Chen knocked an arrow on the god shadow bow. Then, he grasped the bow handle. In that instant, he felt a connection with the bow. Suddenly, a mysterious perception came from the god shadow bow. Xiao Chen's field of vision zoomed in. This was the power of the god shadow bow. He did not circulate any veritable essence energy, or open his heavenly eye. The instant Xiao Chen grasped the bow, his field of vision zoomed in. It felt like he was only 1 kilometer away from 50 kilometers away. He was so close that he could see everything clearly. The perception from the god shadow bow was still searching for its target. When the god shadow bow saw the little monk hundreds of kilometers away, the god shadow bow's perception quickly searched for its target. When it saw the little monk hundreds of kilometers away, a vague question immediately appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. That was the god shadow bow's consciousness, asking Xiao Chen if he was the target. This was probably the feeling of being connected by heart and flesh. After the god shadow bow obtained Xiao Chen's confirmation, the perception in front instantly focused on the little monk's body. The little monk, who felt that something was wrong, moved quickly, flashing about. The little monk's movement technique was so terrifying that even a regular holy venerate would not be able to catch him. However, no matter how the little monk moved, Xiao Chen could see all the trajectories clearly. A formless line shot out from the god shadow bow, firmly locking onto the little monk. Between the 2 points in the line, Xiao Chen, you do not need to do anything else. You only need to draw the bowstring. Even if you hide to the ends of the world, it will be useless. Buzz! Xiao Chen slowly drew the bowstring. He immediately felt his soul energy flow into the bow like flowing water. However, the bowstring did not move at all, showing no intention of moving at all. I can't draw it. Xiao Chen immediately felt startled. He felt that he had gone overboard. He had underestimated the might of a soul tool. Furthermore, the bow in his hand was no ordinary soul tool. The 8 supreme treasures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King had purposely collected were all very special. It was very likely that the little monk would really die after this arrow was shot. Not to mention using the heart flame, just shooting this arrow made Xiao Chen's heart pound. However, there was no turning back. Little monk, I can only let you down. After draining a third of Xiao Chen's soul energy, the god shadow bow's bowstring finally drew back by 1 centimeter. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen was about to let go, the arrow knocked on the bow exploded, unable to withstand the immense force. A huge hole instantly appeared on the deck of the demonic ship. The huge force sent Xiao Chen flying on the spot, and his body directly crashed into the observation deck. With a bang, Xiao Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. His face was extremely weak. Wang, the bowstring was still vibrating slightly, and the remaining energy exploded in all directions. Bang! Bang! The defenses of the black cutlass appeared extremely weak before this power. One after another, huge holes were blasted open. Waves rolled in all directions, causing the entire ship to shake violently. A moment later, the entire demonic ship was blown up, leaving only its skeleton. Xiao Chen struggled to get up. He let out a bitter laugh when he saw this scene. This time, he had indeed gone too far and played himself. There was a reason why soul tools were called soul treasures. No wonder only rank 6 demonic sects knew of them. Ordinary people could not control them as they pleased. The price of a mistake would not be as simple as death. Big brother, what are you doing? Why don't I understand? The little monk heard the terrifying explosion and rushed over. The scene before him stunned him. The completed black cutlass was riddled with holes. Xiao Chen's complexion was pale and weak. For an instant earlier, I felt death approaching. No matter what I did, I could not shake it off. That nearly scared me to death. Big brother, quickly tell me what martial technique you used the heavenly heart art to research. I really do not understand at all. The little monk said excitedly, not understanding what was going on. He thought that Xiao Chen had used the heavenly heart finger to comprehend an extremely terrifying martial technique like him. In the end, the little monk did not grasp the degree of control, resulting in failure. Xiao Chen said indifferently, if you can understand it, am I still your big brother? Quickly go and capture a ferocious beast for me. The more ferocious, the better. Okay. Yan Chen scratched his head and left to carry out the order. How unlucky. As Xiao Chen looked at the black cutlass, he felt like crying, but no tears came out. However, after being with the little monk, his heart had already become very strong. He was mentally prepared for any misfortune. Fortunately, this black cutlass was now a demonic ship. It only needed one ferocious beast. After the immemorial demon soul formation absorbed flesh and souls, the ship could slowly recover. There was no need to worry. Holding the god shadow bow, Xiao Chen carefully put it away. He made up his mind not to use it unless he had no other choice. The god shadow bow was a great killing tool. He could not test the might of the heart flame. Instead, he might as well use an ordinary bow to test it. After rummaging through his storage ring, Xiao Chen took out the dust-covered Soul Slayer bow. Then, he gently patted the bow to get rid of the dust. When he saw this bow, he could not help thinking about the past in the Sky Dome realm. He remembered that this bow could bring out a lot of might based on how much vital chi one had. Its origins were very mysterious. One could draw this bow only with pure vital chi. However, Xiao Chen knew that there was no such thing as a limit in this world. The Kunlun realm had not tested this bow's limits yet. Now was a good time to test it out. Boom! Xiao Chen knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and drew the bowstring. When Xiao Chen used one cauldron force, it startled him slightly. To think that he did not draw the bow to its fullest. Xiao Chen continued to pour in more vital chi. Soon, it reached 10 cauldron force. Xiao Chen discovered that the more vital chi he infused, the more horrifying the resistance he faced. He could not help feeling startled. What exactly was the origin of this bow? Now that he was in the Kunlun realm, he still could not draw it to its fullest. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. Xiao Chen could only say that when forging this bow, the formation he infused in it might have been an immortal Dao formation from the previous epoch. The strength of the formation made up for the bow's inferior material. By the time Xiao Chen used 20 cauldron force, the bowstring was still not drawn to its fullest. Dragon roars rang out endlessly in his body. As Xiao Chen drew the Soul Slayer bow, his aura soared continuously. An item from the Sky Dome realm gave him a pleasant surprise. The heavenly heart art slowly circulated, and a strand of heart flame appeared at the tail of the arrow. Then, it spread out and merged with the entire arrow. Whoosh! Xiao Chen let go, and the arrow infused with heart flame soared into the sky. The arrow immediately pierced through a late-stage star venerate ferocious beast in the sky. It cried out miserably as it fell into the sea. The black cutlass pounced over like a hungry tiger. The immemorial demon soul formation activated, and scarlet demonic chi spread out, quickly swallowing up the ferocious beast. As the black cutlass swallowed up the ferocious beast, the blood mist spreading out thickened. The holes in the black cutlass slowly healed. Xiao Chen stood upright while holding the bow, entering deep thought. It seemed to be weaker than the little monk's heavenly heart finger. However, it was much faster. Furthermore, the drain was negligible. Xiao Chen took out another arrow. However, this time, he knocked 3 arrows at the same time. The 3 arrows infused with heart flame tore through the sky. In the next moment, 3 miserable cries came from the sky as 3 ferocious beasts fell into the water. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Without a doubt, this simplified version of heart force is the most perfect combination with the bow and arrow." Then, Xiao Chen knocked another arrow. Using only one cauldron force, he drew the bowstring and opened his heavenly eye. Immediately, Xiao Chen's vision expanded. Using his heavenly eye, he allowed the Soul Slayer bow in his hand to reach a level similar to the God Shadow bow. Xiao Chen wanted to test the limits of the heart flame's range and might when infused with an arrow. Soon, his vision extended to 500 kilometers. Then, Xiao Chen locked on to a towering mountain. Boom! The instant Xiao Chen let go, that towering mountain turned into dust and vanished from the vast sea. This development stunned Xiao Chen. In the next moment, he startled awake. What fast speed! This was already a power that the Soul Slayer bow could not achieve. Heart Force, even the simplified version of Heart Force, had a flabbergasting might. The faster one's heart was, the faster one's arrow would be. The farther one's heart was, the farther one's arrow would be. Suddenly, Xiao Chen gained some comprehension of Heart Force. He vaguely felt like he had touched something. Heart Force is indeed unfathomable. Back then, when I saw those stone pillar spaces in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body, I felt that they were boundlessly vast, comparable to the starry heavens. Perhaps they were influenced by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart force. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and muttered to himself. No matter what, he had figured out how to use this simplified version of heart force, just like the little monk. The little monk was the reincarnation of a great Buddha. His horrifying comprehension ability could not be judged by the standards of ordinary people. The heavenly heart finger was not created by just anyone. Even without Xiao Chen's comprehension ability, he could still find a way to use heart force that was not inferior to the little monk's. It was already something to be proud of. Satisfied, Xiao Chen put away the Soul Slayer bow. There were still 3 supreme treasures that he had not looked at carefully. One was a secret manual, one was the Chongqi Beast Ghost Pennant, and one was a wondrous mutated fruit. Just by smelling the mutated fruit, Xiao Chen felt a comfortable chill. He felt an urge to burn his bloodline. This was a mutated fruit that strengthened the physique and improved the power of one's bloodline. Its ability was the same as the life juice source that Xiao Chen once obtained. However, its effects should be vastly different. It was not time to consume it yet. Xiao Chen put away the mutated fruit and looked at the ghost pennant. Since Xiao Chen had the experience of using a soul tool before, he took a quick look at it. Then, he only left his mark in the ghost pennant before placing it in his storage ring. Just thinking about the god Shadow Bow, he knew that the ghost pennant's might was not far from it. Finally, there was only one secret manual left. The words, Demonic Cloud Heaven Swallowing Art, were written on the cover. Xiao Chen gave it a cursory look. This was an extremely tyrannical demonic Dao cultivation technique. The demonic clouds that lingered in the Starry Sea formed because the Scarlet Blood Pirate King cultivated this demonic Dao cultivation technique. After flipping through it, Xiao Chen carefully put it away as well. Indeed, he lacked a demonic Dao cultivation technique. Although this demonic Dao cultivation technique was tyrannical, it did not require one to eat humans or absorb souls. It was directly comprehended from the ancient ferocious beast, the demonic cloud bird. Its origins were extremely ancient. Then. Xiao Chen made up his mind. The demonic Dao cultivation technique that he would cultivate in the future would be this demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. However, speaking of which, the little monk has been gone for so long. Why is he not back yet? The black cutlass had swallowed a few ferocious beasts and had already recovered. Ha 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 ha. Big brother, I'm back. I found a huge bird for you. It is definitely very ferocious. I nearly let it run away. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking, the little monk's familiar laughter came from the distance. He saw the little monk in a somewhat sorry state, with some horrifying wounds on his body. However, he had a smile on his face. The little monk dragged a huge scarlet bird as he walked on the surface of the sea, slowly heading towards the black cutlass. Nearly all the feathers on that huge bird had been plucked clean, looking very miserable. He struggled ceaselessly and let out miserable howls, but he just couldn't break free. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Why did this bird's voice sound somewhat familiar? Furthermore, that figure and silhouette seemed familiar. Chapter 1834. Big brother, this bird is very ferocious. It is really foolish. Ha ha ha. It purposely fled a few times and then turned back to sneak attack. Did it think that I did not know? The little monk was very ruthless. He forcefully folded the wings of the huge bird together and tried to grab it. Just like that, he dragged it over the surface of the sea. Whoosh! Xiao Chen found this somewhat familiar. His figure flashed, and he landed on the surface of the sea to observe it closely. Aside from the feathers on its tail, the scarlet bird had lost nearly all its feathers. It was bald, and its huge body now looked pitifully thin and weak. This startled Xiao Chen. To think that it really was the demon blood vulture. Initially, he only found it somewhat familiar. After careful observation, he finally confirmed it. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Chen could not help laughing loudly. Where did you catch it? The little monk answered honestly. It charged over on its own. I did not go far before I saw it flying in our direction. Its entire body was filled with killing chi and a strong demonic nature. I felt that it would not be easy to deal with, so I was about to give up. Who knew? This despicable bird pecked me on the head and left with a strange smile. I really could not endure it. Look, you nearly got pecked through. With one look, there was indeed a clear mark on the little monk's shiny bald head. The demon blood vulture, which the little monk caught, wept in its heart after it completed the trial of its race. After completing the experiential training of its race, its strength had soared again. Without even thinking, it immediately came out to seek revenge on Xiao Chen. After wandering around for a long time, the demon blood vulture sensed the aura of the black cutlass and gave chase. Along the way, the demon blood vulture saw a bald head on the surface of the sea. Out of curiosity, it pecked at the bald head. Unexpectedly, it caused such huge trouble. Even after using all its tricks, it could not defeat this monk. After being caught, the demon blood vulture was in a sorry state. The little monk, whose head had never been injured before, plucked out all its feathers in a fit of anger. The more surprising thing was yet to come. The little monk actually brought the demon blood vulture to Xiao Chen. This was a great humiliation. Originally, the demon blood vulture wanted to appear awe-inspiring and teach Xiao Chen a lesson. Who would have thought that he would turn into a General Five Hairs, appearing in such a sorry state? This made the vengeful demon blood vulture want to find a hole to hide in. Its pitiful reputation was ruined just like that. Let it go. It's my familiar. Xiao Chen could not help smiling as he looked at the demon blood vulture's appearance. The little monk exclaimed, "This is Big Brother's demonic pet. How is this possible? I am the king blood vulture, the king blood vulture. How could it be someone else's magic pet? Don't listen to it." The demon blood vulture cried out in its heart, "Don't let me go. This great me is not anyone's demonic pet." Naturally, Xiao Chen and the little monk would not care about what it was thinking. The small monk stammered, "Big brother, I'm really sorry for stripping your demonic pet." Xiao Chen smiled casually. "It's fine. Go and rest first. I have something to say to the demon blood vulture." "Hee, Big brother is really magnanimous. Then I'll leave first." He had accidentally left Xiao Chen's demonic pet in such a state. He was too embarrassed to continue staying here. Feeling as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, the little monk quickly left. Now, only Xiao Chen and the featherless demon blood vulture remained. One man and one beast watched quietly. The demon blood vulture was the first to give in. It continuously cursed Xiao Chen in its heart. When it saw Xiao Chen's eyes, it always felt fear. This was especially so in its current weakened state. When it flapped its wings weakly, it discovered that it could not fly at all. Xiao Chen stepped forward, and the demon blood vulture retreated in a fluster. Then, it advanced again and retreated again. Plop! The demon blood vulture stumbled and nearly fell, nearly getting swept away by the waves. Strange, what's wrong with this silly bird? I'm just treating its injuries. Why did it get so agitated? Xiao Chen rubbed his chin, feeling somewhat confused and suspicious. Did it really become stupid? It looks like I have to reconsider the mysterious beast list that I intend to give it. Don't move. Boom! Xiao Chen extended out his will of soul, and finally used a forceful method to restrain the demon blood vulture. The demonic nature in Xiao Chen's body activated, and the demonic nature veritable essence energy in his primal core spread throughout his body. His eyes turned pitch black. It's over. It's over. It's really going to eat me. The demon blood vulture was frightened into trembling. However, in the next moment, Xiao Chen used his demonic qi veritable essence energy to treat its injuries. Black demonic qi entered the demon blood vulture's body, and its injuries slowly healed. Feathers quickly grew back all over its body. What a strong recovery speed. What fortuitous encounter did this demon blood vulture encounter? Xiao Chen felt startled. Although his demonic qi veritable essence energy was vast, it could not produce such a great healing effect. It looks like this demon blood vulture must have encountered something when it disappeared. When the demon blood vulture's wings were fully feathered, Xiao Chen took a closer look and discovered that the changes were rather great. First was the tail feathers. There was a golden line in the middle of the scarlet tail feathers. Then, there was a faint golden light flickering in the demon blood vulture's eyes. This fellow's bloodline is mutating. Xiao Chen felt startled. Fortunately, it was the little monk who ran into it. If it were anyone else, it would have eaten them already. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled the little monk's words. The demon blood vulture had taken the initiative to fly towards him. Furthermore, it had come in a ferocious manner, radiating killing qi. With this thought, Xiao Chen stopped what he was doing and looked at this demon blood vulture with a strange gaze. Could it be here to seek trouble for me? The demon blood vulture, which was plotting in secret, suddenly saw Xiao Chen's suspicious gaze. It was startled and quickly lowered its head. Boom! Just at this moment, a demonic might swept out in all directions. Demonic clouds churned in the sky and quickly covered the sky above the black cutlass before stopping. "Big brother, a sovereign personage expert is here," the little monk said anxiously from the deck. He was somewhat worried that the sovereign personages of the three great demonic Dao sects had caught up. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He ignored the demon blood vulture and returned to the demonic ship. Who knew, when the demon blood vulture saw the demonic clouds in the sky, it became even more afraid than Xiao Chen. The demon blood vulture flew up in a fluster and hid in the spirit beast platform of the black cutlass. "Something's wrong with the aura. It feels like a ferocious beast," Xiao Chen said softly. The one that came did not seem like a demonic Dao cultivator but more like a terrifying ferocious beast. The little monk said softly, "A ferocious beast is also a sovereign personage ferocious beast. It will die an even more miserable death." This was true. The means of ferocious beasts were much more brutal than cultivators. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He only took out the god shadow bow and knocked an arrow. This time, he learned from the previous lesson and merged the heart flame with the arrow in advance, preventing it from exploding from the god shadow bow's strong force. "A soul tool," the little monk exclaimed in sudden understanding. "Big brother, were you trying to use this soul tool to shoot me earlier? I was wondering why I could not shake off the feeling of death looming over me." Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he countered indifferently. "How can that be? Am I that kind of person?" "You are," the demon blood vulture thought to itself as it peeked its head out from the spirit beast platform. The little monk scratched his head, wondering if he had wronged his big brother. "Young man, put away the soul tool in your hand. It cannot injure me. I do not have any malicious intent, either." Suddenly, a thought appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, startling him. What a terrifying ferocious beast! The thought broke through his heart's defenses and forcefully appeared in his mind. "Cannot injure me? That is hard to say. However, I believe that you do not have any malicious intent." Xiao Chen put away the god shadow bow and did not prepare to attack. He saw a pair of terrifying eyes at the limits of his vision. The owner of those eyes was also a demon blood vulture. However, this demon blood vulture possessed terrifying strength, far greater than the one on the black cutlass. This demon blood vulture gave Xiao Chen the vague feeling that it surpassed sovereign personage, appearing somewhat unfathomable. However, this was not surprising. The demon blood vulture was a special ferocious beast in the first place. As long as it absorbed enough demonic nature, its strength could increase infinitely without any special bottlenecks. Of course, this was not the reason why Xiao Chen stopped. The main reason was that Xiao Chen felt a bloodline connection between the demon blood vulture and the demon blood vulture. "The demon blood vulture hiding on your ship is my youngest son. It has a mischievous nature and does not like to live in groups. After disappearing for half a year, it suddenly returned to participate in the sovereign trial. To think that it managed to defeat its older brothers. Its bloodline even mutated, something unprecedented in the history of my demon blood vulture race. However, after it ate my race's holy fruit, it slipped away again. So that is the case." After understanding the cause and effect, Xiao Chen asked, "So, I want to see who exactly is the human who caused it to change so much." Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Since you have seen it, then you should know that I do not have any malicious intent toward it. I did not sign a blood contract with it or forcefully tame it. If you want to take it away, I have no objections. However, if you want to attack me, I will not just stand there and wait to be captured." "No, no, no. You misunderstand. I want it to stay by your side. I will help you form a blood contract with it." When the blood vulture king heard Xiao Chen say that he wanted it to take away its youngest son, it became anxious, saying no 3 times in a row. This reply stunned Xiao Chen. He did not know what to say. What kind of father would give his descendant to someone else to sign a blood contract with? "Why are you not willing? In that case, I can give you some benefits. What do you want? A demonic Dao cultivation technique? Or a demonic Dao treasure? Or a divine item at the bottom of the sea? Or the essence blood of ferocious beasts? We can discuss it." Seeing Xiao Chen remain silent, the blood vulture king thought that Xiao Chen was unwilling. Xiao Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. Is this fellow's biological son? There's no need, there's no need. Subduing a demon blood vulture with a mutated bloodline would be a great help to me. Xiao Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. Giving him a demon blood vulture for free was already a great gain. He was too embarrassed to ask for other treasures. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, there is such a good person like you in the human race. In that case, I will let this unfilial son follow you for 100 years. The mysterious blood vulture king in the distance seemed to execute some secret technique. Then, the demon blood vulture in the spirit beast platform cried out miserably. The demon blood vulture in the spirit beast platform released its demonic nature and turned into a beam of red light soaring into the sky. In the next moment, the demon blood vulture quickly descended towards Xiao Chen. Then, this beam of red light turned into a ring on Xiao Chen's index finger. Kasie. Xiao Chen vaguely felt an additional appendage to his soul. This attachment was placed on the scarlet ring on his finger. Goodbye. The horrifying demonic clouds in the sky came quickly and left even faster, going far away like the receding tide. What are they doing? They left again? The little monk asked, feeling it was strange as he rubbed his head. Xiao Chen looked at the ring on his finger. Then, he looked into the distance and said, "They are here to sell their son." Chapter 1835. What? Since the Blood Vulture King only communicated with Xiao Chen, the little monk could not figure out what was going on. What does he mean by selling his son? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything more. His gaze fell on the scarlet ring on his index finger, and he revealed a playful smile. Finally, Lin Fan had some means to control the Blood Demon General. As long as he wanted to, he could turn the Blood Demon General into a ring at any time and lock it in his hand. He could boldly increase the Blood Demon General's strength without worrying about a backlash. Where's my dad? Just at this moment, a young but aged voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. That was the demon blood vulture's voice. Previously, he had not signed a blood contract with it, so he could not communicate with it. Now, he could use his thoughts to communicate. This was the first time Xiao Chen heard the demon blood vulture's voice, which surprised him. Your dad left. Left. Haha. That scared this old man to death. I thought that old bastard would take me back and lock me up again. Xiao Chen's expression immediately turned petrified, not knowing what to say. What's going on? Why can't I move? What's going on? Xiao Chen patiently explained what happened earlier to the Blood Vulture King. Damn. That old bastard even sold his own son. Is there any justice in this world? Does he still have a conscience? No. Send me back. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He seemed to understand why the Blood Vulture King was willing to sacrifice himself to give this demon blood vulture away. The Blood Vulture King was simply a little demon king. To put it nicely, he was unruly. To put it bluntly, he was a fool. Ignoring the demon blood vulture's hooting, Xiao Chen asked the little monk, "How much longer will it take for us to reach the trans-realm transportation formation in the ash-gray sea?" The little monk took out the sea chart. After studying it for a while, he replied, "It is still far away. When we were sent out from the myriad star mountain, we deviated too much. It will take at least 3 to 4 months. 3 to 4 months? That was acceptable. The ash-gray sea was vast, and the myriad star sea was just a corner. Xiao Chen recalled that when he went to the Starlight Sea, it took him 2 months. This time, it would only take him 3 or 4 months to reach the trans-realm transportation formation. Furthermore, Xiao Chen indeed needed 3 to 4 months to consolidate his strength. Now, it is time to discuss the matter of exchanging the incomplete Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique with me. The two of them each had an incomplete manual. Only by exchanging it would they be able to maximize their profits. It was beneficial to both of them. The little monk giggled and said, "All right, I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. I was just waiting for Big Brother to speak. I have grasped a total of 3 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. In the mortal realm, 3 life flower, and merciless killing. But so far, I've only focused on 1 move in the world. It's better not to bite off more than I can chew for a saber technique of this level. You have to choose a move and understand it thoroughly before connecting it with other moves. Then your progress will be very fast." Xiao Chen couldn't agree more. Right now, he was only focusing on severing the mundane, and was in the process of turning simplicity into complexity. This move was broken down into a set of dreamlike mundane world saber techniques. There were a total of 3 moves: creating dreams with the saber, entering dreams with the saber, and using dreams as saber. After thoroughly comprehending this saber technique, he would be able to comprehend breaking the mundane by simplifying it. As for the other moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, he would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. However, the prerequisite was that he had sufficient saber manuals. The two exchanged saber manuals and immediately grasped 6 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. After Yan Chen obtained Xiao Chen's saber manual, he said joyfully, "I heard from Master that this saber technique has a total of 11 moves. This way, we can find most of them in one go. In the future, we might be able to collect the complete saber technique. If we trace it back to its source, we might be able to practice the foundation of all the martial techniques of my hidden spirit temple, the 3rd move of the Gautama divine palm." Xiao Chen found this strange. He asked, "Could it be that we cannot directly practice the 3rd move of the Gautama divine palm?" The little monk shook his head and said, "A primogenitor grade cultivation technique is simply very difficult to directly practice. There is only one move, and it is as vast as smoke, materializing the many powerful techniques of the hidden spirit temple. You can imagine how difficult it is to directly practice it. The foundation of all the martial techniques in the world is the 3 primogenitor grade cultivation techniques: the Buddhist sect's Gautama divine palm, the Taoist sect's true martial divine sword, and the demonic sect's primal chaos demonic scripture. Even though many cultivation techniques that rival primogenitor grade cultivation techniques appeared later, they cannot be called primogenitor grade cultivation techniques, as they are unable to shake off the shadow of the 3 primogenitor grade cultivation techniques." Feeling confused, Xiao Chen asked, "In that case, even if we create our own cultivation techniques, we will not be able to shake off the shadow of the 3 primogenitor grade cultivation techniques." "That is natural. Without the 3 primogenitor grade cultivation techniques, there would be no martial epic. That is the source. Since you and I are in the martial epic, we cannot shake off this restriction. This is rather interesting. The little monk truly lives up to being from the central great realm. There are many things that Xiao Chen has never heard of before." "Then, which of the 3 primogenitor grade cultivation techniques is the strongest?" The little monk quickly replied, "Without a doubt, the primal chaos demonic scripture is the strongest. Don't ask me why. That is what the ancient books agree on. However, there is no point in thinking so much. The primogenitor grade cultivation techniques are no longer complete, having vanished in the long river of time. There is no way to make up for them. For example, the Buddhist sect's Gautama divine palm only has 4 palm strikes left. The 4 great Buddhist temples each have 1 palm strike. Only 3 of the true martial divine sword remain in the hands of the 3 Taoist sections. As for the primal chaos demonic scripture, it is even worse off. I heard that it is already completely destroyed, not even a complete move remaining. Think about it. Not a single move of the primal chaos demonic scripture remains. But the entire demonic Tao is already boundlessly strong. If someone grasps every move and reorganizes the demonic Tao, the world will experience a great calamity. Hence, there is no doubt that the primal chaos demonic scripture is the strongest." A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. Could it be that the loss of the demonic Tao's primogenitor grade cultivation techniques caused the demonic Tao to deviate from its original meaning? The little monk continued smiling. "Hee hee. As long as we find the remaining 5 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, we can learn the Gautama divine palm and move unhindered in the great 1,000 realms." Ha ha ha. The little monk fell into some sort of fantasy, a boundless fantasy. Xiao Chen asked, "Has anyone collected all of them?" I don't think so. Has anyone practiced the complete Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique?" The little monk scratched his head. It seems like aside from the creator, no one has succeeded. Did he rely on the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique to practice the Gautama divine palm? I don't think so. The creator of this saber technique has always been a taboo in the Buddhist sections. There are no records of when the saber technique was formed. Once it was formed, it suffered many setbacks. It was lost several times, and it is now completely lost. I have never heard of anyone restoring it. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Hence, it is not realistic to rely on this to practice the Gautama divine palm. It is more reliable to directly cultivate and comprehend it. Even if one cannot successfully cultivate it, one can rely on the Gautama divine palm to comprehend a cultivation technique or martial technique that suits one." This blow dealt the little monk a heavy blow. He stopped thinking. Then, he took the incomplete manual that Xiao Chen wrote for him and went back to study it. Like the little monk, Xiao Chen returned to the cultivation room and started studying it. Although he would not immediately start cultivating it, he still needed to read it. He would more or less gain some comprehensions. In the mortal realm, 3 life flower, kill without mercy. As Xiao Chen read, he felt the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's vastness and heaviness. He felt somewhat curious. What kind of genius was the creator of this saber technique? However, Xiao Chen had too many things to do now. He did not have time to think too much or spend too much time thinking about it. He needed to consolidate his cultivation. It was time to cultivate some of the cultivation techniques that were previously restricted by his cultivation realm after breaking through to the Cloud Sea realm. First was the Ice Feather Divine Incantation. This ice-attributed medial grade earth-ranked cultivation technique could already be cultivated to a higher level. The Ice Feather Divine Incantation had a total of 6 layers. Xiao Chen, who already cultivated the 3rd layer, prepared to cultivate it to peak consummation of the 6th layer in one go. He wanted to see if he could merge the 6 layers and cultivate it to the hidden 7th layer. However, since this was a medial grade earth-ranked cultivation technique without any restrictions, it was best to cultivate it to consummation as soon as possible. Xiao Chen took out spirit jades and placed them in the spirit gathering formation under the prayer mat. Then he started cultivating. 3 days later, Xiao Chen successfully broke through and cultivated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation to the 4th layer. After another 7 days, Xiao Chen successfully cultivated the 5th layer without any difficulty. He discovered that his physical body could cultivate the Ice Feather Divine Incantation rather quickly. However, he exhausted a lot of resources. In less than half a month, he had exhausted 1 million medial grade spirit jades. The 6th layer took longer. He spent half a month before he managed to open all his meridians. Whoosh! After successfully cultivating the Ice Feather Divine Incantation's 6th layer and completing a major cycle, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He slowly spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. His black hair had already turned white. Vaguely, Xiao Chen felt that the additional ice-attributed energy in his body had a good suppressive effect on his demonic nature. No matter what, he could maintain a clear mind, like ancient ice, unaffected by the various negative emotions. When Xiao Chen looked into the average-sized cultivation room, he saw a chill. Crystalline ice feathers drifted down like snowflakes. It looks like this Ice Feather Divine Incantation has some tricks up its sleeve. It is not as simple as I thought. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. He did not say anything more, preparing to give it a try before continuing his closed-door cultivation. He wanted to merge the 6 into one and break through to the Ice Feather Divine Incantation's hidden 7th layer. That would be of great help to his comprehension of the Ice Tao. Half a month later, the little monk who was playing with the demon blood vulture on the deck suddenly felt a horrifying chill. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly soared into the air. The demon blood vulture, which was too slow, was very unlucky. Before it could react, the cold chi struck it. In an instant, the entire black cutlass and the demon blood vulture were sealed in ice, turning into ice sculptures floating on the surface of the sea. What a strong will of ice! Big Brother's improvement during this period is somewhat terrifying. The little monk in the air felt flabbergasted. Personally witnessing Xiao Chen's rapid improvement in the ice-attributed energy was indeed shocking. Whoosh! A figure charged out of the ship. This figure had white hair, white robes, and white robes. It was Xiao Chen. Congratulations, Big Brother. You are one step closer to grasping the Ice Tao, the little monk said with a smile. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, although I have cultivated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation's hidden 7th layer, I am still far from the Ice Tao. However, my improvement during this period is real. How about we exchange a few moves? Fighting spirit flashed in the little monk's eyes. He smiled and said, that is exactly what I was thinking. The two instantly exchanged moves. However, they forgot about the demon blood vulture, which was still sealed in ice. Chapter 1836. On the surface of the sea, the rumbling sound did not stop. Xiao Chen and the little monk exchanged blows quickly. Both of them did not draw their sabers and only fought with their fists and feet. They fought back and forth, competing with each other. It was obvious that the little monk was holding back. He did not use the movement technique that he was proud of or the horrifying might of the way. He felt that since he could even kill holy venerates, he should not need to use his full power to deal with his big brother. But thinking like that caused him to suffer greatly. Xiao Chen raised his hand and waved. A chill filled the air, and ice feathers fluttered in the air like snowflakes. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Even the surface of the sea was covered in a layer of cold air. At first, the little monk did not pay much attention to it. However, he soon discovered that the chill in his body was growing stronger and stronger. Even his blood felt like it was going to freeze. His speed suddenly decreased by a lot. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Little Yan Chen, this ice feather divine incantation's 7th level is not that simple. The chill may seem harmless, but in reality, it is accumulating at every moment. It is not easy to expel." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chen closed in on him step by step. The little monk fought head-on. However, Xiao Chen forced him back step by step. After a while, he was horrified to discover that the cold qi in his body actually turned into ice crystals, solidifying into something solid. They looked crystalline, translucent, and beautiful. However, they were like ice spikes that constantly hurt him. Great Diamond Fist! The little monk roared angrily. He activated the true essence in his body, and for the first time, his Buddhist might burst out completely. Boom! As he punched out, his entire body shone with golden light, and all the ice crystals in his body were shaken out. The surface of the sea surged, and a huge wave surged towards Xiao Chen like the roar of a tsunami. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He had finally used his full strength. Swinging his palm left and right, he stirred up the chill around him. Then, he unhurriedly sent out a palm strike. The ice quintessence in Xiao Chen's body surged out. Boom! The surging wave that contained the rage of the Buddhist sect's guardian deities shattered under Xiao Chen's palm strike. The seawater instantly solidified into ice. "Big brother, looks like I've really underestimated you." As Yan Chen stood on the huge frozen wave, he looked at Xiao Chen. The fighting spirit in his eyes blazed like fire. Xiao Chen gently took 3 steps back and stood upright with his hands behind his back. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "Don't forget that your true strength only rivals that of a holy venerate." Back in the stone pillar space, Yan Chen relied on his movement technique to prevent the many holy venerates from surrounding him. From the beginning to the end, he had been fighting one-on-one. In the end, he had relied on the little devil monk Silver Saber's fame to scare away the group of demonic sect elders. Although his combat prowess was already extremely horrifying, Xiao, one did not overestimate. However, big brother, you are only a peak early-stage star venerate. I don't believe that big brother can last 3 moves against my full power attack. The little monk felt strong confidence. His Tao might appeared, and a silver light soared into the sky. Then, he pointed the Buddhist monk's saber at Xiao Chen. Now that Xiao Chen was an early-stage star venerate, he wanted to know what his current combat prowess was. Xiao Chen's battle hunger soared in his heart. He looked forward to the little monk's next attack. One saber strike. The little monk laughed loudly and spread his arms. A silver light flashed, and the instant his figure vanished, he suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Chen. A horrifying saber might instantly burst out. Although Xiao Chen had 2 kinds of Dao might supporting him, he still could not block it and ended up at a disadvantage. Clang! Xiao Chen's arm trembled. This saber strike forced him to take a few steps back, causing him to lose his footing. Boom! 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 With every step Xiao Chen took, huge cracks appeared on the surface of the sea. After 10 steps, the seawater under Xiao Chen's feet shattered and surged in all directions. Another saber strike. A silver light flashed, and the little monk tore through the sky like a heavenly eagle. Xiao Chen used his consciousness to check but could not catch the little monk's figure. Xiao Chen could only sense some blurry trajectories, unable to make an accurate judgment. Dang! Xiao Chen only managed to circulate his veritable essence energy and block this saber strike when the little monk suddenly charged to his side. This saber strike directly knocked Xiao Chen into the air, nearly knocking the tyrant's saber out of his hand. Interesting. After landing, Xiao Chen wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and revealed a faint smile. Now, he finally understood how sullen the holy venerates who fought the little monk were. Such a strange movement technique speed was simply terrifying. The explosive Dao might was also very troublesome. The little monk's Dao might was simply too strong. The little monk's understanding of the saber Dao surpassed Xiao Chen's. With just the pure saber great Dao, the little monk managed to suppress 2 of Xiao Chen's great Dao. One more saber strike. The little monk giggled. Then, he pushed off the ground and sent a final saber strike at Xiao Chen. Heavenly Eye. Xiao Chen quickly opened his heavenly eye, and his vision immediately became 100 times stronger. He could even see the microscopic particles floating in the air. I see it. I see it. With the help of the heavenly eye, Xiao Chen finally captured the little monk's movement trajectory. The little monk's movement trajectory was extremely fast, making it very hard for one's vision to grasp. Xiao Chen attacked decisively. He could not guarantee that he could lock onto the little monk in the next moment. Divine Lightning Eye. Suddenly, rapidly spinning purple petals appeared in Xiao Chen's heavenly eye. 10 bolts of tribulation lightning instantly gathered from all directions. Then, they gathered above the little monk's head before raining down a thick bolt of tribulation lightning. Electric light flickered, and the little monk's body went flying amid an explosion. This is the moment. Xiao Chen shouted coldly. Then, he infused the Thunder Great Dao into the Tyrant Saber, instantly bringing out the Tyrant Saber's full might. The Tyrant Saber in Xiao Chen's hand changed shape, and a layer of purple lightning fire spread out on its surface. Boom! When Xiao Chen swung his saber, it triggered a bright electric light. The little monk, who just got blasted away, appeared somewhat confused. The saber strike that Xiao Chen quickly followed up sent the little monk flying. A wound appeared on his chest as he fell somewhat miserably to the sea. Ha ha ha! Big brother is indeed big brother. I really did not expect this move. After the little monk stood up, his fighting spirit soared as he laughed without end. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and said indifferently, "Let's fight again tomorrow." Don't. Yan Chen immediately vomited blood. He had just suffered a great loss, and now, Xiao Chen actually said that he was not going to fight anymore. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not continue fighting. He had already seen the little monk's strength, which made him understand his many weaknesses. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen thought of several perfect ideas that he needed to digest and comprehend. Furthermore, he should stop while he was ahead. The first time the heavenly eye and the divine lightning eye merged, Xiao Chen obtained miraculous results. However, that might not be the case if he continued fighting. 3 moves are over. Remember not to boast next time. An existence that could instantly kill a holy venerate was indeed extraordinary. This made Xiao Chen feel somewhat troubled. The little monk walked over with his head hanging low. Xiao Chen consoled him. We'll continue tomorrow. It's a deal then. Yan Chen immediately perked up. His eyes lit up as he giggled. Youths were indeed driven. However, Xiao Chen did not know that he already had a vague idea on how to curb Yan Chen's speed. One day was sufficient to change many things. Big brother, we seem to have forgotten something. Yan Chen suddenly thought of something. The two arrived at the still ice-sealed black cutlass. Only then did they discover that the pitiful demon blood vulture had already fainted from the cold. Finding it strange, Xiao Chen asked, "What's going on?" The little monk scratched his head and said, "I dodged too quickly. When I left, I seem to have been careless and kicked it. I don't remember it clearly." Xiao Chen melted the ice and checked it. Then he relaxed and said, "It won't die. Take care of it." "There's no need. Master, I'll just stay in the spirit beast platform." Upon hearing that Xiao Chen wanted Yan Chen to take care of it, the demon blood vulture dragged its stiff body and stumbled into the spirit beast platform. After spending some time together, the demon blood vulture had no choice but to acknowledge Xiao Chen as its master. Then, the demon blood vulture tragically discovered that compared to Xiao Chen, staying with the little monk was clearly more unlucky. "Stupid bird! How dare you look down on me?" How could the little monk endure this? He roared ferociously and chased after the demon blood vulture into the spirit beast platform. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he smiled faintly and sighed in his heart. He did not know how long such peaceful days could last. The closer he got to the Transrealm Transportation Formation, the closer Xiao Chen got to the Divine Dragon Empire. What kind of changes had happened to the dragon race? Would he be able to meet Ru Yue? Would his identity as a blue dragon bloodline cause trouble? What were his chances of becoming the Dragon Emperor? Xiao Chen's future was destined to be bumpy. After entering closed-door cultivation for one night, Xiao Chen started to diligently cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art. The divine dragon body tempering art's first layer cultivated the dragon veins. The second layer cultivated the dragon bones. The third layer cultivated the dragon blood and tempered vital qi. The fourth layer cultivated the dragon wings. After cultivating it to perfection, one could sprout dragon wings on one's back. With a thought, the blue dragon divine wings would spread out. At that time, the little monk's speed would no longer pose any trouble to Xiao Chen. The fourth layer was the Star Venerate realm. It was much more difficult than the Ice Feather divine incantation. Xiao Chen did not think of succeeding in one go. He only wanted to cultivate it to small perfection before arriving at the trans-realm transportation formation. The sun rose in the east. As promised, Xiao Chen and the little monk fought again. This time, Xiao Chen did not use his heavenly eye or the divine lightning eye. However, the little monk was shocked to discover that when he approached Xiao Chen, his speed slowed uncontrollably. A strange force field surrounded Xiao Chen. It looked gentle but was actually incredibly ferocious. It was like he was stuck in a quagmire. The more he twisted his body, the deeper he sank. The little monk, who came into contact with the Taiji force field for the first time, suffered greatly. After 10 moves, he still could not gain an advantage over Xiao Chen. The little monk took the initiative to give up and return to closed-door cultivation to study how to break Xiao Chen's Taiji force field. The little monk truly lived up to being the reincarnation of a Buddha. On this day, he managed to think of a way to break it. The little monk infused his Buddhist might into the surroundings, forming a similar force field. When he approached, he used his Buddhist might to clash head-on with Xiao Chen's Taiji force field. Although the little monk did not break the Taiji force field the instant they clashed, many openings appeared in the Taiji force field. Seizing this opportunity, the little monk attacked 3 times, successfully sending Xiao Chen flying. Just like that, the two exchanged blows, fighting every day and discussing after the fight. As Xiao Chen continuously perfected the Taiji force field, the little monk did his best to think of various ways to break it. Both of them improved rapidly. This continued until one day, when Xiao Chen suddenly spread out the 30-meter-long blue dragon divine wings on his back and executed thunder dragon steps. After beating up the little monk no longer brought up the matter of challenging Xiao Chen to a fight. Xiao Chen's blue dragon divine wings reached small perfection, and he was only 3 days away from the trans-realm transportation formation.